Hello, what can I get you?
Could you get a 99 with the fleet, please?
99 indeed, coming up for you. Yes, hello everybody, welcome back to Donington Park. Can I give you that, please? It is BARC in the pipe. Let's have a go at it. Watch this. I've had a great lesson from John here. Plenty more action coming up for you today throughout the course of the day.
Yeah, a bit closer, a bit closer.
Look at that. Oh my word, thank you very much, look at that. Yeah, plenty more action. There you go, Leah, that one's just for you. Plenty more action today. We've got the MG owners joining us as well. Every single race live on the BARC YouTube channel. A big thank you to John here. If you are at Donington Park, make sure you come and get an ice cream. I might even serve you as well, but less about that. Let's go racing, everybody. Come on. Good morning everybody, yes, day 2 for BARC in the park here at Donington Park, and we get things going with the classic touring car racing club Prix 66. Piers Grange took the win yesterday. Simon Gustafson was second, Ian Thompson in third. How are things going to shape up today? We haven't got long actually. We're a little bit ahead of the timetable, as you can probably gather. So these cars are going to be released about 4 minutes ago. I was told they're going to be released in about 5 minutes, so they haven't got long. I just wanted to grab a quick word with Charles Norris down here, if that's possible. Charles, I just want to jump in. I absolutely love this car. Tell me the story behind it.
It was the first thing my dad and I ever bought on eBay back in 2003. So I was about 13 years old at the time. We bought it as a bog standard road car, restored it, built it as a racing car, and yeah, we finally got it out last year. Had brake failure after 5 laps, so yeah, took it back to bits again, and touch wood, this year it seems to have hung together aside from the gear shift sort of braking yesterday. But yeah, finished our first race yesterday, so buzzing.
How was that? Was it quite emotional then when you saw that checkered flag?
Yeah, fortunately we kept our eyes dry, but yeah, we had a good sort of father-son embrace, and we've got a photo to commemorate it, a little pop trophy as well, so yeah, it was a good day.
Can I just say as well, by the way, you look so cool. The shades, the facial hair in the car. I think you're the coolest person here.
Cheers, man. Thanks very much.
Good luck. Thank you so much. Indeed. Let's move over here a little bit, shall we? Like I said, the cars are gearing up, ready to get going. There's Piers Grange over there. He took the win yesterday. Can he make it 2 from 2? We've got Barry Syme down there. We'll catch up with him a little bit later as well. I wonder if we've got time to have a quick chat with Jake Swan. We've got the bonnet up on the car here of the number 56. We'll just move around. Is everything all right? Everything all right?
Yes, mate. Don't worry about it.
I've no idea what he said, but thank you anyway. Jake, how we doing, my friend? Not too long to go. I just thought I'd quickly bob over, say hello. You happy to be back?
Yeah, it's good to be back racing again. It's been a long winter, but here we are.
You're doing a full year?
Hope to, yeah. As long as it all goes well.
What's the expectation in this race? What can you do?
I don't know. We'll see him soon.
Top man, Jay. Really good to see you. Thank you so much. Indeed, keeping his cards very, very close to his chest indeed. We move down a little bit as well. Let's give some of the guys a little bit of a wave as well. We are not too far away from getting underway. Let's just turn this around, shall we, and have a look at the cars sweeping as they're about to be released. They are revving up. Any second they're going to get the call to head out on track. Simon Gustin actually started on pole yesterday, but it was Piers Grange who took the win. Let's move over a little bit. Let's go to the back actually and have a look at some of the cars down here. I said Barry Syme. I think we might be following him a little bit. Retired from the race yesterday, did Barry. So I better stay away from him because I did spend a bit of time in his car as well. So there is. We're going to stay away. Stay away. Good luck, Barry. Let's just jump in very quickly down here. How are we doing it? Are you happy to be back?
Absolutely, dying for it, ready for it.
How was your winter? Were you itching to get back out?
Yeah, absolutely. We did quite a bit on the car. Had an engine rebuild.
Okay.
Tidied the bodywork up a bit, but yeah, ready to go now. Just a shame we've got to start from the back, but those are the rules.
Is that not a bit of fun though, as well?
Yeah, it's a bit of fun for about the first 20 times.
I appreciate you honesty. Look, best of luck. Yeah, enjoy it. It's really good to see you. Thank you so much. Let's make our way back to have the MG Owners Club are with us today as well, and the Hyundai Coupe Cup are with us as well. So we're going to see action from their classic touring cars and Junior Saloon Car Championship all in action once again today. The live chat is open as well on the YouTube channel with the British Automobile Racing Club. Please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Let's get as many people today watching these glorious cars as we possibly can. We are seconds away from getting underway, and I am absolutely delighted to introduce your commentator, the one, the only, the superb, the amazing, the brilliant Dave Goddard. Over to you, my friend.
Thank you very much indeed, Ian. A very good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 here at the beautiful Donington Park, the home of motorsport in the Midlands. For day 2 here at BARC in the Park, the British Automobile Racing Club presenting an absolutely packed day of racing here today. Thankfully no fog this morning. As we saw yesterday, there was a little bit of a delay to the start of the programme once the fog cleared, but today we go racing in just a few minutes time with the first race of the day, the CTCRC Classic Touring Car Racing Club Everard's Prix 66 touring cars, as we've just seen, followed by the second of 3 races this weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Then we have the first of 2 races today for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club's Prix 83 Group 1 touring cars. Now, their first race yesterday was postponed due to a few delays in the timetable, so they have 2 races today instead. We welcome the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. Now, they've got an absolutely packed grid of over 30 cars. They had their qualifying session this morning. They have 2 20-minute races today. Everything else is over 15 minutes. After lunch we have a second race for the Classic Touring Car Prix 83 touring cars. We're joined by the OT Publishing Coupe Cup. The Hyundai Coupes are here in good numbers. I think we've got 20 cars for them for their season opener. Then another race for the Junior Saloon Cars, the young guns in their Saxos. Then we have the Track Action Racing Club for their second race of the weekend. Adam Croft in his Volkswagen Scirocco going for a double there. After that, we have a mixture of 5 different championships. Our mixed race for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, Prix 93, Prix 03, Blue Oval Saloon Series, Classic and Historic Thunder Saloons. Another race for the MGs, and then the Hyundai Coupes close out this very busy day here at Donington Park with 11 races to bring you. The first of them is on the way out of the assembly area now. The Classic Touring Car Racing Club Everard's Prix 66 touring cars, going right back to the early days of saloon car racing in the United Kingdom. The British Saloon Car Championship, of course, started way back in 1958, and the first championship was won by Jack Sears, wheel of his Austin Westminster. I think we're missing just 1 car from yesterday. I didn't see Tim Dodwell, number 83, in his Mini down in the assembly area, but it looks like Andrew Hack is there. I thought his car had failed in qualifying yesterday, so his Mini is there. We'll have a quick look at the grid then. It's based on the results of yesterday's race, and it was the big V8 engine Ford Falcon of Piers Grange, his first time in that car. Seen him in a Ford Mustang over the last few years. He took the win yesterday ahead of Simon Gustafson in the first of a phalanx of Lotus Cortinas. They line up on the front row here. Second row, Ian Thompson, former champion, and young gun Oliver Law in their Cortinas. Then Adam Cunnington, just saw his car being inspected by EDF Motorsports, who prepare that car. down in the assembly area alongside Jake Swan, who had a class win yesterday in his Ford Anglia. Row 4, welcome return for Roger Stanford in his new Lotus Cortina, newly built for this season. Alongside Dan Wheeler, he got a track limits penalty that lost him a couple of places and a class win, unfortunately, in yesterday's race. He's the first of the minis on the grid. Row 5, another mini for Martin Armstrong alongside Ed Gibbs in his Ford Anglia. Row 6, we have number 539 Kevin Swan, father of Jake, in his Anglia, alongside the first of the Hillman Imps, Adrian Oliver. Just beat Gary Prebles, the class win yesterday. Gary lines up alongside Brendan Rooney, who recovered from a spin to finish 14th in yesterday's race. Row 8, we have Charles Norris, just heard from him, the little Austin A35, alongside Jeremy Dias with his Singer Chamois. Then we've got Patrick Harris, Morris Minor, Keith Wright in a Lotus Cortina on row 9. Row 10, another Singer Chamois, effectively the sportier version of the Hillman Imp. That was number 94, Steve Platts. Tim Dodwell, I don't think is there in number 83. He does tend to race only on Saturdays most race weekends, so I think Tim has headed off elsewhere. Row 11, we should have the Keneally's. I did see Billy Keneally's Ford Anglia. That pulled off at Redgate a couple of laps into yesterday's race. Pat Keneally, his father, retired into the paddock with the Lotus Cortina. Not sure if that car is there. Row 12, Barry Syme is back. Broken CV joint on his Mini yesterday. Deposited oil all over the Melbourne Loop. Andrew Hack, I think, is there alongside him. Had problems in qualifying and missed yesterday's race. And at the back, we've got two cars that were driven by other drivers yesterday, so they have to start from the back. John Davies has taken over from Mike Davies in the family Mini, and Brian Bedford in the Austin A40 that was raced by Steve Evans yesterday. So shared cars, changed drivers, so they have to start from the back of the grid. Cars heading off on their green flag lap then, the 2.5 mile Donington Grand Prix circuit in use this weekend, the full circuit using the Melbourne hairpin. Just looking to the back of the grid here. Yes, Andrew Hack is there. Pat Keneally's Cortina is not, unfortunately. And Tim Dodwell not there either. Thanks for all your comments coming in so far. Heard from RMark100. He says, good morning. Glad BARC is back, says UCW30. And it was a long winter without it. Hi to Darren Hopkins. Morning to Ethan Dance, one of our regular viewers. Got one or two viewers from Finland. Welcome to you. Back at the Net 07, one of our regular viewers. Samuel UK says, fry up and cup of tea in hand. Motorsport Leah says, thanks for the ice cream, Ian. Good to know Leah's watching. She was in the pit lane with our Brick Car Endurance Championship race yesterday. Mimi Lane 9937 says, good morning all from Sussex. ENS 100 says, come on Barry Syme. There is the Scotsman starting from the back after that mechanical failure yesterday. He's sponsored by Miller's Oils, so he's used their product to top up his engine after that failure yesterday. There was oil all over the Melbourne hairpin, a couple of cars running wide as a result of that. Colin Ware says, is this the race they couldn't fit in yesterday? No, that's the Prix 83s, Colin. They have two races today, just one race for the Prix 66s. Peter Larsson watching from Sweden. Start to settle in then. The cars head up through McLean's and up through Coppice Corner. Just warming their tyres. Much nicer weather, as we said, from what we experienced early yesterday here at Donington. The cars head down the exhibition straight, headed by that beautiful Ford Falcon, the big V8 engine beast of Piers Grange, a classic Ford collector. Piers, boss of PRG Trailers, his products will have brought lots of these cars to the circuit this weekend. Then a phalanx of Lotus Cortinas, we've got Anglias, Minis, lots of Hillman Imps, the little A35 of Charles Norris as well. Really harking back to the early days of the British Saloon Car Championship. The Australian Frank Gardner was a champion in Ford Falcons. The colours of the Alan Mann racing team, the red and gold. Lotus Cortinas, some of the all-time greats drove those, including the legendary Jim Clark, two-time Formula One world champion. John Fitzpatrick was king of the Anglias. In Minis, you have the likes of John Love, Sir John Whitmore, leading lady Christabel Carlisle as well. There's the lone Morris Minor, that's Patrick Harris. The Austin A40 at the back. Doc Shepherd was the only driver to win a British Saloon Car title in one of those all the way back in 1960. That was a modified 1000cc version. A bit of tape on the front of Gary Preble's in there. It's his first time in that car this weekend. We've seen him win the Prix 03 touring car title with his Honda Civic 3 times. Marshall's bringing the drivers into line then on the grid for our first race of the day. The Everard's Prix 66 Classic and Historic Touring Car Championship. We'll get to more of your comments later on our stream. Thank you to everyone who's got in touch already. Last couple of cars into line then for our first race of the day. Who's going to win the dash down to Redgates? A contest between the V8 power of Piers Grange in the Falcon and the more nimble handling Cortinas and Minis and Anglias behind him. Waiting for the red lights to come on the gantry. This will be a 15-minute race around the 2.5 mile Donington Park Grand Prix circuit. Waiting the all clear from the marshals and the clerk of the course to get this one underway. The red lights come on. It's time to go racing here at Donington Park. We are underway. Already one car very slow away. That's Gary Preble's Imp, I think. A couple of cars have to take to the grass to avoid him. Piers Grange gets the advantage, gets the V8 power down onto the tarmac and leads into our first corner. Simon Gustafson's Cortina in second place. Not the best of starts to it for Ian Thompson in the grey Cortina. He runs out a little bit wide coming out of Redgate there. Everybody else away cleanly. Gary Preble dropped to the back. I think he stalled. It's only his second race in that car. It's Grange who leads as they plunge down a spectacular crane of curves and into the old hairpin. Look at the Falcon twitching there as they go into the hairpin. And look at the way Barry Symes coming through. He's past half the grid already from the back of the field. The Flying Scotsman, very much so, in the number 25 Mini. There's another Mini at the back. John Davies getting past Patrick Harris as they head out of the old hairpin, past Starkey's Bridge, and then up through the left-hand sweep of Schwantz curve. Gary Preble making up lost ground as well. Through the right at McLean's, then climb up to the double apex right-hander at Coppice. Piers Grange in the Falcon leads. Simon Gustafson, the ex-Golf GTI racer, in second place. And it's a battle between Adam Cunnington and Ollie Law for third place. Oliver Law, son of Justin Law, previously held the hill record at Goodwood in a Group C Jaguar at the Festival of Speed, prepared by Ollie's grandfather, Don Law. Minis battling it out. There's Andrew Hack making a move on one of the Anglias. Andrew Hack failed to race yesterday after those problems in qualifying. Down into the Melbourne Loop they come. Out of the Fogarty S's, down the short straight, drop down into this 180-degree right-hander. Dan Wheeler's Mini getting past Roger Stanford in the green Cortina. Big lock-up from Barry Symes. He throws the Mini past Kevin Swan's Ford Anglia. Barry is fired up here. Mini he shares with Jimmy Syme, his father, in some historic events. Ex-single-seater racer is Barry. Made it to Formula Renault on the single-seater ladder, and he's certainly making up the lost ground here. The result of yesterday's race determining the grid for our first race of the day. So Piers Grange leads. They complete the first lap by 1.7 seconds ahead of Gustafson, Adam Cunnington in third. Then it's Ollie Law and Ian Thompson rounds out the top five. Kevin Swan, battle of the Anglias here with Billy Keneally in the blue Anglia. Failed to finish yesterday. He's making up for lost ground as well. Adam Cunnington just about holding off Ollie Law, or is he? Law going to the inside at the old hairpin. Cunnington slides his Cortina off the curb. There's Jake Swan, son of Kevin, under fire from Dan Wheeler, number 888 with his Mini. And great to see Roger Stanford back in the championship. That's a new build Lotus Cortina. His previous one that he raced for many years was written off in a big accident at Alton Park a couple of years ago. As they swing their way through Schwantz curve up towards the right-hander at McLean's. They climb up into Coppice. Stanford back to the inside on Jake Swan. Dan Wheeler's already gone through. Great fights all the way down the order. Side by side for third as well, the two Lotus Cortinas. There they are, Ollie Law and Adam Cunnington. And here comes Ian Thompson, champion in this category 2 years ago. Adam Cunnington snaking under braking there as Ollie Law moves up alongside him over the curve. He's going to get the inside and moves up into P3. Great stuff from the young gun. He's only a couple of years out of junior saloon car racing, is Ollie Law. Simon Gustafson, meanwhile, is not letting Piers Grange get away at the front of the field. Everybody else squabbling over third place. And down the inside, oh, that's a bit of a kamikaze move from Martin Armstrong in the Mini. I thought he was going to cannon into the side of Jake Swan's Anglia there. Andrew Hack is in there as well, the silvery coloured Mini just behind them. He's come up from the back of the grid. the number 123 car. Over the curve slightly on the inside, the left-hander at Goddard's. Ed Gibbs behind in the number 102 Ford Anglia. Fastest lap of the race to Simon Gustafson, 155.54, over a second quicker than Piers Grange on that last lap. So battle is joined at the front of the field. There's Martin Armstrong really throwing the number 230 Mini around. It's Hack behind him, Ed Gibbs sliding the Anglia, and Barry Symes up with them as well. He's come up to 12th from the back of the grid. Andrew Hack is in the top 10, so they're the two to watch at the moment, the two Minis. Simon Gustafson wants to lead this race, but that Ford Falcon is a big old barge to get past. There's young Ollie Law in the number 17, the classic Lotus Cortina livery. It's pulled away a little bit from Adam Cunnington now in the battle for third position. There are the leaders, line astern up towards Coppice. Ian Thompson in the grey Cortina, used to race an Alan Mann replica Cortina, the red and gold colours. It's much closer than we saw in yesterday's race. They got spread out fairly quickly in race 1 yesterday. Out of Coppice into the exhibition straights, the old exhibition hall and auction rooms to the left-hand side of the circuit. Sadly, the Dunlop Bridge no longer there. Ed Gibbs trying to make a move in the Anglia on the back of the Minis. Andrew Hack up the inside, he won't get alongside Martin Armstrong into the Fogarty S's, named after motorcycle legend Carl Fogarty, the Blackburn Bullet. Just Stanford on the inside there, Barry Symes monstering up onto the back of this group of Minis and Anglias. Billy Keneally's dropped a little way back from them now. 24 cars took the start of this race, they're all still running, coming towards the end of lap 3, just over 9 minutes of this race to go. Andrew Hack up the inside on Martin Armstrong, takes 9th place away. Lifting a rear wheel there through the left-hander at Goddard's into the Wheatcroft straight. Here are the leaders, it's still Piers Grange ahead of Simon Gustafson, but only by half a second. Lap times are virtually identical that time through. Two Fords, but very different racing Fords. The Falcon, the big American and Australian beast. Very popular in South America as well, the Ford Falcon was. Chased by the Lotus Cortina, Colin Chapman's creation, arguably the first saloon homologated for motor racing. Cortina's second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth now, because Roger Stanford has got back ahead of Dan Wheeler. Climb up to McLean's once again. Simon Gustafson looking for his first overall win in the Classic Touring Car Racing Club's Prix 66 category. Used to race in the Production Golf GTI Championship a few years ago. Here are the Hillman Imps battling it out. It's Gary Preble recovering after stalling from the start. He's got ahead of Steve Platt, long-time Imp racer in his Singer Chamois badged version. It's Brendan Rooney currently leading Class E for the Hillman Imps. Class is all based on engine size. Oh, Ollie Law slowing. Ollie Law has broken down, unfortunately. He was running in the top 4. He's pulled over on the exhibition straight next to the marshal's post. Yellow flags will be out there. Simon Gustafson isn't in trouble though. He's trying to pressure Piers Grange, and Grange's car, big heavy machine, will be much harder on its tyres and brakes on this flowing layout here at Donington Park. Gustafson will have the handling advantage, especially as we're now into the second half of this 15-minute race. Over the line they go. Although Grange did do a personal best lap that time, 155.878. Adam Cunnington all over the back of Ian Thompson. That's the fight for third place. Thompson's just taken third from Adam Cunnington. Roger Stanford rounding out the top 5. There is Barry Syme, the number 25 Mini. His claim to fame was back in his Formula Renault days. He once defeated a certain Lewis Hamilton. Barry moving to historic racing alongside his father, who's been successful in many different events in that Mini. He won the Class C Championship, that Class C being the Minis and Anglias, in this championship last season. Ian Thompson now in P3. Cunnington down to 4th. Stanford is 5th, but under fire from the leading Mini of Dan Wheeler. Time penalty for for a false start for Roger Stanford. It's just come up on the timing screen. 10-second penalty, unfortunately, for Roger Stanford for a false start. That's a great shame for the veteran touring car racer. Further back in the order, this is the battle in Class D. It's for second in Class D between Patrick Harris in the Moggy Minor and the little Austin A35, the tiny machine of Charles Norris. Leading the class is Brian Bedford in the Austin A40, the reigning class champion. Norris going to the inside, he's going to make a move here at the old hairpin. Through he goes. The A35 doesn't look very much like a racing car, does it? But there were some very effective tuned ones back in the late 50s, early 60s. As Martin Armstrong sends it down the inside on the hairpin again. Have we had to change the lead there? Yes, we have. Simon Gustafson has taken Piers Grange, but Grange only has to put his foot down the straights. The power of the V8 tells. He gets back alongside Simon Gustafson, but Gustafson's got the inside line for Redgate and he's taken the lead. I think he got through there at Goddard's. We were watching the Minis and Anglias battling further back. Here comes Grange on the inside. You wouldn't want to see a car that size in your mirrors down the Craner curves, would you? But he's sliding about there. I reckon his tyres are starting to go off, Piers Grange, in the warmer conditions today. You can see him sliding about there. Grange with a lot of experience in big Fords. He raced a Mustang in this championship for a number of years. Had a couple of wins with it, if I remember rightly, here at Donington last year. Towards McLean. Simon Gustafson now leads in the Lotus Cortina. Thompson and Cunnington still battling for third. We'll wait to see where that 10-second penalty drops Roger Stanford to, though, for, I assume he was either out of position at the start or he jumped the start. If you want to follow the live timing from today's events on your computer if you're at home or on your mobile device at trackside, TSL Timing, the place to do it, tsl-timing.com. As over the line there is Brian Bedford. He's ahead of one of the imps, that's Jeremy Dias, number 41. Sadly, we haven't got the reigning two-time champion, the reigning and former two-time champion out at this event, James Ibbotson. His engine not ready in his imp for Donington. He's hoping to be out at round 2 at Cadwell Park next month. Harry Syme continuing his charge up from the back. He's in 9th place overall, 4th in class. Class C being led by Dan Wheeler. Harry Syme in the Miller's Oils backed Mini. Through Goddard's. So backed by Torque Sports this year, using some of their team wear in the pits we noticed earlier. It's a good run. He's ahead of Ed Gibbs in the number 102 Anglia. Christensen still leads overall. A couple of laps to go. His first race of the day, the Prix 66. Touring cars, sponsored by Everard's. Piers Grange leads Class A in 2nd place. Gustafson leads Class F, which is dedicated to Lotus Cortinas. Class D is still led by this man, Brian Bedford, in the A40. There's a yellow flag out at the Fogarty S's. So what has happened there? Has somebody gone off or pulled over? Wait and see as the cars come through. Wait to see if anybody's dropping down the timing screen. Jeremy Dias locks up on the outside line. Didn't see any cars off to the side of the road there, so wait and see. Charles Norris was slow through there in the A35 though. Wait and see who doesn't come across the line. Barry Simons made up another place while that was going on. He's got ahead of Ed Gibbs in the 102 Ford Anglia. They're having a good scrap. Dan Wheeler's Mini is leading Class C, a couple of places ahead of these two. There's Ollie Law's car in the background. He's out of the race, and Ed Gibbs round the outside using the extra power of the Anglia, and he pulls away fairly rapidly into the chicane there. Has Barry Syme hit problems again? He's dropped back quite suddenly. No, he's still there. He dropped back quite suddenly into the chicane there from Ed Gibbs. There's Billy Keneally's Anglia behind them. Pat Keneally's Cortina failing to race today. Can't see anybody off to the side of the road. Maybe somebody just had a quick spin at the Melbourne Loop there. Just over a minute left on the clock now. Leaders have already gone over the lines. Gustafsson still ahead of Grange. 0.8 of a second between them, so it's looking good for Simon Gustafsson in the Lotus Cortina here to take our first win of the day. Brendan Rooney still leads Class E. He's got James Ibbotson. Well, he's not racing this weekend. He is here helping Brendan in the paddock. Still these two fighting out. These have been together all race long. The little A35 and the Morris Minor. It was the late Tony Preston who was the king of Morris Minors in this championship. Won several titles back in the 2000s. There is Brendan Rooney in the number 91 Hillman Imp. It's fairly well clear of Steve Platt, second in the class. Gary Preble third, despite faltering at the start. Gary Preble buying an Imp for this year because his father used to race them back in the 70s. It's a good run by Brendan Rooney. Could be one of the favourites for the class title, I reckon, this year. The overall leaders, the clock has counted down to 0, will soon be heading for the finish line. Here they are at the Melbourne hairpin now. Can Piers Grange mount a last bend lunge on Simon Gustafsson? I don't think he's going to be close enough to get alongside the Lotus Cortina. They come into the final corner. Oh, Gustafsson's locked up. He might have a small chance here. Piers Grange to get alongside. And here they come. I don't think he's going to do it. Grange gets crossed up on the exit and Simon Gustafsson comes across the line to take the win. Just ahead of Grange, and Grange got the fastest lap on the final lap, only 0.4 of a second in it as they cross the line. Ian Thompson comes over in third, Adam Cunnington will be fourth. Now Roger Stanford is going to drop back with that 10-second penalty, so Dan Wheeler will take fifth in his Mini. Who's going to be sixth? It will be Jake Swan, then it's Andrew Hack, Ed Gibbs and Barry Syme, a very good ninth place from the back of the grid. Billy Keneally coming through nicely from the back as well. Roger Stanford classified 8th with that penalty, so Gibbs is 9th, Syme in fact in 10th, and Keneally 11th. Here comes Brendan Rooney coming in to win his class. Keneally 11th, Martin Armstrong was 12th in his Mini, Kevin Swan's Anglia 13th, a quiet race for Kevin there. Brendan Rooney will be 14th overall. Brian Bedford, meanwhile back at Coppice, holding off Jeremy Dyers. They've been battling all race long. Brian is all set to win Class D. John Davies ahead of them and Steve Platts among others. In fact, Roger Stanford's been given a further penalty of 5 seconds for exceeding track limits, so Stanford in fact drops to 10th. Not a happy race for Roger Stanford, sadly. Across the line comes Steve Platts and Adrian Oliver in their Imps. Gary Preble should be next home in 18th place. Who's going to top this little scrap? I think further back Charles Norris has pulled clear of the Morris Minor of Patrick Harris now. It won't bother Brian Bedford too much if Jeremy Dyers does get through on the final corner. These two are in different classes. So Brian Bedford will still get the maximum points in Class D that it lost in A40 hatchback. Out of the final corner, he will, I think, hold off Jeremy Dyers to the line. He does so. Behind them, Charles Norris. I said he pulled clear of Patrick Harris. Harris closing up again on the last bend. Across the line they come. There are final finishers. Keith Wright in 23rd place was a lap down. And the only retirement there, bad luck to Oliver Law, his Cortina. Sadly letting him down, he pulled up on the exhibition straight. So the provisional result then, Simon Gustafsson in the Cortina takes the win by 0.4 of a second over Piers Grange. They both win their classes. Ian Thompson in third, ahead of Adam Cunnington. The first Mini home, winner of Class C, Dan Wheeler in fifth, ahead of Jake Swan's Anglia. Andrew Hack in seventh, and then Ed Gibbs and Barry Syme coming through from the back for ninth. Roger Stanford picking up penalties, ends up in 10th place. Billy Keneally 11th, ahead of Martin Armstrong. Kevin Swan in 13th. Brendan Rooney, a class winner, in 14th position. The other class win going to Brian Bedford, who finished 19th overall. Fastest lap set by Piers Grange on the final lap there, 1:53.816. The race winner completing 8 laps in a time of 15 minutes 30.118 seconds. Wait for the cars to head into Parc Fermé then, and next up here today it will be the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Their second of 3 races this weekend. Let's head down to Parc Fermé in the meantime with Ian Waterhouse.
Well, I've just seen Simon Gustafson come into the Parc Fermé area here, and he was fist pumping away, wasn't he, Sonia?
He was.
He was.
Did very well.
I promise you I'd get you on camera. It's lovely to see you, by the way, as well. I know how much you hate it, but as you can see, Simon, congratulations. You came in. You can always have a hug, you know. And you had to a bit of a late charge from Piers there as well, wasn't it?
Well, he came back at me, did he?
I
was trying not to look backwards, actually. Yeah, no, he did. I think he did a little bit. But I suppose I was just trying to not make any mistakes, and I was a little bit easy on the brakes for the last couple of laps, just to see it through. I didn't want to make any silly mistakes in front of a big crowd and the TV and you guys, so I've done it before. So it's just about bringing it home. But I'm just delighted. Alan Henderson's given me a cracking car and worked on it throughout the winter again. So we had one go last year and did other things to it, and had another go. So we've come out of the car, which I think is really, truly, right up there.
I think this could be quite interesting between you two this year.
Yeah.
Could it be?
We're becoming good friends, actually.
Piers, you actually made a bit of a late braking attempt to get close to him.
Yeah, I thought when he got past me, I had to let the tyres cool down a little bit, and then I thought, lap 14 to go, lap 14, I thought I'd better have a go this lap, so I caught him up, but not quite. I could have had a go down at the hairpin, but I thought it was a do or dare, and I didn't really want to risk that. So
you did get P1 yesterday, P2 today. Not a bad way to start.
No, that's it. Not a bad start to the year, is it? Yeah.
Yes, thanks so much. Well done. Great to see you again as well. Ian, let me jump over. Well, I'm not. How are you, boy?
Another 6. I boxed on the outside, so I had to fight back, so battling back to third. But by then I couldn't do anything about the front two. But I was catching them, little bit by little, but they were too far ahead.
Okay, so next time out, right?
Another shout out for the band.
Go ahead.
Tonight.
How was it last night?
Last night was superb. Great sellout. So tonight, Edinburgh, the Voodoo Lounge. If you live in Edinburgh, you must go and see the Sons of Guns at the Voodoo Lounge tonight in Edinburgh. Superb band, blues, rock and roll, fantastic.
Let me know when they come down south. Might have to go and watch it.
I will do. In October, we're back. In October.
Right. Remind me, Ian. I'll forget. Terrible memory. Right. I want to go I think we've got a little bit of time. Junior Saloon's up next. But before we do that, let's go have a quick chat with Barry Simon. Retired from the race yesterday. Worked his way up into the top 10 today. Top 10, Barry. Come on. That's better, isn't it?
Yeah, that was the aim, coming from the back. Obviously, it was nice to start further up, but these things happen. That's motor racing.
I was a little bit nervous about coming over. It was my fault yesterday for being. I was sat in your boot.
I did say I did wind you up last night about it, Ian, but no offence taken. You come talk to me anytime. It was just one of these things. Brand new component failure yesterday. We'd spent a lot of time, money, and effort in the car over the winter, and brand new component failed on that one. So just that one of those things. Some of the part quality maybe isn't the best, but
quite a lot to take away from this race, though. Encouraging signs going forward.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I thought you were going to come and speak to me before, and I thought, what am I going to say? And I thought, top 10 was probably my aim. Got there, no damage to the car, which is nice.
Yeah.
And you were just doing some routine maintenance before we go to the next round. All good, and obviously great support from Miller's Oils and Swiftune and District Energy and the Glencairn Group and Scotech. So yeah.
And you know the best thing as well, you're actually done for the weekend now, so you can get back on the motorway back up north, can't you?
There's a fair chance we might actually be home in time for dinner time, so which doesn't always happen. Most of the races obviously all over the UK, and we are a few hundred miles further north than everyone. So yeah, it'll be nice to get home. And
just another question actually about my producer just asked a question. He wants to know if you're going to be racing at Goodwood at the members meeting.
Lord March hasn't come knocking yet, so unfortunately not. But if he's listening, then the car's available. If we'll be there in a heartbeat.
So, somebody of influence is listening in my ear, so you never know, Barry, thank you so much. Have a safe journey home as well. Right, that's it for the Prix 66s for the classic touring cars so far. Next up is the Junior Saloon Car Championship, their second race of the weekend. A little bit earlier, I caught up with a couple of the drivers in the assembly area, and let's hear from them now. Right, everybody, we're down in the assembly area, Junior Saloon Car Championship, second race of the weekend about to get underway. Ollie Smith took the first win of the 2026 season. I've got Matthew Swatton down here. Matthew, can we have a quick chat? It's good to see you again, my friend. How are you? You have a good winter and all that jazz?
Yeah, it was quite nice. I was just sat on the sim most of the time and just enjoying stuff with family, so yeah, it was a good winter.
Look, let's talk about yesterday. It was a brilliant race, actually, yesterday, wasn't it? Quite a dramatic finish, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was holding P2 for most of the race, but I just got a bit unlucky towards the end at the Melbourne hairpin. So it was a good race. I was holding P2 most of the time, but obviously I'm hoping for more today.
So you're in a good position here, starting P4. What can we do from here? Can we challenge? I mean, Ollie Smith was looking quick this season, isn't he already?
Yeah, he's quick, but I think I've got the pace to bring it to him. So I think if we can get a good start and get a few positions at the start, we should be in a good position.
What's your target this year then? Is you eyeing the big prize?
Yeah, of course. I'm eyeing the big prize.
Top man, best of luck. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. I did see Wilf Butler around here somewhere, but I think he has just run off. Of course, Wilf Butler was a serial race winner last season in 2025. Of course, not racing. Oh, let's go have a quick chat with Lachlan over here. Haven't spoken to him. Well, it's good to see you, my friend. How are you?
Good.
How did you find yesterday? You enjoyed yourself?
It was pretty good. I was very shocked at the qualifying. I was sitting in the car thinking I was going to get P8 or something. I came back and my mechanic said I got P4. I was very shocked about that. You know,
quicker than you think you are, then, hey? That's
yeah.
good.
I accidentally started the race in second gear, so it wasn't the best result, but hopefully it can be better this time.
Well, that was race 1. This is race 2. You've obviously learned from that, and what a position to be in here, eh?
I know. I really didn't expect it. It was absolutely ridiculous seeing this result.
Quite special racing in Donington GP. Thanks for talking to us, mate. Best of luck. Yeah, hopefully be catching up with you in Park Fair, mate, as well. Yes, here we go. Second race of the weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship about to get underway. Let's go racing. Dave, over to you, my friend.
Thanks, Ian, and yes, do go along to Thruxton in mid-May. It's earlier in the year this year, the visit of the big rigs, the British Truck Racing Championship for Convoy at Thruxton. They're also on Easter weekend at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit as well. We'll be covering both of those, but do attend if you can. If you can't make it, join us here on BARC TV. Junior Saloon Car Championship up next then, their second race of the weekend here at Donington Park, and the grid set by the second fastest time for each driver in qualifying. Yesterday's winner, Ollie Smith, is on the pole in the number 80. He was Rookie of the Year last year, the title favourite this year. 87 Leon Holly will start alongside him. Hopefully he's on the grid this time. Had to start from the pit lane in yesterday's race. His car refused to fire up, leaving the assembly area. Lachlan Homer, we've just heard from, is on row 2, number 94, alongside 27 Matthew Swatton. Third row, number 3 Jake Wardle, and 14 Martin Wright, the 2025 scholarship winner. He got his first ever podium yesterday. Row 4, 29 of Tim Leonard and Zane Queckhart, number 44. Row 5, 41 William Omar, 35 Freddie Chandler. 3 of our newcomers there on rows 4 and 5. On row 6, number 17 George Allen starts alongside this year's scholarship winner, 96 Ralphie Branscombe. And on row 7, 64 Ben Ward and 23 Max Scharfegger. Max had all but one of his lap times disallowed in qualifying yesterday for exceeding track limits. I think Ben Ward suffered a similar fate as well, so they're going to start from the back for this race. So watch them coming through. Max took second on the line in a photo finish with Martin Wright yesterday. Matthew Swatton got shuffled back off the podium on the final lap, so those 3 had a great fight, and we're going to see some of the same again. These 14 drivers out there in identical Citroen Saxo VTRs at 1600cc. We've even got a Citroen Saxo safety car for the JSCC this year as well. These are the saloon car stars of tomorrow. Drivers as young as 14 years of age appear in the Junior Saloon Cars, 14 to 17-year-olds. Ollie Smith on the pole. As we said, his last year's Rookie of the Year. His older brother Harry is a former champion in this formula, moved up onto the Mini Challenge last season. Last year it was Wilf Butler, Ollie Kerr and Josh Salvadori who did the race winning pretty much between them. It was Ollie Kerr who took the title by just a couple of points. And he's moved on up for this year as well. Ollie Smith, number 80, on the pole in the Musketeer Motorsport machine. His teammate is lined up alongside him this time. Leon Holly, all the way from Cullompton in Devon. Ollie Smith from Maidenhead in Berkshire. Watch for the fireworks from the back of the grid. Watch for Max Scharfegger, number 23, Cheshire-based driver, the grey and yellow car there. Best of the newcomers, Lachlan Homer, number 94. Watch for Martin Wright, a new livery for him, the blue car this year. 29 Tim Leonard had a lively battle with the black and orange car of Zane Quaker, one of our newcomers in yesterday's race. I know he's got plenty of fans watching on the stream this weekend. Right to Rick, who's watching from Australia. Graham Kirkham says JSCC never disappoints. Nick Proudlot says, have they said where they're going to run the extra Prix 83 race? Yes, the Prix 83 is there up next, and also the first race after the lunch break, if you're waiting for the Prix 83 Group 1 touring cars. So we've got 2 races for them today. They had a race postponed from yesterday due to a few delays in the timetable. Jensen Pritchard says, go Zane Quaker. I know he's got a lot of fans watching this weekend. His first race weekend for Zane, number 44. Barry Syme getting plenty of support in that previous race as well in our comment thread on YouTube. One of our commenters says, come on, 96, that's Ralphie Branscombe, our scholarship winner. That's the black and green car there on the 6th row of the grid. Watch for Max Scharfegger coming through from the back. A few issues in qualifying yesterday. So the Saxo safety car leads them round. The Saxo, quite a scarce sight on our roads these days. Lots of the Citroen Saxo VTRs got used in budget motorsports and relatively cheap to insure as well. As we said, well, a lot of them got boy racered on the roads in the modifying scene of the 2000s. But the boy racers lining up for their second race of the weekend here, with Ollie Smith and Leon Holly leading them up to the grid. 2 teammates. Ollie Smith, the green, white and blue car. Leon Holly, the grey and white car with blue flashes on the bonnet. Lachlan Homer in white and black on row 2. The red, white and blue of Kersley Motorsports for Matthew Swatton. We'll see their colours in the Hyundai Coupe Cup as well this weekend, with Harvey Kersley, who raced in this class a couple of years ago, competing. Jake Wardle on row 3, the black and green car, alongside the blue of Martin Wright. So we await the all clear from the marshals, and then the red lights will come on the gantry. They do now. 15 minutes of racing for the Junior Saloon Car Championship gets underway. Good start by the pole sitter Ollie Smith, moves across to take the line for Redgate. Decent start by Jake Wardle as well. Lachlan Homer bogs down, and he's dropped back a fair few places. Coming through on the inside is Matthew Swatton, the number 27. Matthew Swatton up into second place. Good start by the Kersley Motorsport man, and Max Scharfegger's already made up a few places. A little bit of contact there, possibly between Ben Ward and Lachlan Homer, and Lachlan finds himself in last place, coming out of Redgate for the first time. It's Ollie Smith who leads down the Craner curves from Matthew Swatton in second place. There comes Leon Holly on the inside. Very ebullient driver as he proved last season, and the Tool Zone sponsored car moves up into second place. Good move there by Leon Holly. Martin Wright in the blue car in fourth place. Max Scharfegger on the tail of the number 41 of William Omar, the red car. I'm wondering if that is Josh Salvadori's car from last season, because he raced in the Lightning McQueen lookalike. Side by side for third place now. Matthew Swatton and Martin Wright together. Jake Wardle is on their tails, the black and green number 3 car. Swatton just about holding that third place, the Torque HSE car. Next in the order, Tim Leonard. Then it's William Omar, he's running well. Zane Quecker behind him, and then Max Scharfegger making his way up from the back of the grid. Then a gap back to Ben Ward and the 35 of Freddie Chandler, brother of Stephen Chandler, who raced in this series a few seasons ago. Up the inside, Max Scharfegger past Zane Quecker makes up the place. Into the Fogarty S's for the first time. Your leader is Ollie Smith. Switching to the inside, Matthew Swatton's going to have a go for second place down the inside on Leon Holly. Don't think he's quite going to get alongside. He might get him on the exit. Holly has to give him room. Good driving there by both of them. They gave each other racing room. Holly might have the inside for Goddard. Has he got the overlap here on the entry? Who's going to be later on the brakes? Yes, Leon Holly gets back ahead. Matthew Swatton will cut underneath him coming out of Goddard's though, but he'll be on the right unless he gets the full overlap done on the run down to Redgate, the right-hander. Behind them, Martin Wright, then it's Jake Wardle as they sort themselves out at the completion of lap number 1. Smith leads by over 2 seconds, and I think we're seeing a similar pattern here to race 1. Everybody else fighting each other, and Ollie Smith able to pull away at the front. Side by side into the Craner curves. Matthew Swatton still side by side with Leon Holly, and he's got through. Matthew Swatton back up into P2. Martin Wright in 4th place, then it's Jake Wardle. Freddie Chandler has pulled into the pits. He did that at the end of the first lap in yesterday's race as well, so still possible issues with that car. Up towards Schwantz curve they go. Ollie Smith already pulling away. Martin Wright looking to have a go at Leon Holly here for P3 as they head up towards Coppice once again. Behind them, Jake Wardle staying with this lead group. And there's a gap back to Tim Leonard in the Oryx Motorsport car, the white and orange car. Just behind him, it's Max Scharfegger who's come up from the tail of the grid. Then it's William Omar, Zane Quecker and Ben Ward round out the first 10. George Allen is 11th, Ralphie Branscombe 12th. Stephen Chandler having pulled into the pits, and where's Martin Wright going? Completely misses the chicane there. This is not rallycross, Martin. You don't need to take a joker lap. Not sure what happened there. I thought he was heading for the barriers. Swatton holds off Leon Holly for second place. Martin Wright still in 4th. I don't think he gained any advantage there, so he won't face any penalty for missing out the chicane. And Jake Wardle wasn't able to take advantage. The CSC racing car remains in P5. Martin Wright, the Cornishman, won the scholarship in 2025. Let's see what Leon Smith's lead is as Ollie Smith's lead is as he crosses the line this time ahead of the battling pair of Leon Holly and Matthew Swatton. It's 2.5 seconds, 1:59.211, the fastest lap by our race leader. Max Scharfegger has got ahead of Tim Leonard up into P6 now, coming through from the tail of the field in the second of the 2 CSC racing cars. Tim Leonard for Oryx competition. William Omar, self-run number 41 car. He's under pressure from Zane Quecker now in the second of the Oryx cars. The black and orange with the eyes on the headlight covers. On the bottom of the course, past the old Starkey's Bridge, no longer spanning the circuit there. Zane Quecker moving up onto the rear bumper of William Omar now to try and have a go for what is P8. Fight between 2 of our newcomers. The hill under the flight path of East Midlands Airport. Where I'll be on Wednesday, heading to Portugal for the FIM Superbike World Championship. But meantime, Leon Holly has retaken second place from Matthew Swatton through the Fogarty S's and down towards the Melbourne Loop. Good run by Leon Holly. Had to come through from the pit lane yesterday. Matthew Swatton having a go again. Is there room there? Not quite. Leon Holly defending. Try again on the exit. Holly keeps the line and keeps that P2. Martin Wright drawing up onto the back of them. Great battle developing here with still 9 minutes of this race to go. Into Goddard's. All this is allowing Ollie Smith to continue to pull away. The gap was 2.5 seconds, it's now 3.69 seconds. He's pulled out over a second, new fastest lap for the leader, 1:58.475. Jake Wardle's dropped away from these three a little now in 5th position. Scharfegger 6th, ahead of Leonard, Omar, Quecker and Ward. Martin Wright's a little wide over the curbs there as they headed through Hollywood. Should rename it Leon Hollywood in this race, shouldn't we? Down the Craner curves, he's still in 2nd place, the Devonian, into the old hairpin. There's Scharfegger trying to catch this group up. Next group is Tim Leonard, William Omar, Zane Quecker at the back of this group. William Omar runs wide over the curves, nearly onto the gravel. Very easy to do there. You're carrying a lot of momentum coming into that old hairpin section. You have to be very judicious on your brakes. It's a roller coaster of a circuit here at Donington. Let's back up the other side through Schwantz, McLean's and Coppice. 2nd, 3rd and 4th still line astern. Oh, Lachlan Homer's off. Nothing, that is at the old hairpin. Just as I said that, he spun it into the gravel. If he can't get out of there, we could have a safety car. So Lachlan Homer, the West Midlands-based driver from Solihull, is stuck there facing the wrong way. He bogged down off the start, got sideways and a bit of rub with Ben Ward going into Redgate, and dropped to the back of the field, and now he's out of the race. Leon Holly still holding 2nd place. He's gone a little bit deep there into the hairpin. This is Matthew Swatton's opportunity. He's going through, but the safety car is being deployed, I can tell you. Leon Holly still had his nose in front there, so he should keep 2nd place, but the safety car is coming out because of that car of Lachlan Homer off at the old hairpin. And he gets the unfortunate reward of the first retirement of the year. As all 14 cars finished yesterday's race, you can see the marks on the door of Lachlan Homer's car. That's from the contact with Ben Ward on the first corner. He's stuck in the gravel trap, facing the wrong way at the old hairpin. That's a great shame for LH94, as it says on the door. He is out of the race. So the safety car, driven this weekend by former long-time BMW racer Evelyn Buanek, will be out on the course. The electrically powered Hyundai pace car with Richard Stenson, the observer, on board. They will pick up the race leader, Ollie Smith, and this will wipe out the advantage he had built up of over 3 seconds. Marshall's just discussing what to do. In comes the telehandler. Big thanks to all our Orange family, as always. We couldn't go racing without our marshals. If you're interested in becoming a marshal, getting closer to the action, look on the BARC website, barc.net, or at the British Motorsport Marshals Club, marshals.co.uk online, to find out more info. You can attend a taster day as a marshal, find out if it's for you, and look at various roles at trackside in motorsports. JCB tows Lachlan Homer's car through the gravel trap. Hopefully there's no damage to the underside of the car and they can get that back out for race 3 off the weekend. 2nd race today. Great shame for Lachlan Homer after he'd qualified so well. So just a couple of laps behind the safety car, but just under 5 minutes of the race to go. Let's have a look again. Yep, just swapped ends coming through the old hairpin and backwards into the gravel. Easy mistake to make through the old hairpin, and the car just bogs down, and he's not going to get out of there, Lachlan Homer, unfortunately, and the Midlands-based driver is out. He's been pushing hard to get back up the order after his poor start to this race. So the MRM team will have a bit of work to do just to check the car is okay. the JSCC safety car leads them round. Ollie Smith, who's keeping a cool head in there. His lead that he built up has been wiped out, of course. There's Ralphie Branscombe, our scholarship winner, at the back of the field, along with Freddie Chandler. He's been able to catch up again. Of course, made a pit stop early on. Is the safety car going to unleash them this time? I don't think so. Wait and see as they come onto the Wheatcroft Straight. I think we're going to have to do one more lap. So it's going to be a couple of laps sprint for the line under green flag conditions. Safety car still out. Drivers weaving to keep their tyres warm. Plenty of support for Ralphie Branscombe in our chat at the moment. And for Zane Quecker as well. Lacey Stubbs says go Matthew Swatton in the 27. He's in third place. Might even be just a single lap sprint for the line, because there's only just over 2 minutes left on the clock. We're using the longer lap, of course, here at Donington this weekend. Tom Algar Racing says go Matthew Swatton. DPAT72 is cheering on Leon Holly. Tom Algar Racing. We saw him out last season in an orange Saxo. The Algar family running a variety of saloon car series. Weaving almost in formation here, coming down the exhibition straights. Lights still on top of the safety car. When they go out, we will be going back to racing next time by. Looks like it is likely to be just a one-lap sprint for the line here in our second of 3 junior saloon car races this weekend. There's Duncan cheering on the Musketeer Motorsport team, who currently run 1-2. Charlie Woods supporting Matthew Swatton in third place. It's going to be an interesting fight between those three, and Martin Wright as well to the flag here. Freddie Chandler at the back of the field, he's caught up. The lights are still on top of the safety car. I thought it was going to unleash them this time. Are we going to finish under the safety car? I was expecting it to unleash them this time, but it looks like it's not going to. Yes, the checkered flag is being displayed because there's only a few seconds left, so we do finish under safety car here at Donington Park. There wasn't quite time left for one last lap, so a little bit disappointing for the drivers, but it is a win for Ollie Smith. 2 wins out of 2 this weekend. Leon Holly takes second, and Matthew Swatton in third place. Martin Wright is fourth. Then we have number 3 of Jake Wardle fifth. Good run by Max Scharfegger through from the back of the grid to 6th place. William Omar is 7th. Zane Quecker, Tim Leonard and Ben Ward round out to the top 10. So the provisional results of our second junior saloon car race then, which finishes behind the safety car. Ollie Smith the winner, ahead of Holly and Swatton. Good run by William Omar for 7th place there. ahead of Quaker, Leonard and Ward. George Allen 11th, Ralphie Branscombe 12th, and Freddie Chandler in 13th place. Lachlan Homer went off at the old hairpin to bring out the safety car. Ollie Smith gets the fastest lap of 1:58.475. The winner completing 6 laps in 15 minutes 1.625 seconds. So a short pause then while we await the cars to make their way round into Parc Ferme. Next up we have the CTCRC Prix 83 Group 1 touring cars for their first race of the weekend, the race that was postponed from yesterday due to delays. I tell you, for that race it will be reigning champion Jonathan Corker in the Datsun 510, who starts on pole. Now, he had problems in qualifying yesterday. He pulled off on his first lap at McLean's. We've got the car going again, dashed back to the pits to rectify the problem, and went out and set pole with the very last lap of the session. Should have a grid of 18 cars for our next race, and that's followed by the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. Their first of their 2 races, and they've got, I think it's 34 cars here this weekend. Busy weekend for our marshals. Big thanks to the Orange family. It's not just about waving flags, as we've seen. So if you want to have a go, have a look on the BARC websites and the British Motorsport Marshals Club website to find out how you can don the orange overalls and become a marshal. They're always needed for events all over the UK. Without marshals, there is no motorsport. Simple as. To see a few more spectators at trackside today as well. I think quite a few of them were put off by the foggy conditions yesterday morning. There's a bigger crowd here today. Big thanks to everybody else here at Donington, the medical staff, the recovery crews, race control staff, and everyone else as well. Not to mention our camera team as well, bringing us the action. Just awaiting the cars from our Junior Saloon Car Championship race to make their way into Parc Ferme. And in a moment, Ian will be down there to talk to some of our drivers. I think we can hand down to Ian now as the cars come into Parc Ferme.
Well, a finish under the safety car, but it doesn't matter how you get them at the end of the season, they all count. And look at Leon Holly and Ollie Smith there. Just like great respect between the two drivers. Here comes Matthew Swatton as well. Ollie, come in you come, my friend. Again, I'll let you get your... you take your helmet off first. It's a glorious day here. Don't forget, the live chat is open on the YouTube channel. I know loads of you watching, and we do really appreciate it. If you're celebrating something today as well, let us know. Dave Goddard will give you a number of shout outs, I'm sure, as well. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button too. Ollie, right, doesn't matter how you get them, they all count at the end of the season, don't they?
Of course they do, yeah.
Because you had to be in first place anyway, so, and you were.
Yeah, we got a good start, got a head down, and again we went, and safety car unfortunately finished under that, but glad everyone's okay.
Listen, you're seriously quick, aren't you? We saw last season in your rookie season, you've started this season with back-to-back wins. I don't want to jinx anything with commentator's curse, but can we make it the big three later?
We hope so, don't we? Yeah.
Ollie, well done. I'll let you crack on. Well done. Good stuff indeed. Matthew, over here, my friend. Unfortunately, the safety car meant you weren't able to have a go right at the end, but still a solid race.
Yeah, well, it's my first podium, so I'm happy with that. But I still feel like if that safety car came in a lap earlier, I think I could have got shot second. But at the end of the day, it is what it is, and I'm really happy. So I can't thank my team enough and my sponsors.
This must give you a huge boost going into the last race later, yeah?
Yeah, well, we're starting P2, so hopefully we can make up some good ground then.
Excellent. Hopefully we'll be catching up a little bit later. Yeah, really good to see you as well. Let's grab Leon. Leon, can I borrow you, mate? Well done. Congratulations. Good race. Are you happy?
Great race. Yeah, it was alright actually. I mean, it wasn't half a race because it was under safety car, but still the first half was amazing. And yeah, on to the next one.
Were you just really hoping that the safety car lights were going to go off, so you're going to have one last lap?
One last lap to battle out, really, but kind of on to the next race, really. We can't change nothing now.
Top mate, you got 15 minutes later. Thanks, Leo. Congratulations. Well done, my friend. Right, up next, the classic touring car race car Prix 83s. We didn't get to see them in track action yesterday because the light faded, so we couldn't get that race in. Now we're going to get to see them on track in anger for the first time in 2026. A little bit earlier, I caught up with some of the drivers over at the assembly area, so let's hear from them now. Right, everybody, here we go. The classic touring car race car Prix 83s. We didn't get to see them yesterday due to the light fading. Their first race being bumped to today, so they're going to have 2 races today. This is the first of those. And look who's back. Ah, James, come on, give me a hug. It's really good to see you back behind the wheel. How was winter?
Yeah, well, hopefully we're going to go much better this year. We're all ready. We've qualified, so let's see what we can do.
You've had quite a bit of success in the classic touring car racing club. What are you hoping for this year?
Well, it'd be nice to get the class win. Yeah. I didn't do very well last year, but hopefully we've ironed out the issues. Obviously, I've success in the other Fiesta and Boss, but we've moved to 83s. Yeah. And I'll give it a good go today. I do struggle with a hairpin here, though. Because I might miss that out, if I'm honest, and just come straight from the chicane.
Yeah, not sure you'll be classified if you do that, but
okay. I'll take your advice on that one then.
Don't take advice from me at all. Best of luck, Joe. It's so good to see you again, by the way. Really, really is. Let's just move down a little bit. Oh, look at this coming through now. Absolutely. Let's just stay with us a little bit, shall we? Let's chase after it. See if we can grab a quick word over here. The cars and the 83s are unbelievable with the Datsun 510. Jonathan Corker was the champion in 2025 and he went fastest of all in qualifying yesterday. So he is certainly going to be the man to beat again overall in 2026. Just listen. Oh, listen to it ticking over. Oh, there you. How are we doing? You are. Hey, it's really good to see you again. Bit of a wait though to get racing, isn't it?
Well, it would be nice to have raced yesterday, but today will be okay.
Yes, we've got perfect conditions again. Now, how was winter for you anyway? Did you have to do much work?
No, we've changed a few things on the car. We usually race in a slightly different spec, so we've upgraded 1 or 2 things for this. So yesterday was a bit of a trial out for brakes and tyres and things, but hopefully we've got a few things ironed out now and looking forward to today.
We're happy then, we're confident.
Yeah, well, I don't know about confident, but we're going here to enjoy ourselves.
We'll find out in the next 15 minutes. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thanks for talking to us. Yes, our first action here for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Prix 83s in 2026. Let's go racing. Dave Goddard, over to you.
Yes, not long now until the big rigs are back in action. They go to Thruxton and also to Brands Hatch on Easter weekend, so do come along to those events if you can. Meanwhile, a very varied and very stunning indeed grid of Prix 83 Group 1 touring cars forming up on the grid here at Donington Park. We've got 18 cars for this one, their first of 2 races today. Pole position for this race, it will be the reigning champion Jonathan Corker in his Datsun 510. Car that had some problems at the start of qualifying yesterday. Pulled off on the run up to McLean's, but the marshals pushed him back out. He got the car back into the pits, rectified the problem, and was able to pop up at the very end of the qualifying session and set pole position. The only car to go under 1 minute 50 in the qualifying session. The number 85 will start alongside number 11 Nick Williamson in the first of two Rover SD1s on the grid. I do like a Rover SD1, so I'll wait to see how the big Rover Vitesses get on here. Second row, a pair of Mark 1 Ford Escorts. Number 220, Nick Grindrod from Birmingham. He will start alongside number 3, Tom Harvey, all the way down in Kent. He's alongside his father, Adrian Harvey, for a number of seasons. Row 3 is another Escort, 566 Jared Knight. He's in a Mark 2 Escort. We've got one car with problems already. It's pulled off on the way to the grid. That's Don Hughes in the VW Golf, unfortunately. Continuing the run through the grid, though, Jared Knight in his Escort starts alongside number 2, Jerry Bailey. We've just heard from him with the Rover SD1. The fourth row, 197 Graham Smith. He's in a Mark 1 Escort, alongside 14 Carl Shreve. He's in a Triumph Dolomite Sprint. Row 5 should have been Don Hughes in the Mark 1 Golf GTI, alongside 69 Reese Cannell with a Ford Capri. Row 6, 73 Robin Slater, former Ford Anglia racer. He's in an Escort Mark 1, alongside 22 James Dunkley. We've heard from him in the assembly area with his beautiful Ford Fiesta Mark 1, the former Blue Oval Saloon Series champion. Row 7 is number 74 Neil Philpotts in his unique to British racing Mitsubishi Colt Lancer. He starts alongside number 29 Chris Snowden, long-time Alfa Romeo racer. He's in an Alfa GTV, I believe, for this one. Row 8 is Mostin Rutter, veteran of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, number 33 with a Vauxhall Firenze, and number 30 Steve Walden with his BMW. In the final row, 88 Mike Broadway in a Jaguar XJ6, and 86 Colin Claxton with a Dolly Sprint. So Don Hughes has pulled into the paddock entrance ahead of the green flag lap here. Unfortunately, a last-minute hitch for the Volkswagen Golf, which is a great shame. Don also appeared in the Prix 03 touring cars a few years ago with a Peugeot 306, the one from Andover near Thruxton Circuit. Let's hope he can get that car back out for race 2 as the grid heads off on its green flag lap. Jonathan Corker on pole alongside Nick Williamson in the big SD1. Cars again organised into classes based on engine size. One entry in Class A, that's Mike Broadway's Series 1 XJ6 Jaguar, the yellow car at the back of the grid. Class B for the slightly smaller engine cars, we've got the SD1s, the Vauxhall Firenze, the Capri and the Mitsubishi Colt. Class C is mainly Escorts, plus Jonathan Corker's Datsun, and Chris Snowden's Alfa Romeo is also in Class C. We've got also the Triumph Dolomites and Steve Walden's BMW E30. Class D for the smaller engine cars, Robin Slater's Escort has got a slightly smaller engine than the others. Don Hughes was scheduled to be in Class D, and also James Dunkley's Fiesta. There's Reese Cannell, the Mark II Capri. James Dunkley, the food businessman from Worcestershire, in his beautiful Mark 1 Fiesta. Really is a stunningly prepared car, that one. Used to race a Mark II XR2 in the Blue Oval Saloons. Big Jag of Mike Broadway the back of the field along with Colin Claxton's Dolomite, but it is Jonathan Corker, the reigning champion, a boat builder by trade. Starts on the pole. Graham Smith, the yellow Escort there, very experienced, historic racer, competed everything from Caterhams to Morgan Plus 4s over the years, if that memory serves me correctly. There's Nick Grindrod. Red Escorts, row 2 of the grid. He's had a varied career. Started off on the short ovals. Remember him in the Grand Prix Midget Club on the short ovals several years ago, back in the 90s. He's raced Caterhams, he's raced MX-5s. All manner of different cars Nick has raced, and in his second season with the Mark 1 Escort, alongside Tom Harvey, young gun from Kent in his Escort. Very quick driver indeed in the Shell Sport liveried car. Watch out for Chris Snowden as well. A long-time Alfa Romeo expert, won several titles in the Alfa Romeo Championship over the years. There's the lovely GTV. just behind Neil Philpotts in the much more angular shaped Mitsubishi Colt Lancer, a very rare car indeed these days. Neil used to race a Mitsubishi Starion as well. Colin Claxton at the back in one of 2 dolly sprints on the grid. Very famous in British saloon car racing, the likes of Jerry Marshall, Tony Dron, and even a young Andy Rouse raced dolly sprints. Master of the Ford Capri, we see Reese Cannell's version there. The master of the Capri in the 70s was Gordon Spice. Jerry Marshall appeared in them as well, arguably Britain's greatest ever saloon car racer, although Andy Rouse would probably dispute that. And the late Dave Brodie as well. Always an outspoken character. He was one of the greats in the Mark 1 Escorts, his famous Escort Run Baby Run as it was known. The black liveried car, he won hundreds of races in that car. And it is Jonathan Corker's Datsun, the only Datsun 510 racing in the UK, who sits on the pole, hoping his problems from qualifying yesterday don't return. So 17 cars on the grid for this one, missing Don Hughes in the Golf. Watch for those big SD1s off the line, plenty of grunt from the big Rovers. A bit like we saw with Piers Grange earlier on. He's got the power, the other cars have the handling advantage, and it should be the same with the Rovers against the Escorts and the Datsun here. In the Prix 83 Group 1 Touring Car Championship, the red lights are on for the first of their 2 races today. They get underway. Wheel spin from a couple of the Escorts, especially Graham Smith there. It is Jonathan Corker who gets the start and leads the way down towards Redgate for the first time. Nick Grindrod up alongside Nick Williamson, so Nick didn't get the start he wanted in the big Rover. He could lose 3rd place as well because Tom Harvey's there on the inside in his Escorts. They're all round Redgate okay. And it is Corker who leads from Grindrod. They've pulled clear of Harvey and Williamson, who are side by side down the crane. Goes, whoa, Nick Williamson, big slide from the Rover SD1. I thought he was going to head off onto the grass there. Good save by Nick Williamson. That was a scary moment, especially for Jared Knight just behind him. There's the other SD1 of Jerry Bailey, the beautifully turned out number 2 car. He's just ahead of the number 14 of Carl Shreve with what I think is the ex-Tony Crudgington dolly sprint. 1, 2, 3 up into McLean's and Coppice. Corker from Grindrod, Harvey in 3rd place, Nick Williamson. Hope he doesn't need to pit for a change of underwear at the end of this lap after that moment down the Craner curbs. He's there in 4th place. Jared Knight's Mark II Escort, much more famous as a rally car, of course, the Mark II Escort. He's there in 5th. Then it's Graham Smith, Jerry Bailey, Carl Shreve. Reese Cannell is next, and rounding up the top 10 looks like it's the Mitsubishi of Neil Philpotts. Up the inside, Jerry Bailey has a look at Graham Smith in the yellow Escorts. Philpotts on the tail of Reese Cannell's Mark II Quick Brew Capri. Nick Williamson moving to the inside is going to have a go at Tom Harvey, I think, down into the Melbourne Loop. No, he's not close enough. Swing their way through. Graham Smith's Escort, that looked a bit smoky in qualifying yesterday, but he seems to have rectified the problem. Nick Grindrod is going to have an attack for the lead, possibly here into Goddard's corner. Moves out wide, the V-Tune Rolling Road Escort on the tail of the Everard-sponsored Datsun in the old Datsun Works colours. The 240Zs that raced in America raced in the same livery as Jonathan Corker's car. He leads Grindrod over the line. Jerry Bailey still trying to reel in Graham Smith. So the pack heads its way through. There's Chris Snowden's Alfa Romeo, and behind him the Fiesta of James Dunkley. Then it's Robin Slater in his Mark 1 Escort, the smaller capacity Escort, running in Class D. Fighting for the Class D lead with James Dunkley at the moment. Corker leads Class C, Williamson Class B, 1 entry in Class A, Mike Broadway's Jaguar further back down the order. Somebody's kicked up some dust there on the exit of the old hairpin. I think that was Graham Smith. There's the very unusual Mitsubishi of Neil Philpotts. Very square lined car, the Colt Lancer. Mitsubishi, of course, again, much more famous for their rally cars in later years. On the exhibition straight, Nick Williamson on the tail of Tom Harvey, but Harvey positioning the car for the Fogarty S's. I think he'll hold the line there. He does. The Shell Sport Escort keeps third place up over the curb and towards the Melbourne Loop. Jonathan Corker still leads the way. Then he was 0.4 of a second ahead of Nick Grindrell at the end of the opening lap. Jared Knight going well up there in 5th position, comes from King Stainton in Devon. Chasing now Nick Williamson in the big Rover. Another car that Andy Rouse tasted success in. The last man to race an SD1 Vitesse, if I remember rightly, in the British Championship was Dennis Leach in the late 80s. They were obsolete by then as the Sierra Cosworths took over. Steve Soper in the Hepalite Rovers was the leading exponent as well. Of course, there was all that controversy over the 1983 season it was, when the championship was decided in court over the legality of the Rovers. It was Andy Rouse in the Alfa Romeo GTV who was awarded the title. There's the classic shape of a droop snoot dealer team Vauxhall Firenze. Austin Rutter at the wheel. He's raced this car for many, many years now. Hopefully we might see Gary Fletcher's example back out in races to come as well. The Silver Machine. Canal in the Quick Brew Super Brew Capri. Wonder what he's brewing here. Currently sitting in 10th place. He's lost a place to the Mitsubishi. There's somebody coming into the pits. It's a Dolly Sprint. I can tell you it's Colin Claxton who was running at the tail of the field. So problems for the Triumph. Meantime, Nick Williamson all over the back of Tom Harvey again, but Tom has the handling advantage in the Escort over the big Rover. Jonathan Corker leads. He's set the fastest lap of the race as Williamson trying everything he knows to try and get alongside Tom Harvey. Tom with racecraft belying his young years here. Very good drive by the second Mark 1 Escort behind Nick Grindrod. It's Corker who leads. From Grindrod, Harvey, Williamson, Jared Knight still rounding up the top 5. And Tom Harvey, if anything, is reeling in Nick Grindrod here for second place. Over the line they come. There's a black and white flag out for car number 3 and also number 220. So that's Harvey and Grindrod both getting the black and white driving standards flag, and that's for exceeding track limits. So they need to be careful here. If they exceed again, they could get a time penalty of 5 seconds. Your first offence is noted, second you get the black and white warning flag, your third offence you get a 5-second penalty. There's Mike Broadway, number 88, in his beautiful Series 1 Jaguar XJ6. The only Class A entry. Here's Steve Walden, he's 1 place ahead of Broadway, BMW E30. We saw Steve at the closing meeting of the year last year for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club in an E36 BMW, and he won both of the handicap races at the end of the season at Brands Hatch. Here's the battle of the Escorts, and similar to our Junior Saloon cars here, aren't they? We've got 3 cars battling for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, allowing the leader, Jonathan Corker, to get away. Nick Grindrod still holding 2nd place. Started his career on the ovals, then moved up into the pickup truck racing championship. Raced Legends cars as well. There's the pickups back on the BARC build this year, supporting the British Truck Racing Championship as Nick Williamson tries to make a move into the Melbourne hairpin. This time he's got the Rover alongside Tom Harvey. He's been trying this since the first lap. Is he going to take 3rd place away? Harvey's got the inside line for Goddard's corner. And Tom Harvey holds the place. Williamson will cut back. He's almost on the grass there in the big Rover. They did compete occasionally in rallying, the SD1s. Tony Pond drove one at one time. Famously crashed it into a structure at Knowsley Safari Park on the RAC one year. Swing their way into Redgate once again. 4 laps completed. 1.4 seconds is the lead for Jonathan Corker. Of course, for many years, this championship was dominated by the Mark 1 Escorts, well, specifically by Stephen Primett's Mark 1 Escort, but he's racing in Blue Oval Saloons this year, and Tom Harvey nearly emulated Nick Williamson's big slide there. He's really throwing that Escort around sideways down the Craner curves. Spectacular stuff. The spectators on the banks loving this. Nick Williamson up alongside as they come into Schwantz curve, but again he's going to be on the wrong side for the next corner. It's the right-hander at McLean's. Here's our Class D leader, it's James Dunkley, Mr. Bacon as he's known, because that's one of the main products his food business produces, based near Evesham in Worcestershire. Beautiful Mark 1 Fiesta. Here's Jerry Bailey, and he's lost a place to Neil Philpotts, who struggled a bit in qualifying yesterday. He's racing through the field. He's taken 7th place from the Rover now, and these two still at it for 3rd place. Escort against Rover, and Tom Harvey gets away there coming out of the chicane. Rover will be back up with him soon enough though. Still leader is Jonathan Corker. 6 minutes of this cracking race to go. Nick Grindrod in 2nd place. Tom Harvey somehow still holding 3rd, ahead of Nick Williamson, who's throwing everything but the kitchen sink at the Escort here. Good times racing Rover, and these are certainly very good times indeed for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. The black and white flag has gone out again. 197 Graham Smith receives a warning for exceeding track limits. So these Escort pilots need to be careful. Squealing as they make their way out of Redgate, through Hollywood and down the Craner curves. Williamson is over 5 seconds clear of Jared Knight, the Mark II Escort. He's still 5th. Smith 6th. Philpotts up to 7th ahead of Jerry Bailey. Oh, and Chris Snowden bringing the Alfa Romeo into the pits. That's a great shame for Chris, who's been racing Alfas for many decades. Not sure what the problem is. Oh, it's just come up on my timing screen. Tom Harvey has been given a 5-second penalty. We saw him get the warning flag earlier on, but he's transgressed again, and Tom Harvey has been given a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. So that's going to drop him down to 4th place at the very least, behind Nick Williamson if things stay as they are. Won't know that just yet. He'll still be racing as hard as he can against Williamson, who gets the better exit from the chicane. This time surely he's going to go through at the Melbourne hairpin. This time up the inside, Harvey locks up and the Rover goes through. I wonder if Tom Harvey has perhaps pushed his tyres a bit too hard, but as I say that, the Rover slides wide. There's an oil flag out there as well, slippery surface flag I noticed coming out of the Melbourne Loop, the red and yellow striped flag. I wonder if that's from I was going to say, I wonder if that's from Nick for the Alfa Romeo, but look in the background. Robin Slater's Escort has blown up. So I wonder if the oil down there might be from Chris Snowden's Alfa Romeo, but we see Robin Slater there on the grass down the exhibition straight. The engine has let go by the look of things in his Escorts. Meanwhile, the Mitsubishi's flying. Philpotts has now got ahead of Graham Smith and Jared Knight on that last lap. It's all happening in the Prix 83 Group 1 touring cars. Puff of smoke on the overrun there from the turbocharged Mitsubishi. Look at him rocketing away. There must have been issues with that car in qualifying yesterday. So just to recap there, Tom Harvey given that 5-second penalty. Oh, what's happened to the 14 car? That's Carl Shreve. That's a nasty looking impact there for the Dolomite. That's the end of his day. He's okay, he's walking away. Now where has that happened? I think that might be down coming out of the old hairpin possibly. We'll check that in a moment. I couldn't quite work out where that was. So I wonder if he's gone off on oil, possibly from Robin Slater's Escort or Chris Snowden's Alfa Romeo. Carl Shreve was in 9th place. Mike Broadway's Jag, I think, is he slowing there or just moving out of the way for the leaders? Meanwhile, Nick Williamson is catching the 2 leaders here. Look at the way the Rover's going. He's catching Nick Grindrod. You can see the oil flag still being hung out by the marshals there. As Jonathan Corker continues to lead, Grindrod in 2nd place. Certainly the most eventful race we've had so far today. 1 minute 50 seconds left on the clock as they cross the line, so it's touch and go whether this is the last lap or whether they'll get one more in. So Nick Williamson has now gone through into third place ahead of Tom Harvey. He's made it stick this time. Can he get after the two ahead of him, the Datsun and another Mark 1 Escort? Corker runs a little bit wide there coming into the Craner curves. Not as flamboyant as the cars behind him, just keeping a cool head, controlling the pace. Towards McLean's once again. Let's hope that those cars with problems can be back out for race 2. They haven't got much time because race 2 comes up straight after the lunch break. I don't think we'll be seeing Robin Slater out in action again. Certainly won't be seeing Carl Shreve with that damage. You won't get that repaired in time, unfortunately. So here come the leaders, and look, Nick Williamson is now right with Nick Grindrod for that second place. Wait to see if they're going to get one more lap out of this, or if the checkered flag will greet them this time. It's going to be close on time. It's going to happen into the Melbourne hairpin. I think there's a yellow flag out there possibly. I saw a yellow light, or was it a red and yellow light for slippery surface on the lighting panel? It may have been the red and yellow because that's still there. 4 cars almost line astern into Goddard's corner. I think they will get one more lap out of this. See what happens as they come to the line. Grindrod a bit sideways now. Will it be checkered flag this time? No, they're going to get one more lap. So a 1 lap shootout between 4 cars, and the clock flicked to 0 just after the Datsun went over the line. Jonathan Corker was 3 seconds too early there. Nick Grindrod giving chase. Third place is Williamson, 4th is Harvey. They're well clear of Graham Smith, who's, according to the timing screen, is back up to 5th. So Neil Philpotts has dropped back. Yes, his last lap was about 10 seconds off his personal best, which was the fastest lap of the race, but Philpotts has dropped back again. So whether he's got a problem with the Mitsubishi, we'll pick that up later, because we'll concentrate on the lead battle for now. And Corker's pulled away slightly coming through the old hairpin. Nick Williamson wants second place. He's almost on the grass there, throwing the big Rover around once more, up towards McLean's, and then up towards Coppice. Can he get ahead of Nick Grindrod and get the Rover into P2 where he started on the front row of this cracking race for the Prix 83 Group 1 touring cars? He's got the tighter exit from Coppice, now down towards the Fogarty exit. Nick Grindrod moves across to take the line for the chicane. Nick Williamson has to tuck in behind. There's a little bit of smoke coming out of the back of the Rover. Don't tell me he's having problems as well. Here they come down towards the Melbourne loop for the last time. There's definitely puffs of smoke out of the side exhaust, you can see there. Grindrod holds second place. Tom Harvey wants a podium as well. That Rover is struggling, unfortunately. It's going to be a win for Jonathan Corker, surely, as they come into Goddard's for the final time. Great race on the Prix 83 touring cars, worth the wait from yesterday. Tom Harvey up the inside. What a lunge by the Escort. That came from nowhere. Williamson back up the inside. Corker wins, Grindrod second. Williamson gets third place back again. Well, right to the line, those two were at it tooth and nail there, and Williamson gets the third place back again. Graham Smith will come over in 5th with his Escorts. Jared Knight in 6th position. Tom Harvey does keep 4th. He was sufficiently clear despite that 5-second penalty. Jerry Bailey is next home. Where is Neil Philpotts' Mitsubishi? Here he comes. Yeah. Problems on the last couple of laps. What a shame after he's run through from towards the back. I wonder if his turbo has let go possibly and he's lost boost. Reece Cannell's Capri therefore will take 8th place, and Philpotts an unhappy 9th. Mike Broadway gets a class win. He crosses the line a lap down. James Dunkley will win Class D in the Fiesta. Class C is won by Jonathan Corker and Class B by Nick Williamson. So waiting for the last couple of cars to come in. There's Mostyn Rutter. He comes in P11 in the Firenze. P12 will be Steve Walden, our final finisher, because Mike Broadway's crossed the line a lap down. We lost Carl Shreve into the wall, unfortunately. That's the end of his day. Chris Snowden pulled the Alfa Romeo into the pits. Robin Slater's escort expired in a cloud of smoke on the exhibition straight. Colin Claxton pulled into the pits, and Don Hughes sadly didn't get off the start line. Hopefully some of those cars can be repaired for later on. There's the damaged car of Carl Shreve. I don't think that's going to be out in race 2, unfortunately. The main thing is Carl is okay. Stood against the fence there. So provisional result then, Jonathan Corker takes the win. 9 laps completed in 16 minutes 49.353. 0.6 of a second clear of Nick Grindrod. And there was that great sort out for third place. Tom Harvey lunging up the inside into the last corner, but Nick Williamson managed to get the place back before the finish line. But it was irrelevant because Tom Harvey, of course, had that 5-second penalty. So Williamson in that slightly smoky Rover takes third place. Tom Harvey fourth. Graham Smith and Jared Knight 5th and 6th, then Jerry Bailey, Rhys Cannell, the unlucky Neil Philpotts. I'm guessing he lost turbo boost on the last couple of laps, and James Dunkley completes the top 10. Class wins for Corker, Williamson, Dunkley and Mike Broadway further down in 13th place behind Mostyn Rutter and Steve Walden, and we lost Shreve, Snowden, Slater, Claxton and Hughes. Neil Philpotts does get the consolation of the fastest lap, 150.534. A lively race there for the Prix 83 Group 1 touring cars, and they'll do it all again coming up after the lunch break here at Donington Park. It'll be first race after lunch, with the timetable having been rejigged following delays yesterday. Well done, Jonathan Corker, leading all the way. All the action though was behind him. Nick Grindrod holding on for second place, and Nick Williamson and Tom Harvey having a fantastic race for the final podium position. Let's head down to Ian Waterhouse to get some reaction in Parc Fermé.
Well, here is Jonathan Corker. He wrapped up the title in 2025 and he started 2026 in perfect form. We'll have a quick chat with him in a minute. What a race we saw at the end there as well. Nick Grindrod there, and Nick Williams. Wow, that was absolutely fantastic indeed. So let's grab a quick chat with Jonathan. I know Gary James is going to want to talk to something. Thank you, Gary. I'll grab Jonathan if that's all right. We'll let him get out of the car. I know Jonathan absolutely loves talking to me. Jonathan, we seem to make a habit of this over the years, don't we?
It's getting a little bit that way. Well, that wasn't that comfortable that time.
I was going to say you had a bit of work to do, didn't you?
Yeah. I couldn't get away from them. And the oil came down, so it was under some pressure there.
Why do we always see amazing racing in the Prix 83s?
I suppose the cars are evenly matched. You can tell they're being driven hard. They're moving about a bit. Everyone's trying, aren't they? We just need a few more cars, don't we? That'll make a race spectacle then. Ready for Alton Park for the BTCC round.
That'd be a good one.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're always so calm, Jonathan, but deep down, are you thinking, I want to win this in 26, just like you did?
No, I've decided not to let that into my head. If it starts happening, it starts happening. But I'm
really sorry I've just put that into your head because you've got another race to do.
Yeah, no,
if anything happens, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. Well done. Congratulations. Really good to see you. Indeed. Let's go. We'll jump over here with Nick Williamson. Oh, Nick, that was some race, wasn't it?
That was, yeah.
Where's Anton with the camera? There he is. Yeah, talk us through those
I was on the front and obviously getting off the line, a bit heavier car, so I got a bit mugged. I was down to fourth and it was sliding. And epic battle with Tom. It was. He's putting his car in the right place, wrong place all the time.
It looks like on the last lap you were having a good go at Nick as well.
I had a good run down the back straight. But I was trying to get with him, but he's clever. He put his car where he needed to, so I didn't want to hit him.
I was just chatting to Jonathan. The racing in the Prix 83s is always so entertaining, isn't it?
Different cars, but they're so close. Actually, matched. It's really good and clean driving mainly. We're all right. So
well, you got to do it all again a little bit later.
Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. Let's go and grab Nick for a chat if we can. Nick, can we have a quick chat as well with you? Wow, that was and I know you were
Oh no, I think a good tow rope and I'll be all right for the next one.
And on the final lap or so, you had this whopping great Rover in your rearview mirror there.
I did see that big thing and it was like, oh, where did that come from? But no, it was good. It was good. I feel sorry for the lads that have had problems, but they all made it interesting.
Yeah.
So bring it on.
You've got a big smile on your face.
Oh yeah, first one of the year.
It's really good to see you again, by
Cheers,
the way, as
thank
well.
you.
Congratulations, good stuff indeed. Let's move around. I think we're going to have a little bit of time. Where did James Dunkley go? I saw him running off. Let's see if we can. Let's just jump in actually here with the Vauxhall. Well, welcome back to 2026. How was that?
Yes, fine, thank you. It's just a lonely race, which is unfortunate. We like to have a hard race, don't we?
Well, you've got another one later. It could well be.
Hopefully.
I'll let you crack on, get some water. Good stuff indeed. Where is James Dunkley? I saw him. I want to go have a quick chat with him. Mr. Dunkley, can we have a quick chat, please, if that's all right with you? I know we spoke a little bit earlier before the race, but now it's over. How do you feel?
Yeah, good. I went well. Finished. She's come in. I just need to get it to dance. It's not dancing yet.
Okay, what do you have to do to make it dance? Do you want some help? Can I do anything?
It's a Days of Thunder thing. It's like loose is fast thing, isn't it? And too loose and you're out of control. Yeah. I'm not loose enough yet.
If you want me to come over and maybe give some encouraging words to the car, maybe I could do that.
Grab a pair and get on with it. Yeah.
Well, there is that as well. I didn't want to say it, but as you've said it. Look, thanks for talking to us, mate. Well done. Congratulations. Right, we have so much action coming up for you still today. We've got the MG owners coming up next. In fact, they've got a massive grid of cars. That's going to be an absolute cracker. They weren't with us yesterday, but they're here today. Then we go into the lunch break, and then afterwards we've got more classic touring car actions. We've got the Hyundai Coupe Cups in town as well. Very much looking forward to seeing those in 2026. Don't forget, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button as well, and the live chat with us. You can, if you just want to show a bit of support for a driver, please do. If you're celebrating an anniversary or if it's your birthday today, why not let us know? I'm sure Dave Goddard might even give you a shout out. Right, a little bit earlier I caught up with a couple of drivers from the MG owners, in fact a father-daughter combination, so let's hear from them now. Right, joining us today is the MG Owners Championship, and here we've got my good friend Darren Leonard. It's good to see you again, Darren, and I can see Hannah coming up over here as well.
Absolutely, that's the start of season 2026, so let's rock and roll.
Are you excited for this one? How nice is it seeing Hannah out as well?
It's always good to see her out. As I say, she's finished up last year, so novice winner in the class, so all good. So she's out. Well, she's only out for part of the season, as am I. Yeah. Unfortunately, due to just conflict through business and family stuff. So we probably neither of us are going to be able to do a full season this year, which is a shame. But no, it's good to be back out with the owners again.
Cracking grid today as well, isn't it?
It always is a good grid, and all of last season, I thought this season might be a little bit less down on numbers, but what great numbers come out with. Yeah.
Darren, it's so good to see you again, mate. Enjoy it. Well, let's very quickly just move over and say hello to Hannah whilst we've got the number 26 just coming past us. Let's just go over. Hannah, just want to jump in and say hello, if that's right. Just been talking to Pop. Sorry, are you counting there? Have I just completely ruined that for you?
No, it's right.
How nice is it to be back out again?
Yeah, so good. I didn't think I missed it that much, and I got back in the car. I was like, oh,
you really?
Yeah.
The winter, you got the itch to come back.
Yeah.
What can you expect from today's race?
Hopefully just staying on the track. I've not done Donington before. I didn't test or anything, so I'm going in blind.
You've got a little bit extra to do as well with the Melbourne.
Yeah, it's all right. It's quite a good track actually, so I'm not too worried. But yeah, main goal is get the car back in one piece as per, and then anything else is bonus.
Excellent. I better let you crack on anyway. Time to go racing for the MG Owners Championship. A huge grid of cars, and to call it for you, the superb Dave Goddard. Over to you.
Thanks, Ian. Yes, and getting ready for a grid of no fewer than 34 cars for the for the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Lancaster, the former sponsor. The MG Owners Club Championship, really one of the friendliest championships in UK club racing. A massive grid here today, mainly MG ZRs, the more modern cars as we've seen down in the assembly area there. We've got some MGBs and midgets in Class A for Abingdon towards the back of the field. A couple of MGFs on the grid as well. ZR's locking out the first few rows. It's Jack Woodcock returning to the championship today, number 24, who set pole position alongside James Cole in 188. Scott Bugner making a return after a year away on the second row, alongside the reigning ZR class champion Jake McDermott in car number 77. You normally see him racing with his father Steve, but Steve busy preparing cars for this season. They run several cars in this championship. Row 3 is Rob Addison, 88, and 234 Lee Pierce, who's doubling up this weekend, racing with the Track Action Race Club as well. Row 4 is Chris Lawson, 431, and 20 Matt Harvey. More of the Lawson family on row 5. Connor in number 100, and 215 is Reese Lawson. On row 6, we've got Archie Stiant, number 80, who I believe is a newcomer this year, alongside another returnee, 68 Lee Sullivan. Row 7 is Martin Wills, number 44. None the worse for his tailgate coming open towards the end of qualifying. Didn't seem to slow him down, though, alongside James Wade, not of darts fame, in car number 22. Row 8 is Jack Marr, number 95, and 117 Josh Byrne. Row 9 is Darren Leonard, not in a ZS, as the timing screen says. He's in a ZR, I've just seen him. And number 70, Greg Thomas. On row 10, we've got Adrian Olsen, who began racing in the days of the MG Maestros, now in a ZR, alongside number 64, Lance Treadle. The Treadle family are sharing that car. Lloyd Treadle will drive it in race 2. The 11th row, got the first of the MGFs, that's James Kendrick. Simon Kendrick will take over that car for race 2. And former champion Will Sharp, good to see him back in his familiar MG Midget. Row 12 is the first of the MGBs, John Copeland, alongside David Amphlett, who was beaten to the title by just a couple of points by Jim Bainham last year. Row 13, Alex Forster with his new MGB GT alongside Chris Millard in his MGB Roadster. Ashley Barnes, the second of the midgets, on row 14 alongside Hannah Leonard. She's the only runner in Class B this weekend. No MG Maestros, sadly, this weekend. Row 15 is Tim Rides with his MGB alongside the second of the MGF, that's Michael Grigsby. On row 16 of the grid, we'll have number 26, Malk Best, just seen his very smart white MGB GT in the assembly area, alongside number 7, Simon Jackson, and number 1, Mark Rihorski, the Canadian driver, at the back of the grid in the number 1. That's Jim Bainham's car, and yes, you cannot keep Jim Bainham out of this championship. He's going to be driving that car in race 2. Number 4, Simon Byrne, meanwhile, failed scrutineering checks after qualifying and will start at the back in his ZR with a 10-second penalty. Massive grid of cars out there then for the start of the new MG Owners Club season. Just awaiting recovery of Carl Shreve's car. It was down at the Melbourne Loop where he went off. Looking back at the points chart from the 2025 season, it was Jim Bainham who took the title. He tells us that he's not going to contest the full season this year, Jim, in his famous MGB, the car that's he claims to have completed more races than any other MGB in the world. Jim's been racing that car for 45 years, so it is pretty believable. He won the title by just 2 points last year in the Classic class, Class A, for Abingdon, where the Classic MGs were built. He beat David Amphlett by just 2 points. The ZR class went to Jake McDermott, ahead of his father Steve in 2025, with Matt Harvey in 3rd place. But Steve not racing today. We might see him back later in the season. And Class F went to Simon Kendrick. Simon and James Kendrick sharing the MGF this season. They beat Mark Baker to the title. Only a couple of MGFs on the grid for today, though. Class B, the championship last year was won by Anthony Bates in the lone MG Maestro, defeating Hannah Leonard. Hannah, the only Class B runner we've got there today. Well, that's end of play, sadly, for Carl Shreve and the Triumph Dolomites. He's not going to get that repaired in time for race 2, I'm afraid. And recovery crew in operation getting it onto the flatbed. And once that is complete, we will be underway with our first MG race of the day. The MG Owners Club Championship, sponsored by Adrian Flux Insurance, has exploded in popularity over the last couple of seasons. They've had capacity grids, huge numbers of MG ZRs in particular, with a lot of new drivers joining. The likes of James Cole, son of Doug Cole, who competed in ZRs and other MGs in the past. Had a couple of wins last year at Pembrey and Thruxton. Plenty of comments coming in. We'll get to those in a moment. Take a look forward at our schedule after the lunch break. We resume with the classic touring car Prix 83s. Then we have our first of 2 races today for the OT Publishing Hyundai Coupe Cup. Then our third Junior Saloon Car race of the weekend. Can Ollie Smith making a hat-trick? The Track Action Racing Club were in action yesterday. Their mix of saloons and sports cars will be out a little later on. And then a mixed grid of 5 championships for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Prix 93, 03, Blue Oval Saloon Series, Classic and Historic Thunder. And then we finish with more MGs and more from the Coupe Cup. Lando for Life says, I was honoured to see these in action last year, one of the best races of the day. Hi to Lacey Stubbs, who is supporting Lee Sullivan, former ZR class champion, back in action after a couple of seasons away in the number 68 car. He returned at the beginning of last season and just made a couple of appearances last year. Hi to Will 223344. Hi to Dan Hughes. Delgod56 says, good luck to the Lawson brothers in their second season with the MG Owners Club. They were right at the forefront of the action last year. Graham Kirkham says, great to see so many cars on the grid. Karen Woolley says, can we have a shout out for everybody on the ticket booths at Donington Park? Consider it done, Karen. Thanks for your services today. Hi to Ian, who's 65 tomorrow, and One Motor V8, aka Adrian, celebrating his birthday as well. Many happy returns to both of you. Hi to Mark Tucker, Peo Koenig watching in Sweden. So moves from Sweden, Finland and Australia today. And hi to Fletch80, who says, great racing as always in the 83s. If that's you, Gary Fletcher, we need you back out there. In your Vauxhall Firenze, you've still got it. Hi to Dub Production Developments. And thanks to Mick Avery and his recovery team, recovering the battered and bruised dolly sprint of Carl Shree, and that's a great shame. Looks like he went off coming out of the chicane there. Possibly spun on a bit of oil. Didn't see the incident happen, unfortunately. Lots of positive comments on our Pre-83 touring cars. They have another race to come this afternoon. So we get ready for a 20-minute race. The MG Owners Club running slightly longer races. Let's get my paperwork ready. Out they come then. This is going to be a very busy race indeed, and I'll try not to mix up my ZRs too much in this one because there's so many of them. Tricky to memorise all the colours for these cars as well. It is Jack Woodcock who will start on the pole position, the blue number 24 car, back after a couple of years away, with Doug Cole in the green machine alongside. Second row it will be Scott Bugner in the green and grey number 25 car. Hey, with the MG Works colours in BTCC, of course, in the early 2000s, the grey and green livery, and at Le Mans. And there's Jake McDermott, the orange, white and grey car. Row 3 we have Rob Addison, the yellow and black ZR, and the blue ZR number 234 Lee Pierce. He's raced all manner of things over the years, from stock cars to Honda Civics. Chris Lawson, 431 in the green and white, starts alongside the number 20 of Matt Harvey. He's in red and black. In number 100 Connor Lawson in blue and white, and 215 Reese Lawson in orange and white. Completing the top 10 on this grid. Archie Stience, the number 80 car, he's in black with yellow stripes. This is as much a guide for me, so I remember who's who during the race. Lee Sullivan in orange, the number 68. Then we've got the older cars coming in behind, a couple of MGFs. They're both in orange as well, so I'll probably mix them up as the race goes on. The lone Class B runner is Hannah Leonard, the yellow and pink ZR. we've got our various classics as well, the MGBs and midgets. Great to have Will Sharp, the former champion, back in action with his beloved MG midgets. Number 1, it's not Jim Bainham in this race. I believe he's out in race 2 in that car. It's Mark Rehorski driving in this race. And number 4, Simon Byrne, and we'll start with that 10-second penalty, his car failing post-qualifying checks. Checking what the reasoning behind that was. Yes, under the minimum weight limits, the number 4 car. So he's been able to rectify that and can start the race, but with that penalty. Green flag is shown at the back of the grid. Signal all clear to the clerk of the course, and then the cars will be unleashed onto their green flag warming up lap. Look at the size of that grid. Staggered grids, so lined up in 4 rows effectively. A couple of cars a bit slow moving away for the green flag lap there. It's created a little bit of a traffic jam. James Cole, not Doug Cole, that's his father, struggling to get going there, I think. Darren Leonard, not in his usual ZS saloon, now in a ZR. We heard from the Leonards, father and daughter pairing. So the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship, one of the real success stories of the last few seasons of British club racing, about to kick off its season. Now I seem to remember the red flag had to come out after a couple of incidents in this corresponding race at Donington last year. Let's hope we don't see a repeat of that. I am really looking forward to this race. There's one of the Lawsons, that's Reese in 215. The Lawson brothers, former grass track racers at the front of the field. They need to keep it on the black stuff today though. Back of the net 07 says the camera crew could have their work cut out here with a grid this size. And big thanks to our cameramen who will follow the action. Right to James Dudley as well, who says happy birthday to Kerry Hyde, enjoying the action, likes a Rover SD1, so she'll have enjoyed the Prix 83 touring cars. Many happy returns, Kerry. Joe Shingler says big shout out to all the marshals. Well said, Joe. Hayden Coe says well done to the Marshall team for clearing up the incident very quickly there with that crash Triumph Dolomite. Last few cars coming through Coppice. It'll take them a moment to get this big grid lined up as well. Number 24, the blue car with the yellow flashes down the side. That's Jack Woodcock. Used to race a plain white car a few years ago, I remember. Jake McDermott's going to be one to watch, the reigning ZR class champion. Why is James Cole waving out of the window? I wonder if he's got a problem because he struggled to pull away there on the green flag lap. James Cole should be on the outside of the front row. There's Will Sharp in the silver MG midget, racing that car for many years now. He appeared in a ZR as well while the midget was out of action, but he does prefer the classic cars. His brother Henry's raced with him as well. 36, Michael Grigsby, newcomer in his MGF, and there's Simon Byrne who will start at the back. Yes, James Cole has got a problem. He's pulled into the pits, so it'll be an empty space on the front row. I wondered what was happening there when he was slow to pull away. There is a problem with the 188 ZR. That's a great shame. We've lost one of our potential victory contenders there. So alone on the front row it is the number 24 of Jack Woodcock. Scott Bugner and Jake McDermott behind him, and Rob Addison and Lee Pearce on row 3. Will Sharp heads up the Classic class. James Kendrick, the first of the MGFs. Hannah Leonard, the lone Class B runner. This is going to be not for the faint of heart, certainly, going into Redgate Corner for the first time as the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship about to get their season underway. 33 cars on the grid heading down into Redgate. We await the all clear to put the red lights on from the marshals. The tension mounts, the red lights come on, the revs are up, and here we go. Away down towards Redgate for the first time. Woodcock gets away well, so does Scott Bugner in the 25. McDermott tries to move across. Lee Pearce has got away well in the number 234, the blue MGZR. Looks like James Cole is going to start at the back from the pit lane. We've all made it round Redgate so far. Who's going to emerge with the lead? It's going to be Scott Bugner, I think, up the inside in the 25, side by side with Jack Woodcock, and Bugner, the former Ford racer, takes the lead. Looking for a winning comeback after a year out of racing. A bit of contact there between Lee Pearce and Jake McDermott. Pearce takes third place. Matt Harvey moves down the inside into fourth. There's a lock up further back. I think that might have been Darren Leonard involved there, the green number 76. Behind him, the 95 of Jack Marr. As the back markers move their way through the old hairpin, it is Scott Bugner who leads from Jack Woodcock in second place. Just hoping they all make it round the first lap A-OK. Lee Pearce in third place, then Harvey. McDermott down to fifth. Rob Addison is in sixth position in the yellow and black number 88 car. Then the first of the Lawsons, which is Chris in 431. He's ahead of the 88, behind the 88 car of Rob Addison. As they start to sort themselves out. They come down into the chicane for the first time. Next to the order, Archie Stiants, the black car with the yellow stripes. What a frantic first lap, as expected, but everybody round okay so far by the look of things. There was that little bit of rubbing for third and fourth places into the old hairpin, but other than that, there's only been a fair bit of place swapping, no major contact. The 44 car running a bit wide there, that's Martin Wills. He's raced in this championship for a number of years, especially in MGFs over the years. There were times when he'd bring an F and a ZR and race one car in each race. Charging up the inside there. Oh, one of the Lawsons nearly losing it. That was the 100 of Connor Lawson. That was grass track style, sideways, as the leaders cross the line, with Scott Bugner out in front ahead of Woodcock, Pearce, Harvey, McDermott, Addison, Lawson, Chris Lawson, that is, Stiant, Wills and Reese Lawson as quickly as that over the line. Number 100 of Connor Lawson with the wipers going there briefly, having caught that half spin. 117 there on the inside is Josh Byrne in the turquoise livery car. Will Sharp's leading the Classic class. James Kendrick leads Class MGF. He's side by side with number 14 David Amflett, last year's runner-up, and Simon Byrne moving through from the back of the grid in the number 4 ZR. Things settling down around these first couple of laps of the season. Remember, it's a slightly longer race, this one, 20 minutes as opposed to 15 for all the others. Somebody's kicked up some gravel there coming out of the old hairpin. That might have been the number 3 of Adrian Olsen. Simon Byrne making his way through in the Derwent Roofing Services car, fairly local to Donington Park, based in Derby. And James Cole, unfortunately, is back in the pit lane. Well, he started from the pit lane, has done a lap, but all is not well with that car. That could be race over, unfortunately, for the 188s. Another Lawson run car there. Number 70, that's Greg Thomas from Dartford. Losing a bit of ground there to Darren Leonard and a couple of others. Josh Byrne, yes, it's a problem for the number 70. Unfortunately, Greg Thomas is pulling over, so his race is run. But up at the front, it is still Scott Bugner, who used to share a Ford Focus in various events with his brother Sean. Leads the way ahead of Jack Woodcock. Jake McDermott having a go at Lee Pearce. That's for fourth place, because Matt Harvey has gone through into P3 in the red and black car, and Jake McDermott round the outside into Goddard. That's a rare move. Side by side, Pearce back on the inside, Rob Addison behind them. Then it's Chris Lawson in the 431, the green car. Here's a battle further back. The Classic cars are catching the slowing car of Thomas there. Very smartly turned out number 28. That's John Copeland, one of the newcomers this season to the championship. He's got Alex Forster behind him, raced an MGF last season, son of Alan Forster, who's competed in this championship in, among other things, a Montego in the past. Specifically, a Montego estate. Yes, really. A few years ago, Montego estate was regular winner in this championship. Andy Campbell was the man behind the wheel on that occasion. 42, James Kendrick. Pulls past number 14 of David Amphlett. Chris Millard behind them, both veterans of this championship in their MGBs. And there's Mount Best. Many years raced Ford Capris. Getting past the second of the MG Midgets there. That's the orange machine. Just behind him, that's Ashley Barnes. There are the leaders. All very close and competitive all the way down the order so far from this huge grid. Greg Thomas has made it into the pit lane, so a couple of casualties so far, mechanical-wise. Matt Harvey moving up to have a look here on the tail of Jack Woodcock. Matt Harvey was third in the ZR points last year. Class Z for ZRs, Class F for MGFs, Class A for the Classics, Class B for the less powerful ZRs, and also any Maestros or Montegos that still appear. Matt Harvey's done the fastest lap of the race, 154.244. Purple sectors for Jake McDermott in Sector 1 and 2 this time around. He could get the fastest lap here. He's all over the back of Matt Harvey for that third place. He's not frightened to try the outside line, the Triad Motorsport car, but Rob Addison is closing up on him. He's got ahead of Lee Pearce. Over the line they come, and it is a new fastest lap. Jake McDermott, 153.696. Rob Addison dips into the 153s as well behind him. There's a breakaway of about 8 cars at the front. Archie Styant at the back of it, number 80 there, he's running well. 9th is Martin Wills, 10th is 215, that's Reese Lawson. Connor Lawson behind him. Very smartly turned out cars for the Lawsons this year, and Lee Sullivan is going with him, the former class champion. This is great stuff. Cracking racing from the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship, as we saw so many times last year, and it's Scott Bugner who outpaced Jack Woodcock off the line, who has led him ever since. Woodcock has a brief look to the inside, he's not close enough I don't think into McLean's. There's a battle between the MGBs further back. We've got John Copeland in the number 28 car. Up the inside comes the number 11 of Chris Millard, takes the 94, that's Alex Forster in the MGB GT, the fastback version. Who's leading the classic class at the moment? I think it's still Will Sharp. Yes, he's one place ahead of James Kendrick. Hannah Leonard further back leading Class B. Into the pits, I can tell you, has pulled number 95, that's Jack Marr. Dark blue number 95, the Oxfordshire driver. A couple of the ZRs running into a few problems. There's a bit of weaving about further back. That was Jake McDermott trying to defend from Rob Addison, the battle for 4th place. So McDermott's got a run here on Matt Harvey. That came from nowhere. Addison's going to go up the inside as well. Harvey ran wide there coming through the Melbourne Loop, trying to fight back on the inside, but McDermott is now up into the top 3 and is going to go after Jack Woodcock for 2nd place. Rob Addison, who used to compete in an MG Maestro in this championship back in the 90s, try and challenge for a podium as well. Archie Styant's got ahead of Chris Lawson further back as well. Very impressive from Archie. He's in his first season in the championship this year. Swing their way through Redgate. Here's our classic class leader, Will Sharp, in that lovely little MG Midget. He leads Class A ahead of Amphlett and Copeland. Saw Copeland battling it out for 3rd in the class with Chris Millard earlier on. A breakaway of half a dozen ZRs at the front of the field. They've dropped Archie Styant and Chris Lawson now, and whoa, Jack Woodcock running wide there out of the old hairpin, does a bit of grass tracking. He'll lose 2nd place there to Jake McDermott. Rob Addison could get through for 3rd as well. He's on the wrong side though. No, he's got round the outside coming into McLean's. So the loss of momentum costing Jack Woodcock dear there, losing 2 places running wide onto the grass. Matt Harvey, who ran wide at the hairpin earlier on, could get up there with him as well. And the tail of them is the plain blue car, it's Lee Pearce. Still this battle for 3rd in the classic class. There's our Class B leader further back, that is Hannah Leonard, just ahead of Mark Ryhorski in Jim Bainham's car. 36, bit of trim hanging loose, that's the rubber windscreen surround there, I think, flapping on the 36 of Michael Grigsby from Banbury. Still Scott Bugner leads the way, but now he's got the reigning class champion Jake McDermott on his tail. For much of last season it was McDermott and Son at the front of the field. Woodcock's run wide again. This could allow Matt Harvey into the top 4. But Jake McDermott He's looking determined here, and he's going to try and attack Scott Bugner for the lead. They've had so many battles, the McDermidds and Scott Bugner, over the last few seasons. Yeah, Jack Woodcock, I'm sure, is losing a bit of pace here. Look, he's dropped back from the top three. Whether he's damaged the underside of the car when he ran wide. McDermid, meanwhile, is going for the outside at Redgate. He's never going to get round there, surely. This is fantastic stuff. We're only halfway through this race as well for the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. Rob Addison hanging on behind the top two. And Addison's just on the fastest lap, 1:53.655 for Rob Addison, the black, yellow and pink car. And he's ready to attack for the lead now. 3 cars for 4th place as well. Matt Harvey has got through for 4th. Woodcock is down to 5th, and Lee Pearce in 6th place. And then a gap back to Chris Lawson and Archie Stiants. There's Mark Rehorski. He's battling it out with Tim Rides in the orange MGB. The blue number 7, that's Simon Jackson. There's battles everywhere you look in this race. Here are the leaders, up to Coppers. Still Scott Bugner, the number 25, the man from St Ives, hanging on for dear life in the lead. Jake McDermid, the 77 from Milton Keynes, in 2nd place. Rob Addison in 3rd. In the number 88 comes from Bury St Edmunds in Suffolk, and now Jake McDermid down the inside, under braking for the Fogarty S's, takes the lead. A little bit of a kiss as they come through there, but Jake McDermid hits the front, and the reigning class champion looking to open his title defence with a win. But Scott Bugner is ready to fight back. It's a new car for Scott for this season. He's outbraked himself there though, too late on the brakes. He was being pushed by Rob Addison. They're side by side now for 2nd. Oh, this race really heating up now at the front of the field. The drivers will be loving this as much as we are. Addison up the outside. Bugner later on the brakes. He sends Addison out wide. He'll try and cut back at Goddard's. There's still 8.5 minutes of this to go. Further back, Malk Best in the 26, battling with the number 11. That's Chris Millar. This is for 3rd in the classic class, and they're being overtaken by number 95 of Jack Marr, who's rejoined from the pits in the ZR. Rob Addison down the inside. He's got 2nd position away from Scott Bugner now, but he runs wide at Redgate. Bugner back up the inside. This is more like a NASCAR race. This is fantastic stuff. Bugner retakes 2nd. Now what Jake McDermid is going to be hoping here is everybody else battles behind him. We've seen it in a few races this weekend, including the Junior Saloon Cars. He'll be hoping everybody starts fighting behind him and he can get his foot down in the Triad Motorsport car and get away at the front. Bugner won't let him though. These two have quite a rivalry. Oh, Darren Leonard's off. That is coming out of the chicane. The number 76 car in the gravel now. Will that bring out the safety car? Darren Leonard was in 18th place. Yes, safety car is being scrambled, as that needs to be recovered from the gravel. I tell you, James Cole is back on circuit as well. Safety car is going to come out. Yes, they've seen the boards and the flags there and the flashing SC lights, so Jake McDermid slows the field down. There's the reason. Darren Leonard in the gravel trap. He spun it coming out of the Fogarty S's. So with just under 7 minutes on the clock, here we go, safety car. Let's have a look again. Yep, there's the aftermath, and with the car dug in after the spin, axle deep, there's no getting out of there. So Hannah's going to have to uphold Leonard family honour now. We've got a bit of a crisis here in the commentary box at the moment as well. I've run out of tea. Good job, it's the last race before the lunch break. Thanks again to our marshals. Yellow flags waving. They've had a busy weekend. First day back at school for these drivers, of course. Jack Marr in the 95 car has pulled back into the pits, unfortunately, so further problems for him. Let's hope the marshals can get that car cleared quickly, the number 76. And racing can resume. Safety car from Evelyn Buanick has picked up Jake McDermid. stuck like a fly in a web, says Mark Tucker. No tea is a red flag situation, surely, says Doc Taff. Well, I wish it was. At least the lunch break is coming up. Dave Mellor says Addison will win. We'll wait and see. Hayden Coe is watching from the old hairpin. So one of the Lawsons went sideways there a couple of laps ago. Twitchy Mitchy says, let's go yellow number 10. That's Hannah Leonard. Hannah towards the rear of the field, but still leading her class. There is the Class B leader, 27th place. Class A leader is Will Sharp in 18th, and James Kendrick leads Class F in 19th. A few cars being given the black and white driving standards flag for track limits. As the telehandler makes its way onto the circuit. There's a lot of cars have been flagged for track limits as the race has gone on. Many of our leaders. Yes, I think they have. Yeah, McDermott's got one, among many others. There is a disgruntled Darren Leonard. He'll have to go again in race 2 towards the end of the programme. Telehandler will now fish his car out of the gravel. For a bit of photography for some of our spectators. Work going on in the paddock as well. You can see beyond the fencing, that's Reece Cannell's Capri being worked on. There was a dent in his front wing, I noticed there. Didn't pick that up during the race. Here's the JCB. As the pack continues under the safety car. Simon Burns come up well from the back of the grid. He's up to 14th, despite that 10-second penalty as well. 64 with the novice cross on the back of his car. That's Lance Treadle. Lance and Lloyd Treadle from Stratford sharing that car this weekend. We've got, I think, 3 shared cars. Yes, James and Simon Kendrick sharing the family MGF. And of course, Mark Rihorski sharing MGB legend Jim Bainham's car. See Gentleman Jim out in race 2, I think. "45 years a racing driver. He's appeared in a couple of other cars, most notably a TVR back in the 90s. But he's always had his old faithful MGB. Even competed back in the 80s in the Will Hire 24-hour race at Silverstone. Mark Rihorski from Canada driving it in this race. Darren Leonard's car has been removed. I think we might get a one-lap sprint here. Pack is up at Coppice at the moment. So as long as they get back round to the start line in time, I think we will see a one-lap shootout for the victory. Right, Andrew Dyack in our comment thread says, unfortunately not able to don the orange today, but I was on post yesterday to see some great action with my daughter's first time at the track. Some more great racing today. Thank you, Andrew. Thanks for marshalling. Lights are out atop the safety car, so we are going to get a restart. It's going to be a one-lap shootout. Who's going to take the first win of the season in the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship? Is Jake McDermott going to hang on? Will it be Scott Bugner? Will it be Rob Addison? Will Matt Harvey be able to get through? Martin Wills, number 44 there, his boot lid stayed down this time. Came open at the end of qualifying. He's in 9th place. So it's closed everything back up. MGZR's holding the first 17 places as we get ready for a restart. Just a few seconds left on the clock. Here we go with a one-lap shootout for the MG Owners Club. Down towards Redgate they come. Jake McDermott makes a good restart, so does Lee Pearce further back up alongside Woodcock. Rob Addison to the inside into Redgate. Scott Bugner tries to lean on him. They're side by side for second. That's allowed McDermott to make his escape at the front of the field. That's exactly what Jake McDermott wanted there. Matt Harvey, he's not going to make it 3 wide down the Craner curve, surely. He's having a go at Addison, who had to cede to Scott Bugner there. Harvey, I think, is going to try and go through for third at the old hairpin. No, Addison's got the inside line. Woodcock is next. One of the Lawsons has split the 2 blue cars there. The green car of Chris Lawson has got ahead of Lee Pearce on the restarts. One of them kicked up some gravel there as they head up towards McLean's. There's number 3 of Adrian Olsen a little bit further back. He's 16th. The leaders are up at McLean's and Coppice. Who's going to come out on McLean's with the lead? It's still McDermott ahead of Bugner. Addison in 3rd, then Harvey. Woodcock is 5th. All sideways there, Chris Lawson. The Lawsons do like to drive sideways. It's their grass track experience. Oh, he's bounced off Archie Styant. Oh, what a shame for Archie. Into the gravel and out of the race. That's such a disappointment for Archie Styant. He's gone so well in what I think is his first race in the championship. Meantime, here come the leaders down to the Melbourne Loop for the last time. Is Scott Bugner going to launch an attack in the last couple of corners to try and take the win? Jake McDermott positions his car to the inside. Back across comes Bugner. He's locked up big time. He clips the back of McDermott. They both go out wide. Rob Addison up the inside of both of them. He slots into 2nd place. I thought he was going to get the lead there. Coming out of the hairpin, McDermott has gathered it up and is just about going to hold it. Addison into 2nd place, and Scott Bugner a bit over enthusiastic there into the Melbourne hairpin for the last time, and it's going to be a win for Jake McDermott. What a fantastic race. The checkered flag goes out. McDermott wins it. Addison 2nd, Bugner 3rd, and Jack Woodcock recovers for 4th. A photo finish for 5th. Martin Wills coming up into 5th position. Where did he come from? But I think he's got a penalty actually, so we'll check that in a moment. 2 of our class winners come home nose to tail. James Kendrick wins the MGF class. Will Sharp on his return with the MG Midget wins Class A, and it's going to be Hannah Leonard who wins Class B a bit further back. Yes, Martin Wills got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits, so he drops to 12th in the final classification. Chris Lawson got a penalty as well, and there was somebody else as well got 5 seconds. The number 100 of Connor Lawson has been given a penalty as well. So we'll confirm the provisional results in a moment, so I get my breath back after that 1-lap shootout. Here's Hannah Leonard. She comes in to win Class B, just ahead of Michael Grigsby's MGF. Mark Rihorski and the last couple of MGBs across the line. Something happened to Matt Harvey on that last lap as well. The number 20 hasn't come through. We lost Archie Styant into the gravel, but where is Matt Harvey? I didn't see him cross the line. We've lost him somewhere. Unless his transponder failed, and I just didn't see him come across the line there. But the provisional results reads like this. Jake McDermott, the winner, completing 10 laps in a time of 21 minutes 45.423. Half a second ahead of Rob Addison. Surviving that sort out with Scott Bugner, who missed his braking point completely into the hairpin. He ends up with 3rd place. Jack Woodcock in 4th, the pole sitter. Lee Pearce in 5th. Good result for Lee Sullivan in 6th. Then Reese Lawson. Simon Byrne, having started from the back after those problems in qualifying, finishes 8th ahead of James Wade. Martin Wills with the penalty gets 10th ahead of Connor Lawson. They both got 5-second penalties, as did Chris Lawson. Josh Byrne in 12th and Adrian Olsen in 14th. ZRs took the first 15 places. It was Lance Treadell next in the order. James Kendrick, number 42, wins the MGF category. Will Sharp wins Class A ahead of David Amphlett and John Copeland. And Class B won by Hannah Leonard. Only a couple of retirements there. We lost Darren Leonard into the gravel. James Cole made a couple of pit stops. The other pit callers, Greg Thomas and Jack Marr, managed to rejoin. Lost Archie Styant, as we saw with this incident. 431 of Chris Lawson got sideways, and as he tried to come back on, Didn't see Archie Stein was there. There was contact, and Archie into the gravel. Lucky he didn't roll over there as well. Such a shame for Archie. He'd been running in the top 10 all race long. And he's a non-finisher. Matt Harvey not coming home either. We didn't quite see what happened to him. We await the cars to make their way into Parc Fermé and have a chat to Ian Waterhouse. I think he is just about ready down there now. We'll hear from our first race winner of the season in the MG Owners Club, Jake McDermott.
Well, I'll tell you something, it might make for great entertainment for a Reservoir lap shootout, but for the drivers, it must be absolutely hell on earth out there. Jake, come on! Well done, buddy, well done. That was pretty intense, wasn't it? Get your helmet off first, Jake. Get your helmet off first, and we'll have a proper good chat. But great to see Jake McDermott, of course, a winner last season as well in the MG Owners, and he wins the first race of 2026 as well. Jake, wow. Talk us through that last lap.
They didn't make it easy. I knew Scott was going to come with a big dive because I'd done a big dive on him into the hairpin. How I got in front, and I knew it was coming, and I see him looked up, and my foot was to the floor, and I was going. So we was both going to go off. Okay, I pulled the handbrake up, turned the wheel, Vivian done a little drift, and I got it back on, and then I had a really good start, but I got pushed out a bit, so I fell down to 5th, and I just thought, it's 20 minutes, so I don't need to. I know they were all going to fight, and instantly they was all fighting, so it was pick them off one by one, and yeah, we done it.
Congratulations. Just a quick note, your old man, I saw him last night, I had a chat with him. He's not racing, but my goodness, he's busy, isn't he?
What old man?
It's all right, there's a fence between us.
yeah, we are busy with cars at the minute. It's good that Rob's up here with us after we've set the car up and tested it, and he's just gone quicker and quicker, so you can't fault it. You can't fault it when you're coming back with no damage and everyone's happy. You know,
it was great entertainment for us. Probably nerve-wracking for you, but brilliant for us.
It really was.
Go celebrate with a young man over there. Go celebrate with a young man. There we go. Right, where is Scott? Scott, let's have a quick chat. Wow, you put on a show for us there.
I didn't want him to have it easy. That's the one thing I've always said. I'll never give it to him easy, but he deserved it. He done really well.
Yeah.
He dummied me into the chicane, and fair play to him. But I thought I'll have him once. I'll have him go once. But
we saw you coming into the Melbourne Loop and the smoke coming off the tyres. Where you're like, uh-oh.
I had a big vibration after that one. Yeah, they're like 50 pence pieces. So, but hey, no, it's good. I enjoyed it. The first time driving the car. It's my dad's, so I've looked after it, I think, for this one. But we'll try again in the next one.
Great stuff. Thanks for entertaining us. Really appreciate it. We'll grab Rob for a quick chat. Scott coming home in 3rd there. Rob Addison in 2nd place. We're going into the lunch break now as well, everybody. So don't worry, you're not missing any of the on-track action at all. So we'll just see if we can get Gary to move on a little bit very shortly, and we'll have a quick chat with Rob Addison. I've seen the Sharps over there as well. Coming to you in a minute. Coming over. Where's Rob? Rob's just literally. Rob, don't run away. I'm really sorry. But if you're going to race like that, you have to come and do these media bits and bobs. Wow, talk us through that last lap.
Well, I went down the inside of Scotty and we touched, and I didn't want it to look like I'd shoved him wide, so I let him back through, and that kind of let Matt Harvey in, and he disappeared somewhere on the last lap. And we just got to the hairpin, and Jake was defending. Scott had a bit of a lunge, and unfortunately, he just locked the fronts up, and just allowed me to nick through. But bloody really good race. Really enjoyed it.
Can we have more of the same later this afternoon, please?
I'll give it my best shot. Yeah, but these young ones are far more fitter than what I am, so that was hard work for me.
Oh no, you're fighting up with him there, Rob. Thank you so much. Right. You okay?
Yeah, I'm good, man. Yeah,
it's good to see you.
Yeah, and you, mate.
How was that?
Yeah, it's good. It's like a bit of an emotional weekend all for us overall.
Where's the car?
Oh, it's over here, man.
Yeah, let's go have a look, because you've got a really. You mentioned the emotional story. Of course, I'm sorry to hear.
It's the old man there.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear. Of course, you lost the old man Andy Sharp there. But look, you've got a lot of respect for him this week. In fact, you've got a cardboard cutout, am I right?
We've got a cardboard cutout, which I didn't know whether it was one step too many, but you know Henry as well as I do. So I've got his ashes, a little bit of his ashes in there with me. I've swapped my race number from 66 to 39 this year, racing his favourite car, and he was there with me all around racing for just over 20 years, and there's never not really been a race until the end when he was really poorly. There's not been a race he hasn't come to, so to have him not even on the end of the phone's been quite difficult.
So how long was he involved in motorsport for?
Oh wow, well, I mean, Dad was involved in the 80s. I mean, that's another story. We've actually tracked down Dad's old A35, and we've brought it, and we're racing it at Mallory Park. So that's what got us all started in racing. So, you know,
Did I see something on BBC News about this?
BBC News, GB News, you know, Hollywood Next. You know, I'm open to all offers. So if you're out there,
you're on BARC TV now. I don't get any bigger than that.
If you're out there, Spielsberg, I'm waiting, mate. Make another dream come true for us.
I appreciate.
This is my local track, and I've not finished the last 3 times I've come here. So to finish is brilliant. Hopefully, you know, it's the start of better things this year. The car's better than it's ever been, and it's 19 years I've had this now. Treated it to a new diff and a new exhaust, and she's behaved really well.
I know for a fact Dad is looking down very proud right now.
Nice, buddy. All right,
really good to see you, mate. Good stuff indeed. Right, like I said, you're not missing any of the action here. We are into the lunch break now. Let me just quickly run through what else we've got coming up for you throughout the course of the day, because we've got the next Prix 83 race for the Classic Touring Car. So very soon we're going to make our way over to the assembly area, and we'll do some extended live interviews with the drivers over there. And then we're going to get our first look at the OT Coupe Cup for 2026. They have 2 races coming up this afternoon. First one due to get underway at 2 o'clock, and the last and final race of the weekend actually at 5 o'clock. Then we've got a second race of the weekend for the track action race coming, a third race of the weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship, as well as more action from the Classic Touring Cars, the Prix 93s, the O3s, the Boss and Thunder. Just come with me a little bit. I think we can stay live for a little bit longer, can't we? Let's just see who else we can find to have a little chat with. Of course, we're at Donington Park as well. Look, we've got somebody looking very cool and casual here, just chilling out. How was that out there? What a grid of cars, by the way.
Oh, yeah, with Mega out there. Absolutely loved it. It was the best racing ever I had.
Really? Well, tell me about your motorsport journey then. Where did you start? Where are you looking to go to? Or you're just happy doing what you're doing?
Well, I'm happy what I'm doing right now. It all started in sim racing. I got it all from my dad.
Okay.
Yeah. This is my second season right now. I must say it's going way better than I expected.
Okay, so there's probably quite a lot of sim racers watching right now. How did you make that leap from sim racing to think I'm going to go do this on a real life circuit?
Well, I mean, it's just lots of practicing. If you already have a car, practice at the tracks you want to race at, and join championships. Championships are a really good way into sim racing. Lots of fair people, fair racing. That's how I got quite a bit of my skill from.
Excellent. Look, thank you so much for sharing that. Really appreciate it. Great to see you as well, by the way. Congratulations and good luck later as well, yeah? Thank you very much. Right, let's keep going down a bit. Let's have a little look behind the scenes. We're obviously in the scrutineering bay as well. This is where they come along and weigh the cars, but let's just move back. How was that? All right. You look quite red-faced there.
That was the most fun I've had in that car so far.
Is it really?
So it's my first race, completely.
Right, okay. First race in...
Ever.
Yeah. Okay, right. I've just been talking about a sim racer who's now doing real life racing. What was your journey? Is it just track days? Have you done sim racing?
I've done one track day last week and did my yards, and now I've done one race.
Okay, so one track day last week, now straight into the racing action. Have you always been a motorsport fan, or is this?
Yeah, well, my dad's been doing it since I was born.
Okay.
So I've been meaning to do this ever since I can remember.
You've got the biggest smile on your face.
I know.
Right, so you're back for the year, yeah?
Yeah, for sure.
Is this?
This is mine.
This is yours. Okay, brilliant. Oh well, that's just part of it.
Yeah, it's lost an airspeed, but that's all right.
What's it like to drive them around here on a G? I mean, what a track to do your first ever race on a Donington GP.
Well, I'm really getting used to it and having a lot more fun, going faster and faster. Hopefully, I'll have to check that, but. Yeah, it's brilliant.
Okay, right. What would you say then? A lot of people tuning in right now. What would you say to somebody watching this who's on the cusp of thinking, oh, I'd like to do it, but I'm not quite sure how to take the plunge or whether I should? Why should they do it?
Maybe if you're not, you've got to do it now or you're not going to. Just get it done. Get into it. It's amazing.
As a famous brand says, just do it. Really hope there's no copyright, else we're in big trouble. Just come with us a little bit longer, shall we? Let's have a look down the pit lane, shall we? And yes, here we are, Donington Park. What a weekend. I've got a little quiz actually for everybody whilst we're here. Look at this safety car, by the way. How cool is this? Look at the JSCC Safety car. First, I didn't actually notice that before. Don't forget, of course, we're live on the BARC YouTube channel. You know that because that's where you're watching it right now. Please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button as well, because as I say, we've got so much coming up throughout the course of the season. Hopefully you can still hear me there. Right, stay with us. Stay with us. I've just got to try and find the quiz questions for you. Okay, don't forget to follow on the all across social media. We're on Instagram, or on Facebook, XYZ, well, you know, wherever. Right, we are here at Donington Park in 1993. Now, I'm sure you already know this, and Dave Goddard, if you're listening, you're not allowed to play along to this because you already know. 1993 European Grand Prix Formula 1 was hosted here at Donington Park. Who can tell me who was on the podium that day? The live chat is open. Pop your answers in the live chat. Go, go, go. So the 1993 European Grand Prix was hosted here at Donington Park. Who was the top three? Okay. Big names. That's a clue. Big names. The second question, it's all associated with the 1993 European Grand Prix, by the way. Second quiz question. 3 British drivers failed to finish the race. Who were they? And for the real clever ones of you, bonus point, what lap did they retire on as well? That's a bit harsh, that one, isn't it? Right. And the third quiz question, only Dave Goddard will probably know that off the top of his head as well. No Googling, by the way. Other search engines are available. Quiz question number 3. Can you name the 5 other venues that have hosted the European Grand Prix as well? Obviously, Donington Park is one. There is another British circuit as well that has hosted the European Grand Prix. Can you name any of them? Pop them in the live chat. It's open right now. Hit that subscribe button as well, because guess what? In a couple of weeks of time, we're back with the British Truck Racing Championship as well. How cool is that? TCR kicks off as well. We've got the new Audi Cup coming in too. So much action there as well. Right, we're at Donington Park. The marshals, what a great job, by the way, they are doing. Big shout out for the Orange Army. They've been fairly busy so far, haven't they, this weekend? We are going to go get ourselves into position because we're going to head off over to assembly area. It's not too far to go before the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Prix 83s get back out for their second and final race of the weekend. We're going to head into position. We'll be back live with the drivers from the Prix 83s very, very soon. Don't go far, and don't worry, you're not missing anything. We're in the lunch break.
Thanks very much to Ian. Get your quiz answers in on our live chat. We're getting answers coming in already. But in the meantime, we are restarting in about half an hour with our next race. The lunch break has been shortened a little, and we restart at 1:10 about 15 minutes early with our next race, the Prix 83 Classic Touring Cars. That will be followed by the Coupe Cup, Junior Saloon Cars and Track Action Racing Club. 3 more races to come after that, but gives our marshals and our camera crews chances to have a quick lunch break. I'm going to take a quick break as well and go and grab a cup of tea and some lunch. I'll see you back in about half an hour for our next race here at BARC in the Park 2026.
Hello, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me now. Yes, here we are. I am in my favourite place, the assembly area here at Donington Park for BARC in the Park. Whoever came up with that tagline deserves a pay rise. Now, not so long ago, I asked you a couple of questions. How did you get on with those quiz question answers? The first one was the 1993 European Grand Prix was hosted here at Donington Park. Who were the top three in that race? Well, I can tell you it was Ayrton Senna, of course, in first place, Damien Hill in second, and Alain Prost in third. Three British drivers, this was the second question, three British drivers failed to finish the race. Who were they? And for a bonus point, you can tell us what lap they retired on. It was Martin Brundle on lap 7, Mark Blundell on lap 20, and Derek Warwick on lap 66. I just want everybody to know as well, watching right now, my producer in my ear just said Nigel Mansell. Now, if you may remember, Nigel Mansell was racing in IndyCar that season and went on to win it. So, Elliot, that one's for you. Quiz question number 3 then was, can you name the other 5 venues that have hosted the European Grand Prix? Of course, there is one in the UK. It was, of course, Brands Hatch. We've had the Nürburgring, Valencia, Baku City and Jerez as well. So cars coming in. Well done if you got in here, those, by the way. I'm sure you all did. And Dave Goddard's not allowed to play because he literally knows absolutely everything. Just want to let you know of a few new things for 2026 as well with the British Automobile Racing Club. There's going to be a few features going on this year. One of them is Beyond the Checkered Flag. For 2026, BARC are going to follow 7 competitors. They are Daniela Sutton in British F4, Sam Parker, of course, in Caterham. We know Sam very well, had a very emotional podium, didn't she, at Silverstone last season. We're going to be following Project 29-7 Racing Team, of course, racing in the Brit Car Endurance Championship. They were here yesterday, run, of course, by Paul O'Neill. In the British Hill Climb Championship, we're going to be following Richard Andrews and Kathy James, and also Ralphie Branscombe, who's in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. He's just parked actually just down there. So let's go for a little chat, shall we? Because we have our second and final race of the weekend for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Prix 83s here. Now, you may remember yesterday, if you were watching, they were due to have a race yesterday, but we had to push it to today because it just got a little bit too dark. We've got Mike over here as well. Let's have a quick chat if we can. How are we? Are you well? It's good to see you. Right, how did you enjoy race 1?
Not particularly good. Car's running like a pig, handling like a pig. Brakes aren't very good. So yeah, no, it was all good. Yeah, great.
There's a famous broadcaster who once said, if it looks like a duck, it sounds like a duck, and it moves like a duck, it's a duck.
This car is a bit of a duck. Yeah. But you know, keep racing. So.
How long have you been racing? Tell us your story.
Started when I was 18.
Okay. Not that long ago then.
No. Which was about 40 years ago. I did about...
You said that, not me.
4 races.
Yeah.
Thought, I like this. I'll come back to this when I got some more money. And then 35 years later, I came back to it.
What has been the biggest change you've seen then in 35 years of racing? You can say the amazing live streaming and things like that.
Well, there is that, the amazing live streaming, yeah.
I'm really putting words in your mouth.
And just how much more expensive it is now as well.
Well, yeah, there is that, unfortunately. But what can you do in this race? What are you hoping for?
Just to finish, really.
Yeah.
The car's really on its last legs at the minute, needs quite a bit of work, so
okay.
Yeah, no, get through it.
Bring it home, get through it, get it home, and come out next time, yeah? Thanks for talking to us about it. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate the honesty as well there. Oh, let's go have a chat with Don. Don Hughes is over here. Let's go have a talk with him. Don, how are you? I don't know why I always insist on talking to people about 2 foot taller than me. How's your weekend going?
Not so great at the moment, mate. Unfortunately, we didn't make the first race because the gear linkage broke. So we've got it back together now. So hopefully we'll do some damage.
Okay, so I suppose maybe the extra time has sort of helped for race 2 then. So maybe trying to find a positive here.
Well, we had a bit of lunchtime, so actually that was pretty good. You know,
so, what did you have for lunch? You have enough lunch?
No, I didn't, mate.
No. Oh, okay.
I just had a biscuit. That's all.
I thought you were going to say like protein shakes and things.
No, well, I don't want to put extra weight in the car, do I?
What are you hoping for? Is this just a case of let's just take it out, a bit of a glorified test session?
Yeah. I mean, we're starting the back of the grid. I mean, what could not be more enjoyable? Start from the back of the grid and see if we can get through as many cars as possible.
Does that mean you're going to put a show on for us? Is that what it... Yeah? Can I get you to commit to that?
That'd be good. Yeah, why not?
Thanks for talking to us, Tom. Really appreciate it. Why is everybody taller than me? Literally everybody in the world is taller than me. We've got Jonathan Corker down there. What a race we saw earlier. Of course, if you have only just tuned in, hello, where have you been all weekend? Remember, do hit that like button. Please do hit that subscribe button as well to BARC. Lots coming up for you. 2 weeks' time, we're at Brands Hatch as well for the start of the British Truck Racing Championship season. I can already hear Pointy gearing up for that one. That's going to be good stuff indeed. Let's go have a quick chat with Tom, shall we, here. Mr. Harvey, this will be a good chat in the Escort here. It's nice to see Tom. He's got a cracking moustache on him as well, and he knows I'm coming. We've got so much coming up, and of course today as well we've still got the we haven't even seen the Coupe Cup cars yet. They are coming up. We've got more Junior Saloon Car Action, their third and final race of the weekend. They've put on a bit of a show so far as well. Tom, how are you, my friend?
Adrian,
how was winter? Did you enjoy it? So you've been growing the moustache, I see.
yeah, been growing the moustache a bit more, grew a mullet.
Actually, can we have a look at this? Look at that. Can I just, sorry, look, wow, I'm jealous. I'm quite proud of my hair, but I'd like that.
Yeah, we've had a really good winter. Quite a bit of work done on the car, fresh engine, kind of little changes, but yeah, the car seems to be working. We're having a good weekend so far. Had a bit of an annoying penalty in race 1, but a bit naughty with the track limits at the S's, the new sensor, but I think it's going to be a good race again this afternoon.
So how long have you been racing in motorsport? Tell us your story. Where did it all start, and how long have you been doing it, and why do you love it so much?
I love it so much because I've always watched motorsport with my father age. We've always watched motorsport together. We followed this championship since I can remember. I've always watched the Pre-83s and previous to that the Post-Historics, which was the same championship basically. And I managed to get myself sorted out and started racing in 2020. Only 2020 I started racing in the Pre-83 championship.
Yeah. I think I remember. I think I was.
Yeah, I think you were. I think you were there for my first race at Brands. Yeah. We done quite well. I think we finished 4th.
I was just about to tell you that.
Great little race. And then we've been in the Pre-83s ever since. We've done a couple of races elsewhere, but I think this is my home really. I just love racing my Martin Escort.
And the car. Tell me about the car.
I've had the car since I was 14.
Have you really?
Yeah. So I've had it over.
It's only like 2 years ago. Wasn't it?
I've had it over half my life. So this car is me. I love driving it. I love working on it. It's just a bit of me. I just get so much enjoyment out of it.
It looks pristine.
It takes a lot of work, but it pays dividends, I think.
Tom, thank you so much for the eagle-eared of you. Tom's just giving his age away there as well. Thank you, mate. Do you want a door left open? Yeah, top man indeed. Be careful, Anton. We've got to Nick Grindot coming in here. Look, there he goes. What a race he put on for us as well in race 1. It was an absolute cracker. Let's go chat to some more drivers, shall we? I haven't spoken to Reese Cannell before. Let's go have a quick chat with him up here. And look at this in the Capri, absolutely beautiful. Hello, Reese, how are you?
Hello, mate, how are you?
I'm very pleased to come and talk to you, actually. Tell me about the car. It's a thing of absolute exquisite beauty.
But yeah, it was until I had a bit of an accident with Terry in the Rover. Thanks, mate, thanks. Yeah, no, it's going well today. I'm having a bit of an issue with the brakes. I'm having to pump them up with the other foot, which makes it a bit exciting. But other than that, it's going all right. I'm happy.
Tell me your motorsport journey. We've never had a real good chat.
No. This is, I think, my 7th race overall. I'm still very new to it. I built the car. I went to a Goodwood members meeting about 3 years ago, and I just fell in love with it. And I thought I'd have a go at building one myself, so I did. And now I'm here.
The interior. It's all original, I take it. Can we get the camera? You can have a look at it at the other side as well. I love the fact that you've kept it in.
Yeah.
It just really adds something to it.
It still smells of fags. It's pretty.
Does it?
Yeah, it's proper, mate. Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a good laugh. It's a good laugh to mix it up with like the Rovers and the Escorts, but they're a lot faster than me, and I'm still learning. So.
Yeah, but this grid of Pre-83s.
Oh
so my
word.
Mate.
Yeah. It's I kind of dabble between this series and the HRDC, and the HRDC is a lot more gentlemanly, a lot more sort of like after you. So with this, it's like you've just got, as soon as the lights are out, you're on it. There's no like yes. It's just
So you're saying you prefer this then, yeah?
Yeah, I like them both.
Remember, we're on BARC TV.
Yeah, that's it. I like them both. They're both good.
Reece, thank you so much, mate. It's really good to meet you as well. Really, really is. Enjoy the race, won't you? I hope the brakes work okay. Let's keep going. Who haven't we spoken to yet? Let's jump in here, shall we? Number 3. We've just got a couple of people talking. I wonder if we can have a quick chat with Steve. We'll see if we can. Well, let's just move on a little bit because they are going through some of the. No, we're going to have to stay because I think I've literally spoken to everybody else so far. We're not too far away from getting underway here for the Prix 83 second race of the weekend. Of course, don't forget it was Jonathan Corker who took the checkered flag in race 1, really picking up from where we left off in 2025. He was the last year's Classic Touring Car Racing Club Prix 83 champion overall. Nick Grindod came home in second and Nick Williams was in third place. In fact, I was with Jonathan Corker at the BARC Awards night not so long ago as he picked up his trophy. That was really good stuff indeed. I might just have to be a little bit rude to jump in. If that's really sorry, but I hate to interrupt. Yeah, how are you? All right?
Yeah,
How's the weekend going?
Not too bad. Yeah, the car's going all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, always get a race with someone. That's why.
Is that why you do it?
That's why I do it. Yeah, I don't know who it'll be, what car it'll be, but I always get a race
Who cares,
with someone.
It's just
so,
fun,
yeah,
isn't it?
yeah,
How long have you been racing?
2020. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so.
Yeah, so literally it was during COVID and that. I thought I see the car for sale and I thought it's something I always wanted to do, so I'm going to buy it. And
why the car then? Why?
Well, I've got a couple of BMs now, so it's a bit of a BM thing, really.
This one says it's for sale. Is this actually for sale?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, right, there you go. If anybody's watching.
Yeah. So
why should they buy it? Oh, let's see if I can sell it. Do I get commission if I sell it for you?
You might do, yeah. Yeah, yeah. It's no, it's a great starter car. That's why I bought it. It's it's very driver friendly. So I don't really want to sell it, but I've got a couple of, as I say, I've got a couple of BMs now.
Yeah.
And I've just bought a Sierra Sapphire, so it's kind of in storage a lot of the time. So I don't really want to sell it, but like I say, it needs muscle.
How many coins do I need to find down the back of the sofa then?
8.5.
8.5.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. I might have to come back to you on that.
Yeah, not 8.5p.
Yeah. Has anybody got 8.5 grand here? Thanks for talking to us, mate. Really do appreciate it. Yeah, we're not too far away from getting back underway. 8.5 grand. There you go. Look, you could get straight into it. That's actually, I don't think that's too bad at all. In fact, we must have more cars coming up soon. We had 18 from race 1 here. Jonathan Corker, of course, as well. Let's go have a quick chat with him again. We do have a habit of talking to him quite a lot. Jonathan, I'm talking to you again because I really want to. I am also filling for a little bit of time as well.
Okay.
But of course, how many races? How many races did you win? You've got. In fact, I'll tell you what. First of all, how many races did you win last season? You remember?
No, I can't remember. I didn't win.
Do you not log your stats? You're not like Sebastian Vettel.
No,
everything.
I didn't win 3. I think.
Okay.
Nick got 2 at Pembrey, didn't he? First 2, and Harry Hickson got the first one here, didn't he?
Of course he did. Yes.
So take that off the total number of races, and that's what I got.
There you go. Look, tell us about the car. Tell us about the Datsun. How long have you had it? Why the car?
Probably had about 10 years now. I bought it with the intention to race it in here, and you read the rules and you sort of take everything absolutely literally, and you know there was things like a bit of seam welding on it. Thought, well, it can't use seam welding, and but actually the clubs, you know, they're pretty good on relaxed cars and relaxed areas for some cars, and so I eventually brought it out. It did okay, but it was mega unreliable. I had 4 years,
That's motorsport.
4 years of pain trying to get reliable power from it, and every time I pushed it too far, it would blow up. So I went through about 4 engines, I think, and how many sets of pistons, and then I just built it with parts off the shelf.
Yeah.
Everything's available now off the shelf.
Oh, okay,
so,
wow.
Yeah.
All right. And it seems to be paying dividends now, doesn't it?
Yeah, it just means you've got to think outside the box a bit. It's got Ford rods in it, and Japanese pistons from a shop in Japan that you can put in a post and they're there 3 days later. So you've got to learn where the reliable supplies are when you run something like this. And
not what sometimes who you know.
You're getting stuff specially made bespoke parts is a bit of a fool's game really. And
so why do you keep coming back to the Classic Touring Car Racing Club?
We're talking about this earlier. It's just a really good club, isn't it? Good atmosphere. Everyone gets on, it's friendly. Everyone will help you out. It's just a good sociable club. You look forward. People when they've not got a car working, they come for the weekend.
Do a mean barbecue as well.
Yeah. Well, they've dropped that this year, haven't they?
Oh, have they?
Yeah,
Oh,
I should have
okay.
said
All
that,
right.
yeah. Sure, you
All
just
right.
roll that up, yeah, it might be a sore point.
Might not be at that meeting.
Yeah. All those that didn't bring any dinner with them.
Yeah, I never bring any dinner with me, so I'm going to go hungry this year.
Yeah.
Jordan, best of luck. I really appreciate you talking to us. Take care. Thank you so much. Let's have a quick chat with Nick as well, shall we, as he's right next to him. Sorry, Nick, I'm going to pick on you again, but it is always good to have a quick chat with you. Can you tell us about your motorsport journey?
My motorsport journey, I started when I was 13.
Okay, yeah.
I'm now 50.
Yeah.
Short oval, and then moved on to the circuits probably 16, 17, and then that's it. Carried on ever since.
Nice.
Won a few championships and along the way. So,
well, I'm really sorry, Nick. We've literally, just as we started to talk, we'll have a proper catch up another time. Yeah, good luck, guys. Thank you for talking to us. Yeah, there you go. The whistle's literally just gone. The drivers are getting inside the car. The engines are going to fire up and they're going to make their way out on to the track. Time to get going. The afternoon session. Our lunch break is over, and we are going for the second race of the weekend for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Prix 83s. Moments to go before they get called on to the grid. So I'm going to hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard, who will take you through the action. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ian. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back after the lunch break here at Donington Park, here at BARC in the Park, here at the home of motorsport in the Midlands with the British Automobile Racing Club. First weekend of the season here on BARC TV. And we are ready for the second race for the Prix 83 Group 1 touring cars. It'll be a slightly reduced grid because of not a lot of repair time. A few cars had problems in the earlier race, but it is Jonathan Corker in the Datsun who will start on pole alongside Nick Reinrod in the Escort. Second row, Nick Williamson in the Rover SD1, and Graham Smith with his Escort will be alongside. Tom Harvey got a track limits penalty in the earlier race, dropping into 5th position. Had an epic battle with Nick Williamson on track for the final podium place, but he lines up on row 3 alongside Jared Knight in the Mark II Escort. Row 4, Jerry Bailey's Rover SD1, Rhys Cannell in the Ford Capri. Row 5, we hope Neil Philpotts is there. His car slowed on the last couple of laps and dropped to 9th of the first race. Starts alongside James Dunkley, he's there with the Ford Fiesta. Row 6, Mostyn Rutter is there with the Vauxhall Firenze and Steve Walden's BMW. Car, as we heard, currently up for sale, so if you want to have a go at classic touring car racing for yourself, that could be the car to buy. Mike Broadway is there with the Jaguar on row 7. Carl Shreve won't be starting, had an accident in race 1 with his Triumph Dolomite coming out of the chicane. Row 8, not sure if Chris Snowden's going to be there. He pulled into the pits during race 1. Robin Slater's Escort expired in a cloud of smoke, so I don't think he's going to be starting. And the final row, Colin Claxton. Don't think he's there, no. Colin Claxton's not in the assembly area with the Triumph. He pulled into the pits as well in race 1, but Don Hughes is there. Didn't get away in race 1 due to that gear linkage failure on the green flag lap. He's out for this one though, so hopefully we'll get away this time. A slightly reduced field then. I didn't see Neil Philpotts' car in the assembly area, the Mitsubishi Colt Lancer. Beautiful shape of the Mark 1 Golf GTI, one of the definitive hot hatchbacks. Richard Lloyd, who was the leading exponent to those, along with John Morris in the days of the British Saloon Car Championship. So let's see if we do have any further gaps on the grid. Graham Smith is there. Jared Knight is not. The Mark II Escort isn't there. He's got a long journey home to Devon though, Jared Knight. So it could be down to about a dozen cars, unfortunately, for this second race. But the leading runners put on a cracking show earlier on. Tom Harvey will be fired up after that penalty earlier on. Watch for that Shell Sport Escort on row 3. Starting alone on row 3, no Jared Knight. Jerry Bailey and Rhys Cannell fill row 4. Neil Philpotts is not there. Well done to all those who got the quiz questions right. We had an answer from somebody who was marshalling on that occasion, Joe Shingler. And yes, I was marshalling and I was wet right down to my underpants. It was one of the wettest days in Donington's history, the day of that race. Jimmy, hello to you from Canada. And yes, Hayden Co, I did get my tea. Thank you very much. Refueled with tea and lunch. I'm ready to go racing once again. Jonathan Corker then in the blue and white Datsun on pole position. red and gold Escort of Nick Grindrod from Birmingham alongside him. In the blue Rover SD1, that of Nick Williamson, the yellow Escort of Graham Smith. Front, the winner likely to come from those first three on the grid. The dark horse here is Tom Harvey in the blue and white Mark 1 Escort on row 3, I would think. Move away for the green flag lap. We said earlier the car's divided into classes by engine size. The biggest engine car out there is the Jaguar of Mike Broadway, 4.2 litres. It's the over 3 litre class, Class A. Class B has got the Rover SD ones, 3.5 litre V8s for them. Neil Philpott's Mitsubishi, being a turbocharged car, would have been in Class B as well, but he's not there. 2.3 litre Vauxhall Firenze is as well, and the 3 litre Capri of Reese Canal. Find the Escorts, the Triumphs and the Datsuns in Class C, but no Triumphs on the grid. They both went out in race 1. This will be a 15-minute race. Beautifully turned out Toshiba sponsored Rover SD1 Vitesse of Jerry Bailey. Andy Rouse, Dennis Leach, Steve Soper, Tim Harvey, some of the all-time greats of British touring car racing competed in SD1s in the 80s. Many of them still going today. Keep an eye on Don Hughes from the back in his Golf. I believe he used to run that car in the old Slick 50 Road Saloon series. A slightly reduced field in quantity, but certainly not in quality. Some excellent drivers out there. James Dunkley with the favourite in Class D. Used to race MG Midgets several years ago before switching to Fords. The Blue Oval Saloon Series a couple of times with his old Mark II XR2, now in the Mark 1 version. Nick Grindrod, as we heard earlier, began his career on the short ovals in the mini stocks. He moved into midget cars, legends cars, the pickup truck racing championship. I'm certainly looking forward to them going back to BARC this year after a year away. Went on into Caterhams and MX-5s as well. And he defeats the Datsun of Jonathan Corker. Perennial dominator of this series was Stephen Primet, of course. He's now in the Blue Oval Saloons with his familiar Escort. Mark Osborne, the Welshman, was champion a couple of times as well in his Triumph Dolomite. Not seen him out for a few years. So the Datsun leads them into position then alongside the first of the Escorts. Is Nick Williamson going to get the start right this time and blast through the middle in the big Rover? The GTR car, Good Times Racing. Last couple of cars into line at the back. Just a dozen cars on the grid this time for the CTCRC Prix 83 Group 1 touring cars. Waiting for the red lights to come on the gantry. Once the marshals are satisfied that everybody is in position, is Jonathan Corker going to make it a double then? We're about to find out over the next 15 minutes. We get underway. Wheel spinning start for Nick Grindrod in the Escort. He could lose out here to Nick Williamson. Corker moves across in the Datsun to take the line for Redgate. Williamson trying to get through on the inside. There was a little bit of contact there. Something flew off the, I think it was from the back of the Escort there of Grindrod as he takes second place. Tom Harvey up into fourth place. Not the best of starts for Graham Smith in the yellow Escort. Reese Canal got a flyer in the Capri. Looks like he's up into fifth position. side by side with Smith, who retakes the place down the hill. Looks like Mike Broadway is slowing up in the Jaguar. We could be losing the lone Class A runner. Jerry Bailey up the inside. Henri's Canal takes the place through the old hairpin. As they head out onto the back of the circuit for the first time, it is Jonathan Corker who leads. Nick Grindrod. Williamson in third place. Fourth, it is Tom Harvey. Graham Smith in fifth. Then it's Bailey. Canal's dropped back to seventh. Then Mostyn Rutter in eighth position. Up towards Coppice for the first time. They are line astern. Yes, looks like we've lost the Jaguar. Unfortunately, Mike Broadway's out of it. Don Hughes has made up one place. He's got ahead of Steve Walden in the BMW. And there is Mike Broadway. Looks like he'll be heading for the pits if he makes it round. The number 88 down into the Fogarty S's for the first time. Datsun, Ford, Rover, Ford, your top five. They've already broken away slightly from the rest of the field. Watch for young Tom Harvey, a very talented racer in that Smart 1 Escort, owned since he was 14 years of age. His father, a great racer in old school Fords as well, particularly down at their local circuit of Liddon Hill in Kent over the years. Tom moving up on Nick Williamson. He's never going to go around the outside, although I think the Rover, did he miss a gear there? He seems very slow coming off the hairpin, and Harvey's gone through around the outside. The Rover sideways through Goddard's. He could lose out to Graham Smith as well. Wondering if there is a problem for Nick Williamson's Rover. Don Hughes is charging through. He's got ahead of Dunkley and Mostyn Rutter there he took at Goddard's. So Don Hughes up to 8th place from the back. Jonathan Corker leads by half a second over Nick Grindrod at the moment. Tom Harvey up into 3rd place. Williamson still there in 4th ahead of Graham Smith and Jerry Bailey. Can Nick Grindrod reel in Jonathan Corker for the lead? Fairly well evenly spaced out at the moment. There's Jerry Bailey in 6th position ahead of Rhys Cannell. Don Hughes in the Golf up to 8th place, gaining 4 places on the opening lap. 9th is Mostyn Rutter, James Dunkley 10th, Steve Walden's BMW is 11th. Wait to see if Mike Broadway's Jag is still moving. I think he may have pulled over somewhere. He hasn't come through to complete the opening lap yet. Whether he will make it as far as the pits, we'll wait and see. Hopefully if he does, he'll be able to rejoin, at least get some class points on the board. As the leaders head out of Coppice down the exhibition straight past the site of the Dunlop Bridge and then into the Fogarty S's. Rhys Cannell dropping back a bit from Jerry Bailey, made a fast start in the Capri. Now down into 7th place. Still Nick Grindrod shadowing Jonathan Corker as they head into the looping right-hander at the Melbourne hairpin. There's Cannell, 7th place. You'll notice the slight dent in his left front wing. Bit of a wallop with Jerry Bailey, I think he said it was in the first race. Don Hughes in 8th place behind him has fixed the gear change on his Golf. There is Mike Broadway, he has made it round to the pits. That looks like a retirement, sadly, for the Jaguar. Over the line they go, and Nick Grindrod has been given a penalty. I can tell you he won't know it yet. He's going round the outside of Jonathan Corker. He takes the lead, an audacious move into Redgate. He's got the lead. You don't very often see moves around the outside at Redgate, but it's just come up on the timing screen. A 10-second penalty for Nick Grindrod for a false start. So he must have jumped the start there. And the Escort has been given a 10-second penalty. That will drop him, as things stand at the moment, I think down to 7th place. So he's got to get a move on here. Once he's informed of that penalty, if his pit crew inform him, he's got to pull away by more than 10 seconds to overcome the penalty. Wait and see if he can do it. This is going to make things more interesting. I'm not sure he'll be able to, but Nick is a very experienced racer, as we've mentioned. Let's see what he can do in that V-Tune Rolling Road Escort. Brilliant move around the outside line into Redgate to take Jonathan Corker for the lead. And now Tom Harvey is starting to catch the Datsun as well. Nick Williamson's dropped back a little in the SD1. They go into the Fogarty S's. Williamson 4th, Graham Smith is in 5th position. He's a former Caterham champion back in the 90s and early 2000s. Tom Harvey is definitely on the tail and putting Jonathan Corker under pressure here. That Datsun doesn't look as if it's handling as well as it was in race 1. He was sliding about a bit coming through the Melbourne hairpin. And Tom Harvey having a look on the outside. I think there's something amiss with Jonathan Corker's Datsun here. Let's have a look at his lap times. Grindrod does the fastest lap of the race. Over the line they go, and Harvey goes through into second. Yes, Corker, his lap time was a couple of seconds slower that time through. Is something wrong with the Datsun? 4th place Williamson, there's Smith, Bailey in the second of the Rovers. Behind him, Reese Cannell in the Ford Capri. Corker still there in third, but look at the way Harvey's pulled away. Compare their lap times on lap 2 and 3. You can see Harvey 1.5 seconds quicker on the last lap and was able to take second place. There's Jerry Bailey, P6. Well, it's not a P6, it's an SD1, but you get what I mean. Up the hill towards McLean's, the Mark II Capri in 7th place of Reese Cannell. There's Don Hughes in the Golf. He leads Class D ahead of James Dunkley now, having taken the Fiesta early on. Mike Broadway has rejoined from the pits, so the Jaguar just looking for some Class A points here. He's the only Class A entrant after all. Further back from this group, there's James Dunkley a few seconds back in 9th. Mostyn Rutter 10th and Steve Walden is 11th. We're already approaching half distance in this second race for the Prix 83 Group 1 touring cars. Nick Grindrod leads. He has that penalty hanging over him. It'll be added on at the end of the race. Could we see Tom Harvey take a win here? There he is in second, but Corker's closing back up on him now. Let's have a look at the lap times. Yeah, personal best for Jonathan Corker, 151.1, so I'm not quite sure whether he made a mistake somewhere on that previous lap that we didn't quite see. He did drop back quite away from Tom Harvey, having lost second place. And again, the car twitches slightly there. Is there a handling issue with that car, I wonder? He's certainly closer to the back of the Escort this time. This time Tom Harvey twitches off the curb at the Craners. Nick Williamson looking on from 4th place, just under 3 seconds, covers the top 4 at the end of lap 4. Just under 7 minutes this race to go. 5th is Graham Smith, then it's Bailey. There is the number 2, the Toshiba Computers SD1. Nick Grindrod continues to lead. There's Mostyn Rutter in the Vauxhall Firenze. Essentially a coupe version of the Vauxhall Viva in standard form. Meanwhile, Jonathan Corker up the outside as they come into the Fogarty S's. Who's going to be later on the brakes though? Tom Harvey brakes very late indeed. Just about gets the car stopped over the curves, and he holds that second place ahead of the reigning champion, Jonathan Corker. Down to the Melbourne hairpin. Corker will be on the outside on the entry. He tries to brake as late as he can, and they're lapping Mike Broadway in the Jaguar that's rejoined from the pits, but is going very slowly. I think that will have to head back in. And Harvey able to hold second place partly as a result of that, but Corker around the outside up towards Goddard's. They're going to be side by side. Harvey, is he too late on the brakes? No, he gets the car slowed down in time and holds second place. This is impressive. 1.2 seconds the gap to our leader now, Nick Grindrod. He's got to win by more than 10 seconds because of that penalty for a false start. Harvey still holds second. Corker down to third. Here's Steve Walden's BMW. We haven't forgotten about the runners further down the order. He's in P11, 5th in Class C, which is led by our overall leader. In fact, the top 3 all in Class C. Nick Williamson leads Class B. Hughes leads Class D in the Golf. Out of the old hairpin. Corker closes up again. Got the better run out of the old hairpin there. You saw Tom Harvey run wide onto the curbs, and he'll want to be careful because he got penalised down to 5th place for exceeding track limits in race 1. And he's holding off the reigning champion here, Jonathan Corker, in the Datsun 510. This This time the Datsun gets a good run out of Coppice. Harvey's going to be on the inside for the Fogarty S's, but Corker might get the move done before then. As they go towards the left-hander, he's going to have to give way, Tom Harvey, and up into second position goes the Datsun. Great fight between these two. They're not really catching Nick Grindrod, but if they know that Grindrod's got that penalty, it may be on the light board above the start-finish line that car 220 has that 10-second penalty. And if these two know that, they won't go all out to try and catch him. As long as they keep within 10 seconds of him, they know he'll be penalised down behind them. As we look from the camera looking down the home straight, as Corker got a bit crossed up on the curb there. Harvey will be able to fight back. There's a illuminated board facing the grid up on the light gantry there, and sometimes penalties appear on there. Oh, Nick Williamson pulling off. Into the pits comes the Rover. Now, we saw a bit of smoke out of that car at the end of race 1. And that looks like a retirement. Yes, the door is open. Well, that's an engine problem or something else, we're not sure, but Nick Williamson out of the race. So into the lead of Class B goes Jerry Bailey in the other Rover in 5th place. Graham Smith is up to 4th. Bailey is 5th. Reece Cannell will now be 6th overall. There is Graham Smith in the Escort. Steve Walden continues, he's up to 10th overall now. James Dunkley up to 8th. Now how far behind? He's 8 seconds behind Don Hughes in the Golf for the lead of Class D, smaller capacity cars. Now, the lead gap was just under 1.5 seconds at the conclusion of the last lap, but Jonathan Corker, purple sectors in sectors 1 and 2. He's turning up the pressure on Nick Grindrod now. Said with that penalty for the Escort, he only needs to sit behind him and he will inherit the win. There's just over 2 minutes left. But Jonathan Corker wants to take the flag in first place. He's going for Nick Grindrod here. Was beaten a couple of times by the Escort at Pembrey last year. Over the line they go. Does he get a new fastest lap? He does a personal best of 150.38, but the fastest lap is with Grindrod, 150.123. Average speed of 81.4 miles an hour around the 2.5 mile Donington Grand Prix circuit. 0.8 of a second in it as they cross the line. Exactly 2 minutes left on the clock as they cross the line. Grindrod getting crossed up down the Craner curves there. He's under pressure here from Jonathan Corker. There'll be this lap and one more. And there's Tom Harvey in 3rd place. Graham Smith has been given the black and white driving standards flag for exceeding track limits. He's in 4th place. He's 8.5 seconds off Tom Harvey. 6 seconds ahead of Jerry Bailey, so Graham Smith all on his own in 4th place. Bailey 7 seconds ahead of Reece Cannell for the lead of Class B, with the slightly higher capacity machines. Smaller capacity Escorts than the Datsun, the better handling. And now Jonathan Corker, has he got a run here down the exhibition straight into the Fogarty S's? Not quite. Over the curb goes the Escort. Up towards the Melbourne Loop. Is this Jonathan Corker's opportunity? He's going to try and have a look down the inside. He's got the nose down the inside. Can he get the car stopped in time? Grindrod will try and turn it back on the exits. Sideways goes the Datsun on the wider line. He's got to keep that inside line, keep it covered into the left-hander at Goddard's, and he's done it. But Grindrod's fighting back on the inside. Big lock-up from the Datsun. He was as late on the brakes as he dared there, but he's done it. Jonathan Corker takes the lead. Superb. Corker leads it from Tom Harvey. Grindrod's ready to fight back. Remember, he went round the outside at Redgate earlier on. The clock has just counted down to 0, so we are on the last lap now. They lap Mike Broadway's slowing Jaguar. So is it going to be the Datsun or the Ford that takes the win here? Down the crane as the Datsun sideways. Jonathan Corker throwing that car around. The Escort goes sideways as well. This is classic saloon car race action. And two very talented drivers indeed. They've dropped Tom Harvey, who's about 1.5 seconds down. There he is. With the penalty applied to Grindrod, he will get second place here as long as he keeps within range. Up to Coppice for the final time, then down towards the Fogarty S's. And it looks as though Jonathan Corker is starting to pull away slightly. Going to take something audacious here from Nick Grindrod if he's going to snatch the win on the road. Up towards the S's, right on the limit of adhesion. I thought the Datsun was dropping back in the early stages, but Jonathan Corker fought back. First past Tom Harvey, and then past Nick Grindrod. Grindrod's not finished yet. Into the Melbourne Loop for the last time. It's only up the rise and into Goddard's now. I think Jonathan Corker has done enough. Grindrod will lose second place with that 10-second penalty, but a brilliant battle all the same with Jonathan Corker. It certainly has been a corker of a race, hasn't it? Out of the final corner, Jonathan Corker takes his second win of the weekend. Second on the line for Nick Grindrod. Tom Harvey slides home behind him. We'll wait to see what happens with the penalty applied. I don't think Jonathan Corker's transponder worked over the line there, because Tom Harvey's showing as the winner. Yes, it's been reinstated at the top now. He got fastest lap on the last lap as well. So Harvey will be classified second, Grindrod third, Graham Smith is fourth, Jerry Bailey gets a class win in fifth. Nick Williamson has rejoined out of the pits, but he's a couple of laps down. Reece Cannell comes over in sixth behind Jerry Bailey. Bailey wins Class B. Don Hughes in the Golf in seventh wins Class D. Mike Broadway a few laps down in his struggling Jaguar. James Dunkley comes over in eighth place. It will be Mostyn Rutter in ninth and Steve Walden 10th. Nick Williamson 11th, having rejoined from the pits. And likewise Mike Broadway, he completes the finishes. It's waiting for Rutter and Walden to come home. There's Mostyn Rutter in the Vauxhall. Ninth place and third in class, and Steve Walden completing our 12 finishers. We'll await the provisional result then. The winner completing 9 laps, Jonathan Corker, in a time of 16 minutes 42.243. He also got the fastest lap, 1 minute 49.969. Brilliant race there between Corker, Grindrod and Tom Harvey. Nick Grindrod with that 10-second penalty drops to third behind Tom Harvey, winning margin of 3.59 seconds for the Datsun of Jonathan Corker. Graham Smith in fourth place, then Jerry Bailey wins his class in fifth after Nick Williamson made a pit stop. Sixth for Reece Cannell in the Capri. Don Hughes from the back of the grid wins Class D in seventh ahead of James Dunkley. The margin between them nearly 10 seconds. Mostyn Rutter and Steve Walden next home, then Williamson and Broadway after their pit calls. We'll wait the cars to make their way into Parc Fermé then. And next up on track will be the first of 2 races today for the OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres. 20 Hyundai Coupes we should see on the grid shortly. A series aimed at the newcomer to motorsports. Very cost-effective and very enjoyable race series. We'll bring you the grid for that soon, because the car's just heading around the Melbourne Loop now, waving thank you to our marshals and to the fans for supporting them as well. Looks like we have got the capacity 20 cars for the Hyundais. There was one car that didn't make it out in qualifying, but he will be able to start from the back of the grid. They had a cracking race here at Donington last year. It was their mini enduro pit stop race, which was an absolutely incredible affair last year at Convoy in the Park in August. They'll be out on track shortly for the first of their 2 15-minute races, but I think we can head down to Ian Waterhouse in Parc Fermé with the Prix 83 touring cars.
Well, here he is, Jonathan Corker, 2 from 2 this weekend for the reigning champion in the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Prix 83s. Nick Greenjohn coming home in 3rd place after that 10-second time penalty for a false start. And Tom Harvey taking P2. The engines are still wrong. You just wait for the drivers to get out of the car, and we'll have a quick catch up with your top 3 overall. Jonathan, well done. Oh, you're looking very red-faced now after that one. I assumed, I take it you didn't know Nick had a 10-second penalty, or did you know?
No, I didn't know, no.
There you go.
No. I mean, all that effort, I didn't need to.
well, I didn't want to say. Well, yes, I did want to say. Actually, yeah. You didn't know that, so that makes it even more impressive.
No, you've got to get him as well, haven't you?
Exactly. Well done, 2 for 2 this weekend. Perfect day for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Great.
Nice one. Thank you so much. Tom's over there as well. He's just doing tyre pressures about to do. Tom, congratulations, my friend. That was good, wasn't it? You enjoyed that?
Yeah, it was a good race. Missed a couple of gears, but it was a good race. Can't grumble.
Missed a couple of gears. You still got second.
It's good, isn't it?
You know,
happy with that.
Imagine what you do if you did it with second.
I know. I'm really happy. Really happy. The car's fantastic.
Excellent. I'll let you go. It looks like you've got to do tyre pressure, so I'll let you crack on. Great stuff in DP2 there for Tom Harvey. Of course, it was Nick Williams on the podium earlier in the Prix 83s. We'll grab a quick chat with Nick again. Of course, he did get that 10-second time penalty for a false start. He's just having a quick chat with Gary at the minute. Nick, 10-second time penalty, false start. It's just one of those things, isn't it?
It did, yeah. It just rolled and I dabbed my foot on the brake, and then, but it is what it is, and it's.
You started a good battle. Of course, Jonathan didn't even know, so.
Couldn't have let me win then, couldn't he?
Look, pair of podiums though. Good way to start the season.
Very good way, yeah. You can't, yeah. As I just said, the only way's up, and when you're at the top, the only way's down.
Exactly. Top man. Nick, thanks. Really good to see you again as well. There you go. The Prix 83s are done and dusted here this weekend. It's Jonathan Corker, who's had a corking weekend with back-to-back wins. Right, up next we have the Hyundai Coupe Cup. The first time we're going to see these cars in action. It's a surprise name on pole position, and a little bit earlier I caught up with him, so let's hear right now over in assembly area. Right, everybody, for the first time this weekend we get to see the Coupe Cup cars in action. I really want to come talk to this young man here, Nathan James Boyle, because I understand, Nathan, that this is your first ever race and you've only gone to put it on pole position. What is going on here?
Honestly, I couldn't tell you. Went out Friday, loads of red flags, but I got in some laps, headed out earlier and just went flying.
So you've literally done no car racing before?
Nope. First ever car race. I've done a bit of testing over the years, but...
Any karting or anything?
Yeah, so I've been karting for the past few years, but yeah, first car race.
You are one of these annoyingly talented people. Young, handsome, lightning fast. I mean, can you get this over the line?
Well, let's hope so. As long as someone doesn't pump me off, that should be alright.
No, thank you. Best of luck, mate. Hopefully I'll be chatting to you in Park Fern as well, yeah. Incredible. First ever race, goes and puts it on pole position. The cars are coming in now. What a view this is. Come on, Harvey. It is so good to see you again, my friend. I missed you over the winter, you know, I really do. I really have missed you. Do you know that?
Same as. Always good to see your face around, isn't it?
I don't believe that for a second. Look, what are we expecting from this race? Are you excited? Glad to be back?
Yeah, go do some skids. Try not to hit anyone. Try not to crash.
You're quite a way up here, you know, so you've got a chance for a real result here.
It was a decent quali. I was doing all right, but we were sort of in a pack. And then as soon as I tried to give myself a bit of space, the red flag came out, and I was like, oh well. There's a bit more pace to gain, but should be alright.
Harvey, top man. If you get on the top 3, you get to talk to me again later. What a treat. Good luck, mate. Right, time to go racing. First race of the weekend for the Coupe Cup. This is going to be a lot of fun. They've got on. Over to you.
Thanks very much, Ian. Getting ready then for the first race of the season, the OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres. A few years ago, this series, not a championship, it is a series, started by John Winter, a racer and magazine editor over the years, now runs Exit 13 Vehicle Graphics, so named because they're based next to Junction 13 of the M1. John, the championship boss and coordinator, busy in the paddock. And his drivers had their qualifying session this morning, and it is Nathan James Boyle on pole for his debut in the car that Nathan Williams, the former sim racer, had a number of race wins in last year. And alongside him is a car number 43 with the surname Jones. Now, it was Adam Jones who had a few wins in that car last year. It's his father Sean at the wheel today. So we've got the two cars that were pretty dominant in last year's series on the front row, but with different drivers. Second row, number 19, Hazim Zaki, all the way from Egypt, moving up from sim racing last year. Alongside him is number 10, Ben Wilkinson, who took his first ever win at Donington in that pit stop race. What an epic that was last August. Row 3, number 87, Neil Hurren, and 88 of Harvey Kersley, the Junior Saloon Car graduate. His father Alex prepares the cars. Number 12, Matthew Watson on row 4, alongside 51 of Paul Lorry. I think Paul is debuting a new car here today as well. His old car got rather smashed up last season. Declan Marsden, 337 and 33 Michael Evans on row 5. Row 6, Kevin Middleton, number 7. And 52, Stephen Slawson. Roger Owens, number 26, lines up on row 7 alongside Jason Jesse in the 37. Jason, like Kevin Middleton, a former competitor in the Nippon Challenge run by the Track Action Race Club. Row 8, treble 6 Mark Eels, and 38 Darren Ford in the Lightning McQueen look-alike. Row 9, 46 of Mark Worsley and 44 Tim Prince. Number 1, Paul Callaway on row 10 alongside 65 Spencer Hirons, who failed to set a time in qualifying, but we're told will be starting from the back of the grid. Cars are Hyundai Coupes of all three generations, and only basic safety modifications allowed. They're designed to be as standard as possible, as equal as possible, these cars, and budget friendly, aimed at the newcomer to saloon car racing. They're already on their green flag lap, a very colourful field indeed. Taking down a couple of the colours here. It's the black and white car of Nathan James Boyle on pole. It's almost an unwritten rule of British club racing. There has to be at least one Gulf liveried car at every meeting, and that honour belongs to 44 Tim Prince here, and also Alex Forster's MGB, I noticed, as well, is in Gulf colours, powder blue and orange. Made so famous at the Le Mans 24 Hours, among others, over the years on the Porsches and the Ford GTs. There is Hazim Zaki, the Egyptian. Made his debut at Donington last year, and after the pit stops in that mini enduro race, emerged in the lead and almost hung on to take the win on his debut. But it was Ben Wilkinson who was overjoyed to take his maiden win. He lines up alongside in the white car with the blue and yellow flashes down the side. There's our pole man, Nathan Boyle. Sean Jones, racing son Adam's car from last year, the grey car with the blue bonnet. Hazim Zaki in the navy blue alongside Ben Wilkinson. Then Neil Hurren, former Toyota MR2 racer, starts on row 3. Paul Callaway and Paul Lorry also raced in the MR2 series in the past with John Winter. They've carried on together into the Hyundai Coupes. The MR2 series now sadly defunct. Neil Hurren in the black and white car with the orange flashes, and then Harvey Kersley in red, white and blue, same colour as the Kersley Motorsports Junior Saloon Car racers. With the lack of modification allowed, these cars very evenly matched and providing very close racing. Michael Evans with his familiar yellow and purple paint job, the Cadbury's Caramel as I call it. Debuting a Generation 3 car for this season, the later, the slightly, well, looks slightly bigger Hyundai Coupe design. Generations 1 and 2, the slightly smaller and more sleek design. Gen 1 and 2 I think can be told apart by the different headlights. I think it's Gen 2 that has the quad headlights. There's Lightning McQueen, number 38, Darren Ford. Surely he should be number 95. So Nathan Boyle in the white and black car on pole. Sean Jones in grey and blue. Hazim Zaki in navy blue. Ben Wilkinson in the white number 10. You can also recognise Matthew Watson, the purple coloured car, number 12, because it's got googly eyes on the headlights. It's not just a Citroën 2CV Championship that does that. We need more cars with googly eyes on the headlights. 51 Paul Lorry in the red livery on the outside of him. So in position then for the first OT Publishing Coupe Cup race in association with Toyo Tyres this season, and we're underway, and Sean Jones doesn't move at all. He's stalled it, he's got it going now, but he'll lose a lot of places. Lightning McQueen, aka Darren Ford, gets forced out onto the grass, and it's Ben Wilkinson who's come from the second row of the grid into the lead. A poor start by our pole sitter Nathan Boyle, and Sean Jones didn't move at all. The front row were caught out there. So that's going to make for some interesting opening laps, I think. Ben Wilkinson looking for his second Hyundai Coupe Cup win leads. Neil Hurren up into second place with his new car. Nathan Boyle side by side with Hazim Zaki. Then it's Harvey Kersley, Matthew Watson. And who's that in behind them? It's the number 52 of Stephen Slawson, I think. He's made a decent getaway. The grey and white car. Harvey Kersley trying to make a move on Hazim Zaki as they make their way up to McLean's corner. Up towards McLean's then. The sun's disappeared into the clouds here at Donington Park, but the track action just as hot from the Hyundai Coupes, right on the edge of adhesion as they slide into Coupe. It's up the inside there, the number 37, that's Jason Jesse, very experienced saloon car racer. I remember him racing successfully in a Toyota Celica GT4 in the old Nippon Challenge series, had a few wins with that at Rockingham, I remember. Ben Wilkinson just about holding the lead ahead of Neil Hurren then, and we've got somebody in the gravel. That's Paul Calloway, the number 1 in the gravel at Coppice. Marshals will try and dig him out and keep him going without the need of a safety car. Nathan Boyle, the pole sitter's back up into third place, making his graduation from karting today, side by side for fourth, as Paul Calloway thumbs up to the Marshals. They've got him out of the gravel, and the man from Rugby in Warwickshire is on his way. Sadly, too late to stop the safety car being called. The field slows down, and we do have a safety car. Now, the reason Paul's gone onto the grass there, that was intentional, to get the gravel out from under his car without spraying it all over the tarmac. So that's why Paul Calloway went down the grass there. Safety car being called, it should be just one lap, I would think. Oh, we've got somebody else off, so maybe not. That's Roger Owens, number 26. Cloud of steam coming from under the bonnet of his car. So that's the reason for the safety car, not Paul Calloway's car. Now that's on the Robert chicane, that's on the short circuit. The pack hadn't got that far yet. They're only coming through Goddard's now. So how's he ended up there? That's rather bizarre. Must have been as they went into the Fogarty S's. Something's happened on the entry there, and he's pulled the car over into the what would be the Robert chicane if we were using the short circuit here at Donington. I was wondering for a second how he'd ended up there. So the safety car out. Hopefully it will be just the one lap. Getting cold at the old hairpin, says Hayden Coe. Watching from trackside and watching the stream today. So Ben Wilkinson, number 10, is your race leader, ahead of Neil Hurren. Boyle and Zaki up to third and fourth places. Sean Jones, who stalled on the line, is down to 16th place. There's Mark Eales, number 666. Drop back from the safety car, so that suggests to me we're going racing this time. Watson, Steve Slawson, the NBE Builders Cup. hopes start to rise. There's Lightning McQueen, just ahead of Mark Worsley, number 46 in the black car. And the pack is unleashed once again. Away they go. So Roger Owen's car is safely out of harm's way. We've lost him, but Paul Callaway is going again at the tail of the field. Ben Wilkinson defending from Neil Hurren into Redgate for the first time. All the way cleanly. One car coming into the pits at the back there. That is Spencer Hirran, so maybe his problems from qualifying have returned. Well, he didn't make it out in qualifying, unfortunately. Mark Worsley side by side with Darren Ford. Down the Craner curves. The first three have broken away slightly. It's Wilkinson from Hurren, then it's Nathan Boyle in third place. Hazim Zaki is in fourth. We know that's a proven car that Nathan James Boyle is driving. Nathan Williams won several races with it last year. Cars are designed to be as equal as possible. Nathan has a look up the inside there. Then it's Zaki, Kersley, Matthew Watson, Stephen Slawson. Jason Jesse in the green car is 8th. Paul Lorry in the number 51 is 9th. Running up the top 10 is Mark Eels. Throw it through Coppice once again. A little bit of gravel on the road there from Paul Callaway's off. The leaders head down the exhibition straights towards the left-right at the Fogarty S's on this first event of the season for the OT Publishing Hyundai Coupe Cup, and Neil Hurren has a look there. He's not close enough to challenge for the lead. Oh, the leader's lost it! Off goes Ben Wilkinson. What happened there? Spins it into the tyre stack, and the leader has gone. So Neil Hurren does take the lead. I wonder if Neil was watching his mirror to try and see where, Ben was watching his mirror to try and see where Neil Hurren was there. He just missed his braking points. So Neil has now got the lead in the 87 car, with Boyle up into second place, and Hazim Zaki will be in third. Up towards Goddard's they come. Zaki under fire from Harvey Kersley in the red, white and blue number 88. Now, has Ben Wilkinson got going in? I don't think he has. He's limping the car away as up the inside on the exit of Goddard. Nathan Boyle takes the lead. Well done indeed to the young gun in the 77, but Neil Hurren, experienced sports car racer from London, is fighting back. Battle is joined at the front of the field. Zaki is third. Kersley under fire from Matthew Watson for fourth place. But Nathan Boyle has now got the lead. 8 minutes of this race still to run. Well, we saw an epic from the Hyundais at Donington in their longer feature race of the season last year, and it's clearly first day back at school for these drivers. Down the hill comes Neil Hurren out of the old head. Nathan Boyle, number 77, the man from Buckingham, leads the way. There's Jason Jesse over the curbs, chasing Stephen Slawson. That's for what is now 6th position, with the demise of Ben Wilkinson from the race lead. Now, has he got going again? Saw his car moving slowly as he tried to get away from the scene. Jason Jesse runs out very wide into the gravel. Don't spin it. Just about saves it there. It's dropped him a few lengths back from Stephen Slawson. Mark Eels behind him, then the number 51 of Paul Lorry. They've swapped positions. Behind them, Michael Evans in the 33. Here come your leaders. Neil Hurren lining up for another go at Nathan Boyle. So I don't think there's any yellow flags out there at the S's. Which means that Ben Wilkinson, I think, he's pulled over to the right-hand side of the road. So maybe there were yellows out there. I didn't see any. So Ben Wilkinson's out of the race. Neil Hurren on the outside into the hairpin, trying to get the cutback possibly on the exit, in the exit 13 vehicle graphics liveried car. Up to Goddard. Hazim Zaki's getting closer now. The man from Egypt, side by side for the lead. Hurren has to go the long way round. Is he going to try and cut back in there? Zaki led at Donington for much of the second half of the race last year until he was overhauled by Ben Wilkinson. Neil Hurren, which side's he going to go? He's in the slipstream there, down the straights. Matthew Watson's got ahead of Harvey Kersley, up into 4th position behind them. Stephen Slawson in 6th place, with Jason Jesse having run wide coming out of McLean's. Down the Craner curves once again. With a lock up there on the entry to the old hairpin from the 2nd place car. Mark Eels has now caught Jason Jesse in that almost camouflage green liveried car. Looks like something out of Minecraft, doesn't it? 23 Michael Evans in these familiar purple and yellow. He's been with the Coupes virtually since they started. Boyle from Hurren, here comes Zaki on the inside at Coppice. There's going to be contact there, a little bit of rubbing. Rubbing's racing, as a certain famous motorsport film pointed out. She recently sadly lost one of the stars of Days of Thunder, Robert Duvall, who played Harry Hogg, the crew chief. Neil Hurren had another run there on the inside, but not close enough to Nathan Boyle to take the lead. There's Ben Wilkinson's car stranded against the barrier. Hopefully he can fix that for race 2. Hazim Zaki tries to go round the outside. He won't get round the outside of the hairpin, but Neil Hurren might get up the inside. Side by side into the Melbourne Loop. They could come out of here 3 wide. Zaki's got it turned back perfectly there. They're going to be 3 wide into Goddard. This is never going to work. Hurren in the middle. Boyle's going to have the inside line for the left-hander. Last of the late breakers. A wheel lifts on Nathan Boyle's car, the inside rear. He's got the lead back again. My goodness me. There's still 4.5 minutes of this to go. Matthew Watson's been able to catch them as a result of them squabbling, and Harvey Kersley's trying to go with them as well. This is brilliant stuff. Proof that budget racing is often the best racing. And proof how evenly matched these cars are. Hazim Zaki runs wide coming out of Redgate. He'll be mindful that that googly-eyed purple machine of Matthew Watson is up behind him. He's going through. Up into 3rd place goes Watson. One of his eyes has slipped, look on the left-hand side of the car. Are those eyes moving as the car corners? I think they are. Yes, they are. Look. That's brilliant. Well, they say motorsport should be fun. That's a great addition. So fair play Matthew Watson and his team. Meantime, here comes Harvey Kersley. He's going to take 4th place. Hazim Zaki having lost that momentum running wide at Redgate, and unfortunately Lightning McQueen is in the pit lane. Is that Guido working on the car? Meantime, the race continues. Just over 3 minutes to go, so we'll get at least a couple more laps out of this. So lost Spencer Hirons into the pit lane. We lost Roger Owens early on as well. Harvey Kersley staying ahead of Hazim Zaki, who has been a little bit ragged over the last couple of laps. Here's Tim Prince in the Golf car, number 44. Chased by the number 1 of Paul Callaway, recovering after his off earlier on. Callaway up the inside. This is the battle for 15th place. This is the battle for 4th place. Back up the inside comes Hazim Zaki. And back up the inside comes Harvey Kersley. Excuse me, he says. Been a needle creeping into the fight between these two, I think. Matthew Watson, as a result, has been able to get away into 3rd place. Stephen Slawson is going well in 6th. Mark Eels is up to 7th. He's got ahead of Jason Jesse now. And then Laurie and number 337 of Declan Marsden rounding out the top 10. Marsden's got ahead of Michael Evans. There they are. It's the other Minecraft almost liveried car there. Other games are available. Down the hill they come, down the Craner curves. 51 Paul Lorry looking to line up a move there possibly. 90 seconds left on the clock. To Coppice. Somebody's gone into the gravel there. Who's that? I think that was Mark Eels. Yes, he's run wide. The treble 6 car. That'll lose in places. Jesse goes by. Paul Lorry's going to go through as well, and Declan Marsden. Yes, Mark Eels just overshooting there at Coppice. He's lost 3 places, trying to get back up the inside of Declan Marsden on the chicane. Scrap for 2nd, intensifying now. Neil Hurren is under fire from Matthew Watson. This is the best I've seen Matthew run. in the Coupe Cup. They're coming around to start their last lap this time, and the number 12 of Watson, the Norfolk-based driver, could get second place. Yep. Is Nathan Boyle going to win on his debut? He's already taken his first pole position. He's got the fastest lap of the race as well. Oh, Neil Hurren has been given a 5-second penalty, we're being told, for exceeding track limits. So it's going to be a 5-second penalty. Oh, a tangle at the final corner there. Michael Evans and Declan Marsden fall over each other, but they've kept going, coming out of Goddard's to start their final lap. Yes, confirmation, a 5-second penalty for track limits for Neil Hurren in the 87. Hazim Zaki has just done the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes, .141. So Hurren will certainly drop back behind, possibly behind Harvey Kersley as well. So Nathan Boyle looks like he's heading for a debut victory in the car that Nathan Williams drove to so many wins last year. Matthew Watson is going to inherit second place, but he wants second place on the road. He's up alongside Hurren, but he'll be on the outside for McLean's. Hurren's gone wide, he's going to give him second place at this rate, and Zaki up to that. Oh, they've leaned on each other, don't take each other out now. Tell us the last lap, can't you? Neil Hurren rejoins behind them. I thought they were all going to take each other out there. And Harvey Kersley, if the worst had happened there, he could have ended up in second place. As it is, he stays fifth. Neil Hurren will drop behind him on corrected time, though, so it's Watson up to second. Zaki is third. Car looking a bit battered and bruised as a result of that. Mark Worsley, further back in the order, number 46, has got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits as well, as Harvey Kersley makes a move on Neil Hurren. I wonder if he's damaged his steering there when he went off. But it's going to be a win for the Venture Security Management sponsored car of Nathan James Boyle, the man from Buckingham. His first ever car race after moving up from karting. He took his maiden pole position, and he's going to take a debut win in the car prepared by Kersley Motorsport. Here he comes out of the final corner. Checkered flag is in sight. A win on debut for Nathan James Boyle. Well done to him. Matthew Watson, I think that's his best ever result in second. Hazim Zaki is third. Harvey Kersley will be fourth. We wait to see where the penalty will drop Neil Hurren to. Stephen Slauson, an excellent fifth. Then Jason Jesse, Paul Lorry. And I think Hurren, yes, will be dropped to eighth ahead of Mark Eales, Michael Evans. Then Declan Marsden. Next home is Sean Jones after stalling at the start. Kevin Middleton in the number 7. Now Mark Worsley has that penalty, but I don't think it'll drop him any further down. I think he's safely clear of the next finisher, which will be Paul Calloway. Here he comes. Spun on the first lap, recovers to finish in 15th. 16th will be Tim Prince in the 44. And I think they're the only finishers, yes, because we lost Darren Ford, aka Lightning McQueen, into the pit lane. Ben Wilkinson, who was leading, went off at the Fogarty S's and clouted the tyre stack. We lost Spencer Hirons into the pits, and Roger Owens dropped out on the opening lap. So provisional result then, Nathan James Boyle, what a debut. Pole position and the victory. 8 laps completed, 16 minutes, 40.119 seconds his time, and the fastest lap as well of 2 minutes, .115 seconds. Finishing 2.4 seconds clear of Matthew Watson, which I think is his best ever finish in second place. Hazim Zaki, the Egyptian, takes third ahead of Harvey Kersley in fourth. Stephen Slauson, an excellent finish in fifth ahead of Jason Jesse. Neil Hurren penalised down to eighth behind Paul Lorry. Then Mark Eales and Michael Evans round out the top 10. Then Marsden, Jones, Middleton and Worsley, with Calloway and Prince the other two finishers. That result will set the grid provisionally for the second race later on. And so Nathan James Boyle will be on pole position once again. Superb race there from the OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres. To answer one question, KMHD asks, is the livery of the 88 car meant to be based on the 84 Tolman Formula 1 car? That's Harvey Kersley's car. I don't think it is. I think that's just coincidence, because Alex Kersley has run those colours for many years now, the red, white and blue. But we'll see if that is what Alex bases his colours on. Very impressive racing indeed there. Well, that's one of the finest races we've seen this weekend, but unfortunately Ben Wilkinson won't agree, spinning out of the lead and wallop into the tyre stacks on the Fogarty S's. And that was him out of the race, unfortunately. Thanks for all your comments coming in. Back at some more highlights of that race. Jason Jesse nearly lost it in the flames, throwing it nearly into the gravel, but managing to recover. This was the incident between Declan Marsden, who got loose and was almost collected by Michael Evans. That was coming out of Goddard to start the final lap. There we see another angle of it. It was Marsden who lost it, and Michael Evans took avoiding action. And then up at McLean's on that final lap, Neil Hurren ran out wide through the gravel. Hazim Zaki had to move to avoid him, clipped the side of Matthew Watson. His car looked rather shocked as a result. So a bit of recovery needed for Ben Wilkinson's car. While that's going on, we can hand down to Ian in Parc Fermé.
Well, he makes this motorsport malarkey look pretty easy, doesn't he? Nathan James taking his first ever win in his first ever race. This man right here has never in his life ever lost a car race. He's only ever been on the top step of the podium because it's your first race. How does that feel? But it was hard work, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, some of these lads are brilliantly quick, so being able to keep up with them is a real challenge, but I'm just so happy to have stayed out front the whole time.
It's quite the achievement, isn't it? You know, your first ever race, you put it up pole position, you've gone and won it. You put a bit of a target on your back here, maybe.
Yeah, probably. It's probably someone looking to take me out, but no. Yeah, brilliant race.
Well done, congratulations, that's amazing. Gary's going to be over in a minute. Gary, there you go. Look, have a quick chat. Let's grab Matthew here as well. Sorry, Matthew. Listen, if you're going to put this on the podium, you're going to have to come and talk to us. You said 4 years in the making.
Yeah, 4 years it's been.
You started 7th, I think, as well. That is some drive from you.
Yeah, I don't really know what happened, to be honest with you. It's It's incredible, honestly. I've been waiting 4 years for this, and
so what does it mean to you then? I can see it in your eyes.
Oh, it's like a world championship for me, honestly. This is great,
mate. Come on, well done. So happy for you, buddy. Well done.
I'm going to go and have a word with myself. Anyway.
Go ahead. Brilliant stuff indeed. Let's grab Hazim here as well. Congratulations. Well done, my friend. That was a great race, wasn't it? You enjoyed that?
That was very fun.
Hectic, wasn't it?
Hey, that was, yeah. It's been a long winter. I'm glad we're back, man. Yeah, like I think every single lap we were battling with someone 3 wide, that sort of stuff. That's what we're here for.
Exactly. The best news as well. You've got to do it all again a little bit later.
Mate, I can't wait.
Can we maybe get rid of these two somewhere, do you reckon?
We'll give it a go. You know I will. You know I will.
Yeah, I know you will. Great stuff indeed. There you go. First race. I had to wait quite some time for it, haven't we? But there it is. Brilliant introduction to 2026 for the Coupe Cup. Remember, so much coming up as well. Live chat open, of course. We know you're watching the BARC YouTube channel. Thank you so much to you for tuning in. Please hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. More action coming up for you. Wall to wall right to the finish today, this Sunday here at Donington Park. It's BARC in the Park. And now it's time for race 3 of the Junior Saloon Car Championship. There you go, Harvey. And I caught up with a couple of the junior drivers not so long ago in the assembly area, so let's hear from them now. Right, for the final time today, the Junior Saloon Car Championship are about to take to the track to end their round 1, race 3 of the weekend for them. And this man Zane, we haven't spoken to you so far. Zane, it's really good to meet you, my friend. What have you made of your experience here with the Junior Saloons at Donington?
It's been a real learning curve. Yeah. Because going from cars to cars is a lot different. But the racecraft's really clean here. But I've been enjoying it so far.
We've seen some great racing actually from the Junior Saloon Car Championship. What have you learned then from, so let's go all the way back to qualifying yesterday. Now we're about to enter into race 3. Is there anything that you think, I've really learned a lot from yesterday morning to today?
I think it was just the angle of the car to make sure we don't get understeer or oversteer. Yeah. But yeah, it's been a real learning curve.
Why did you want to come into Junior Saloon Car Championship?
Well, because it's just a lot more cleaner than like Fiestas and Ginettas. It's really enjoyable the racing there. That's the main thing.
What's your long-term goals? I mean, where do you see yourself in 5 or 6 years?
the GTs. But I'm hoping my dream is to be in Formula 1.
Really?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. Well, if you do, don't forget your old mate Ian.
Yeah.
All right? Yeah. Thanks so much for talking to us, mate. Best of luck out there. Yeah, enjoy it, won't you? I wanted to see if Omar was around, but I can't quite see him. So I think we'd better hand back and get this race underway moments before these cars make their way into the track for the third and final time here at Donington Park. Dave Goddard, over to you, my friend.
Thanks very much indeed, Ian, and good luck to our Junior Saloon Cars then, their third race of the weekend. Of course, the question on everyone's lips, can Ollie Smith make it a hat-trick? He'll be on pole once again. Just a quick chance to preview some of our upcoming events with the British Automobile Racing Club. Of course, next time we're on air is April the 4th and 5th at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. British Truck Racing Championship and the TCR UK Championship headlining. They're joined by Mini Challenge Club Sports, the Civic Cup, the returning pickup trucks, and also newcomers, the Audi Cup. Do try and make it trackside to Brands Hatch down in Kent. If not, you can join us here on BARC TV. More in a short while on our upcoming events. But for now, here's the grid for race 3 for the Junior Saloon Cars. Ollie Smith will be on pole. This grid based on the third fastest lap time for each driver in qualifying. Matthew Swatton will start alongside him in the number 27. Lachlan Homer, number 94, who sadly ended up in the gravel at the old hairpin earlier on today, is on the second row alongside 87 of Leon Holly. Row 3, number 3, Jake Wardle, and 14, Martin Wrights. The fourth row, 29, Tim Leonard, and 44, Zane Quecker, who we just heard from. Row 5, 41, William Omar, and 17, George Allen. Row 6 is 64, Ben Ward, alongside 35, Freddie Chandler. Row 7, 96, Ralphie Branscombe, alongside 23, Max Scharfegger. Remember, he had some times disallowed in qualifying yesterday, so he's going to have to start this one from the back of the grid. Let's preview some more of our events. There's a little bit of clean-up going on at the moment. BARC go to Prescott in Gloucestershire at the end of April, the 25th and 26th, for the opening rounds of the British Hill Climb Championship. Cars not racing against each other, but against the clock on that occasion, and some of them up what is effectively a narrow country lane are frighteningly fast, some of the top single-seaters up there. Speedfest North takes place at Croft on May the 2nd and 3rd, up near Darlington. We've got TCR UK in action there, Caterham's as well. Junior Saloon Cars and Track Action are back in action at that one as well. And then, as we mentioned, Convoy Thruxton on May the 16th and 17th, British Truck Racing Championship, the Pickups, the Audi Cup, Mini Challenge, Club Sports, Civic Cup, and the Hyundai Coupes are there as well. Wayne Rocket has been in touch via social media, says that was an amazing race from the Hyundai Coupes, and he's won enough races with them over the years to know how it's done. Mentioning Thruxton, plenty of off-track entertainment as we saw there in our preview. Monster truck rides, got fairgrounds, a huge show truck display, some live music as well. Make a full weekend of it with the family down there at Thruxton. It is a great weekend. I've been to a couple of the events down there over the years. So Junior Saloon Cars on their green flag lap then behind the Saxo safety car. Looks like we've got the full complement of 14 cars out there. Great to see Matthew Swatton up there on the front row of the grid. The second row, Lachlan Homer in the white and black car, alongside 87 of Leon Holly. New colours for him this year, raced in the light blue livery last season. Can anyone stop Ollie Smith making it a hat-trick? He was the pre-season favourite, last year's Rookie of the Year. There's William Omar in the number 41. With the novice cross on the back of his car. Quite a few newcomers in the championship this year. Thanks again for all your comments coming in. Snipes says, I'll be at Brands for the trucks. Been looking forward to it since November. Mike Gillespie asks, the James Cole in MGs, is that the ex-BTCC race winner? No, it's not, Mike. This James Cole is the son of Doug Cole, who used to compete in the MG Trophy. FV Mary Joyce says, great debut weekend by Zane in the juniors. Yep, she was cheering for Zane yesterday. Zane Quecker in number 44 in the black car. Tom Alga Racing says, go Matthew Swatton. He's on the front row this time, perhaps chance of a debut win. Mentioned Zane Quecker sponsors yesterday, O'Grady Electrical and the Garrison Tavern. Big thanks to their support of Zane Quecker. I2H2H8L, I think your name is there. Enjoying the racing. Say hello to my wife Jean, who's not only suffering with me watching the racing, but also suffering from a cold. Oh, get well soon, Jean. Bring lots of hot tea, that's my tip. Thanks to Pit Road Productions for your very kind comments as well. Glad you're enjoying the racing and the commentary. Nick Proudlock says, when is the mixed Prix 93 and Thunder race? That's in 2 races' time. We've got the Track Action Race Club next, and then it's the mixed race for the Prix 93-03 Boss and Thunder. Victor says, hello from Beeston. It's near Nottingham, so not that far from Donington Park. Why is Max Scharfegger warming up like that, says one of our commenters. Yeah, he's throwing the car about a bit, isn't he? Ollie Smith lined up, already pointing to the outside on pole position, the green, white and blue car. Alongside the red, white and blue, the Kersley Motorsport car of Matthew Swatton. Second row, Lachlan Homer in white and black. Leon Holly in the blue, grey and white car on the second row of the grid. The red lights are on. Race 3 for the Junior Saloon Car Championship gets underway. Ollie Smith straight across towards the outside. Lachlan Homer bogs down slightly again, and Jake Wardle in the number 3 car draws past him. But it's Ollie Smith who's got the line into Redgate. Leon Holly with a good start up into second place ahead of Matthew Swatton, and Jake Wardle goes with them. Martin Wright around the outside. Yes, Lachlan Homer will be wanting to work on his race starts ahead of the next round of the Junior Saloon Car Championship. He's dropped back to 6th position from 3rd on the grid, but it's Ollie Smith who leads down the Craner curves for the first time. Leon Holly, the Devonshire driver, in 2nd place. Swatton on his tail. Wardle is 4th. Martin Wright all the way from Cornwall, he's in 5th place. Side by side, Max Scharfegger's already making up the places side by side with Zane Quecker. Ahead of them is Freddie Chandler in the Chandler Motorsport number 35 car. Ben Ward in behind them as well, the second of the Kersley Motorsport cars. They climb their way up towards McLean's for the first time. The lead is with Ollie Smith, Martin Wright and the 27 of Swatton. Both ran a little bit wide there onto the curb and the painted tarmac on the outside. Swing their way through Coppice Corner. It's tricky. Double apex right-hander kicking up the dust on the outside, 1 or 2 of them. Smith leads. It's Holly in 2nd place. Jake Wardle wants to challenge for his maiden podium here. He's on the tail of Matthew Swatton for 3rd place. Then Martin Wright in the blue number 14. There's Lachlan Homer in 6th position, looking to fight back after another slightly slow start. He got barged on the first corner of race 2, dropped to the back of the field. Through the Melbourne Loop for the first time. Ollie Smith in the number 80, holding a lead of about 5 Citroen lengths over Leon Holly in 2nd place. Keeping it steady around this first lap. Freddie Chandler having a look at Ben Ward, but he'll be on the outside for the left-hander at Goddard's. First 5 cars breaking away very slightly. 0.8 of a second the lead margin as they cross the line for the first time. Side by side further back, Zane Quecker with George Allen, the number 17, the man from Grantham in Lincolnshire. Weaving about there further forward, Max Scharfegger and Tim Leonard fighting it out. Scharfegger's already up into 7th place from the back of the grid, so he's halfway up the field already. Could we see him challenge for a 2nd podium? He got 2nd place in yesterday's race in a photo finish with Martin Wright, as Matthew Swatton was bundled off the podium on the final lap. Down the Craner curves the 2nd time. There's Scharfegger, Leonard, Omar, Ward, Chandler at the back of this group. He's had to make a pit stop in the 2 races so far and drop back. So looking for better fortunes here. There is the Chandler Motorsport car. His brother Stevens competed in this championship quite successfully in the past. Smith throws his Saxo VTR through Coppice. This is the main battle at the moment for 7th position. Scharfegger 7th, Leonard 8th, Omar 9th, then Ward 10th, Chandler 11th. Zane Quecker has lost a little bit of ground there, back into the clutches of George Allen. Ralphie Branscombe, the scholarship winner, is at the back of the field, the Londoner. Through the Fogarty SE, that's where Ben Wilkinson went off while leading the Hyundais. Interesting to see if they get him back out for race 2. We'll see him come through from the back of the field as well, because the result of Hyundai race 1 sets the grid for race 2. The hill towards Goddard's. Scharfegger pulling away. Tim Leonard's been shuffled back in there as well in this midfield battle. William Omar ahead of him, and Ben Ward as well. Ward up the inside takes Omar. Tim Leonard had a coming together with William Omar in the race earlier on today. So is there a bit of a rivalry developing possibly between those two? Further back, Freddie Chandler being reeled back in by Zane Quecker. Oh, Ben Ward sideways and Omar sideways. Tim Leonard moves across to try and take the place. Meanwhile, further forward, Martin Wright is trying to reel in Jake Wardle. Wardle comes from Maidstone in Kent, driving the CSC racing car. Martin Wright's in the MRM car from Cornwall. Still Leonard and Omar battling it out. This is for 9th position, Leonard back ahead. Took the place coming out of Redgate there, from the red car of William Omar. Scharfegger escaping ahead of Ben Ward, who's running well in 8th place. Their next target will be Lachlan Homer. Zane Quecker trying to make a move there on Freddie Chandler going into Coppice. Side by side, Chandler on the outside line out onto the curb. Quecker surely going to go through, and he's done it. Meanwhile, further forward, the battle for 4th position intensifying. Lachlan Homer is on the tail of Jake Wardle. He's up the inside. More than on the tail, he goes through, up into P5. Good move there by Lachlan Homer as he recovers from that slightly slow start. His next target is Martin Wright. Still Ollie Smith leads from Leon Holly. Matthew Swatton in 3rd place. Pointing back is Jake Wardle in the number 3. Catching them all the time is Max Scharfegger in the 23. Frustrated having all but one of his time lapse in qualifying disallowed. Which means he's had to start races 2 and 3 from the back. Black and white flag has been shown to car 17 of George Allen and the 35 of Freddie Chandler for exceeding track limits. So if they do it again, they will receive a penalty. So Wardle back down into 6th position. Behind Lachlan Homer. Martin Wright up into 4th place and going after Matthew Swatton. Things momentarily quietened down. 8.5 minutes to go in this 3rd race of the weekend for the Junior Saloon Cars. Of course, we finished under the safety car earlier today with Ollie Smith taking his 2nd win. Smith on a hat-trick. Rarely seen in Junior Saloon Cars. There's 3 drivers who were very closely matched at the top of the points last year. Wilf Butler, Josh Salvadori and Ollie Kerr, the eventual champion. In the treble 2, the Simpson Race Exhaust sponsored car. They've all moved on up to pastures new this year. I know Wilf Butler has been working with coaching some of these drivers. Jonathan Moore, who we saw a couple of years ago as well. He's gone on into Porsche racing subsequently. Plenty to inspire these young racers to move into senior racing. Another young gun who we've seen win races in the last couple of years, Luca Maserati. He is now in Porsche racing. He's never raced a Maserati though. His family have a long history in Porsche racing, and Luca now racing with his dad in a Porsche Boxster. Meanwhile, Jake Wardle up the inside is going to retake Lachlan Homer on the inside into the hairpin. Back up into P5. Lachlan Homer fights back. He's got the indicator flashing there. I don't think he's realised. Matters not, though. Back around the outside at Goddard's. He's not going to make that stick, I don't think. Wardle's still there on the inside. Max Scharfegger is shadowing him. There he is. No change among the top four. It's all about this fight for fifth with just under 7 minutes remaining. Ben Ward looking on behind them. He's running well in the 64. Who's got the fastest lap? It is the race leader. 158.451 for the number 80 of Ollie Smith. Freddie Chandler has been handed a time penalty of 5 seconds, presumably for exceeding track limits. As Scharfegger gets past the number 3 of Jake Wardle, just lost that bit of momentum there. And Scharfegger didn't need asking twice. Their teammates, these two as well, the two CSC racing cars. There's no team orders there, clearly. Freddie Chandler's got a 5-second penalty. It's been black and white flags handed out to a few more drivers as well. Martin Wright is one of them. Another is William Omar, and the 96 of Ralphie Branscombe at the back of the field. No change among the top four. They hold station. The lead is 1.7 seconds for Smith over Leon Holly. Matthew Swatton is a further 1.38 seconds back. There's the blue car of Martin Wright. He's 1.5 seconds off Martin Wright. So about 4.5 seconds covers the top four as things stand. Then a gap back to the 5th place car, which is now Lachlan Homer, about 2.5 seconds. He's being reeled in by Scharfegger. Scharfegger second on the line ahead of Martin Wright in race 1 yesterday. He wants another podium. Jake Wardle wants a first podium as well. Another time penalty. George Allen, number 17, has been given a 5-second penalty. He's down towards the tail of the field. It's the 5th place battle starting to intensify. They're queuing up here almost behind Homer. Here comes Ben Ward. He wants to get involved in this as well. 4 of them it could be soon. Fighting for this 5th position. Max Scharfegger decides to make a move down the inside into Redgate. Can he make it stick? Yes, he's done it. Good move, Max Scharfegger up into P5. Now Homer will try and keep the momentum up here and stop Jake Wardle getting through as well on the run down to the old hairpin. This is great stuff. Moves to the inside for the old hairpin. That's good driving by Lachlan Homer. Defends from the number 3 of Jake Wardle. Ben Ward able to close up as a result of that as well. Max Scharfegger now starts to pull away. Homer's having to defend here. Ben Ward up alongside Jake Wardle. Now similar names and they're very similarly matched here. Ward up the inside. He's taken the place into McLean's. Good driving there by Ben Ward in the Kersley Motorsport number 64 into 7th. Jake Wardle trying to fight back. He won't get round the outside at Coppice, I don't think. But Ward may run wide on the exit. Jake Wardle could duck underneath him here. Still no change among the top 4. And Lachlan Homer trying a run down into the Fogarty S's on Max Scharfegger to retake 5th. Is it going to be all change again? Homer up the inside. Scharfegger turns in. Excuse me, he says. You're not getting past me there. And Homer had to back off and out of the move, and that's backed him into Ben Ward now. Ben Ward could get into P6. Down the inside, into the hairpin, and he's done it. Just that smallest loss of momentum, these cars being so evenly matched, and you will lose places and have to start all over again. So Jake Wardle now at the back of this group. More track limits penalties, 5 seconds each for William Omar and Ralphie Branscombe now. That's 4 of the bottom 5 in this race at the moment have a 5-second penalty. There's a couple of them in the background. So Scharfegger is now 5th, Ward 6th, Homer down to 7th, Wardle is 8th. It's going to be all change again next time around, I'm sure. It's a bit like a Caterham race, this, isn't it? Positions constantly changing. Has Scharfegger escaped? Meanwhile, we haven't forgotten our leaders. There's Ollie Smith pulling away from Leon Holly. It's a 1-2 once again for Musketeer Motorsports. Surely they should have 3 drivers, not just 2. Freddie Chandler's pulled into the pits in the number 35. His car giving a bit of trouble this weekend. Matthew Swatton still 3rd. Martin Wright in 4th place. No real change in the top 4. All race long, all the action has been in the midfield behind. Max Scharfegger now starting to escape in 5th place. How long has he got? It's just under 2 minutes. Going to try and catch Martin Wright, and I don't think he's going to do so. Meantime, Jake Wardle is back up into 6th. We said it'd all change again. Ben Ward's gone down to 8th behind Lachlan Homer, and Tim Leonard's trying to catch them up as well in the 29. Swing their way through the left and the right at the Fogarty S's. That's where Martin Wright overshot in the second race earlier on. Ben Ward fights back up the inside on the 94 of Lachlan Homer. A bit late on the brakes there from Ben in the Kersley Motorsport car. He may have outbraked himself. He's got ahead there, but Homer fights back. Leaders starting their last lap. In fact, Ollie Smith has already gone through to begin his last lap. He leads by 3.7 seconds now. There he is, getting into Red Gates. Ben Ward has held the place, coming out of Goddard's there in the background. Holds 7th ahead of Lachlan Homer. Behind them, Tim Leonard is 9th. Zane Quecker is now up into 10th. He's got ahead of William Omar. Omar is one of the 4 cars with a penalty, though. As this scrap continues for 7th between Ward and Homer. A further 10-second penalty for George Allen. So he could be penalised down towards the tail of the field here. Still this scrap continues. Lachlan Homer and Ben Ward. Ooh, don't hit each other. Thought Lachlan Homer was going to spin out there. That's exactly where he spun into the gravel in race 2. This is getting pretty dicey here. They've dropped back from Jake Wardle because they're too busy fighting each other for 7th place. This is allowing Tim Leonard to catch them. The clock has counted down to 0, so the checkered flag will go out this time. It looks like it is going to be a hat-trick for Ollie Smith. This will open up a sizable lead for him in the Junior Saloon Car Championship. Just 3 races gone. Is he going to join his brother Harry as a champion this year? It's early days yet, but he's already looking pretty dominant. He's been on pole in all 3 races, has led pretty much every metre of action. There might be a change for 3rd here because Martin Wright has closed in on Matthew Swatton, but Ollie Smith has pulled away, and he is going to make it 3 out of 3. They're coming up towards Goddard's for the final time. No major change all race amongst the top 4 as out of the final corner comes number 80, Ollie Smith. It's a hat-trick for Ollie. Flashing the lights across the line. 2nd is Leon Holly. 3rd goes to Matthew Swatton, holding off Martin Wright. Max Scharfegger is going to be 5th and Jake Wardle 6th. They pulled away from the battle for 7th, which is going to go to Lachlan Homer. He's got ahead of Ben Ward and takes 7th place. Ward 8th. Great race between those two. Tim Leonard 9th. Zane Quecker takes 10th place. We'll await confirmation of the results. There's a few penalties. Oh, Ben Ward has been given a 5-second penalty as well. That's just come up for exceeding track limits. Just came up a few seconds ago on my timing screen. So Ben Ward drops to 10th. 9th for Zane Quecker. Then in 11th place it's William Omar. George Allen, I think, will take 12th. And Ralphie Branscombe 13th. Freddie Chandler pulled off into the pits. So Ollie Smith it is who takes the win. 8 laps completed in a time of 15:53.806. And he also got the fastest lap, 1:58.451. Leon Holly in 2nd and Matthew Swatton on the podium in 3rd. Martin Wright takes 4th place with Max Scharfegger coming through from the back of the grid once again to take 5th place ahead of Jake Wardle. Lachlan Homer and Ben Ward had a great scrap for 7th, but Ward got that penalty, dropping in behind Tim Leonard and Zane Quecker. Then Omar, Allen and Branscombe completing the finishers. Freddie Chandler was a late retirement. Fantastic racing this weekend from the Junior Saloon Cars. A big thank you and well done to them for their entertainments. These young racers are certainly going places. Thanks to our orange family, the Marshalls, as well. Next up we have the Track Action Racing Club for their second race of the weekend. Mixture of saloons and sports cars. No, it was Adam Croft in his VW Scirocco who won yesterday. And again, the grid is set by the result of that first race. We'll bring you the grid for that as soon as we can. Just waiting for the Junior Saloon Car Championship to head into Parc Fermé. 15 cars we'll see in our next race. We've got French cars, including a lot of Peugeot 206s, some Japanese machinery, an Audi TT, the VW Scirocco, an MG ZR as well, and a BMW Mini Cooper. A nice mixture of cars coming up in our next race for the Track Action Racing Club. But first of all, let's head down to Ian in Parc Fermé.
Well, 3 pole positions, 3 wins. Ollie Smith has started 2026 for the Junior Saloon Car Championship with a perfect score. He gets out of the car. We'll let him get his helmet off. We'll have a quick chat with him as well. He's probably absolutely fed up of seeing me by now, but I'm sure he's not fed up of picking up the first place trophies. We'll let him get his helmet off. Leon Holly coming home in second place, just like he did in race 2, and Matthew Swatton coming home in third, just like he also did in race 2 as well. It's the same podium from earlier today, and there he goes. He's getting his helmet off now, and let's have a chat. Ollie Smith, even in your wildest dreams, when you were driving up to Donington Park for this meeting, did you actually think 3 poles, 3 wins was going to be on the cards?
Most certainly not, no.
You can say yes if you want, but what does this mean to you, a perfect score this weekend?
I mean, it means a lot. Coming on from the back of last year, we were hoping to be somewhere near the front, and to be leading the championship coming out of the first round is what we were hoping for, so yeah. Something
of a dominant performance this weekend. Congratulations, Ollie, really happy for you. Oh, you got really nice warm hands as well. Let's go round, shall we, see if we can find a couple of the other drivers. Matthew Swatton, of course, coming home in third place. Oh, let's go grab, he's over here now, it's Leon. Let's grab him for a quick chat. Leon, can we borrow you for a second? Is that all right, my friend? Hey, that's not too. What a good day today, hey?
Oh, yeah,
2 second places.
It's been a great day today, actually. Amazing day.
And it keeps obviously, there's a bit of work to do to catch Ollie in front for everybody, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. He's well quick. He's amazing. He's got the straight flower pace, hasn't he?
Long way to go yet.
Yeah. Exactly. There's a whole season left in there.
You're in this, mate. You're in this. Top man indeed. Thank you so much. Gary's just catching up with Matthew at the minute, so we'll grab him for a chat very, very shortly. Back-to-back third places for Matthew Swatton. Had a P3 earlier today. Matthew, congratulations. Another P3. Happy?
Yeah, I'm happy, to be fair. Considering I started P2, I just fluffed the start a little bit, but at the end of the day, it's another podium and progression, so that's what I'm happy about.
Ollie Smith's looking pretty quick, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. We've just got to sit back as a team and just do some data and just find out how they're getting quicker, and we'll obviously hopefully in the end be quicker than them. So it's been a good start weekend.
Yeah, long way to go this season. It's going to get very spicy. Thanks for talking to us. Really good to see you as well. Right, coming up we have more track action for you with, yes, you guessed it, track action. I caught up with David Thomas in a Toyota MR2, so let's hear from him now before the cars head out on track. Right, here we go, everybody. It's time for the final race of the weekend for track action. We had an awful lot of fun yesterday. Adam Croft taking the win, but we've come down here to chat to David Thomas, because who doesn't love the Toyota MR2? David, how are we? It's great to see you. How was your winter? Did you enjoy it?
My last race?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good fun.
Oh yeah.
Slight disagreement with the park of the course, but that's all right.
Okay. I won't ask what was said behind closed doors.
No. I gained a 10-second penalty for misstart. Can't understand that. Have you ever known a driver to jump start?
I cannot possibly comment on anything, David. Do not drag me into. I'm going to end up in a steward's room otherwise. Tell me about the car, David. It's who doesn't love an MR2?
I've had it for years and years. You could buy these really, really cheap from the scrappies, and I got my two sons racing in them. Yeah. I got my two boys racing in them. It's a one-make series. Steve Vince used to run it. Very, very successful series, yeah. But one-make series, they don't like old boys in front of them. So I was getting a bit of damage here and there, and I thought,
well, we're happy to have
it. Yeah, no. The trouble is, there's not really a series proper for it now.
Yeah.
So I'm delighted that they have me.
Well, we're delighted because you bring it out, and Track Action, of course, it's like a toy box of cars here, isn't it? And I'm sure I had this as a Tonka toy car when I was a little lad. So what are you hoping for from this race, final race of the day?
Well, I'd like to get back where I was in the last race without a time penalty.
Yeah, you're going to be 8th, yeah?
I always behave. Who said I didn't behave yesterday? It was an alleged false start.
Fair enough. Great to see you.
And you.
Enjoy it, won't you? Yeah, it's really good to see you
I
again.
always do.
There you go, David Thomason. Next weekend? Possibly, yes, quite possibly, yes. You take care. Right, there we go. Time to go racing for Track Action. Final time this week. Dave, over to you.
Yes, thanks so much, Ian. And the 10-second penalty received by David Thomas in yesterday's race for that false start, it won't affect his grid position. I did say that the grid for this race was based on the result of race 1 yesterday. That's not the case. It's the second fastest time for each driver from the qualifying session, so my apologies for that error. That means that with the grid formed by that method of second fastest time, it is once again Adam Croft who will take pole for the Track Action Racing Club in his VW Scirocco. Cars of different nations in different series. They used to have separate races, now they're all combined together. We've got the Tricolore Trophy for everything French, including the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup. There's no fewer than 9 206 GTIs here among the field this weekend. We've also got the Deutsche Marks Cup, get it, for German cars. The Nippon Challenge for Japanese cars. There's a couple of Japanese machines out there. We've got the MR2 and also the Nissan 350Z of Josh Hughes. In the Deutsche Marks Cup, we've got the Scirocco, an Audi TT, and also a BMW Mini Cooper S for Katrina Gray. There's also the group for British cars as well. There's one British car, Lee Pearce in his MG ZR. I've already seen him out with the MG Owners Club today. So Adam Croft lines up on pole with Lee Curry in his Renault Clio alongside him. Had a grassy moment at the Grainer Curves in race 1 yesterday, which dropped him back. Second row, Josh Hughes in the Nissan and Lee Pearce in the MG ZR. And then we have a whole 3 rows of Peugeot 206 GTIs. Matt Anderson and Mervyn Beckett on row 3. Matt Anderson was leading the 206 split in yesterday's race, but he went into the gravel at McLean's. Martin Kayser and Chris Van line up on row 4, then Carl Powell and Noah Checkley. Row 6 of the grid is 28, so that's David Thomas in the MR2 alongside 303 Jake Richardson with his Peugeot 206. Row 7 will be Katrina Gray, number 470 in her BMW Mini, alongside number 76 Simon Welch, the former Civic Cup racer. He's in a 206, and Bailey King, number 29, a newcomer to racing this year in his Audi TT, will complete the grid. Yesterday it was a win for Adam Croft by 6.5 seconds ahead of Josh Hughes. Lee Pearce was third in the MR2. The 206s were won by Chris Van, who made his way through a frantic scrap on the final lap ahead of Mervyn Beckett and Martin Kayser. Well, Dave Thomas was penalised down to 12th. He was battling the 206s all the way through and will be again here. One driver we won't see racing, unfortunately, is Lee Hazlitt, the Welshman. He brought his Renault Megane Sport Cup, but sadly, the gearbox broke in qualifying yesterday, so he was unable to race. Bad luck to Lee. We'll see him back out later in the season. I'm sure the Track Action Racing Club move on to Croft at the start of May. We'll see them in action at the at Speedfest North up at Croft alongside Caterhams and TCR UK. This designed as a budget-friendly series for all manner of saloons and sports cars. No points on the Track Action Racing Club. It is a series of races, not a championship, which means no points to fight for. Just the pride of winning a race and winning your class. There's a whole mixture of sub-classes in there. The most popularly supported in this race anyway being the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup. I believe Jason Jesse, who we see out in the Hyundais this weekend, was one of the founders of the 206 GTI Cup a few years ago. We used to have separate races for the Tricolor Trophy, for the Nippon Challenge. There was the MR2 racing series as well. We used to have full grids of Mark 1 MR2s. John Winter and several of his Coupe Cup friends were competitors in those. Also got the new Audi Cup coming in this year as well. We'll see Bailey King racing in that. He's got his TT here. Cars will shortly be making their way out to the grid. Then 4 races to go here at Donington this afternoon. After this we'll have the mixed grid of Classic Touring Car Racing Club Championships, then the MGs and the Coupe Cup once again. So out they come. Trina Gray in her BMW Mini, driving instructor by profession. Already we've got some Classic Thunder cars making their way in. There's David Farrow and Joe Collier with their BMWs. See them out in a little while.
Yeah.
Little sneak preview of our Classic Thunder saloons here. So up to the grid come the Track Action Racing Club then, formerly known as the Track Attack Racing Club. There is the orange and white VW Scirocco of Adam Croft in pole position. Team Scrumpy Racing, it is who runs that car. We don't appear to have Lee Curry, unfortunately. The Renault Clio is not there, so a space on the front row. Behind the Nissan 350Z of Josh Hughes, number 189, comes from Stockport in Cheshire. And Lee Pearce, already seen Lee in action with the MG Owners Club in his ZR. Then the first of the Peugeots, Matt Anderson, hoping to avoid the gravel trap this time. He comes from Doncaster. Alongside him is Mervyn Beckett. Remember him racing in a Vauxhall Nova in the old Stock Hatch series a few years ago. Behind them, Martin Kayser. He's an ex-Stock Hatch racer as well. He used to have a Ford Fiesta XR2. He's on row 4 in the Treble 8 car alongside Chris Van, number 48, as the green flag waves at the back of the grids to show everybody is in position. As Andrew Dyack says, the MR2 was really entertaining yesterday. He always is an entertainer, is Dave Thomas. Also does classic touring cars in his Mark 1 Ford Capri. We don't have the Clio. Seeing if there's anybody else missing from this grid. It looks like everybody else is there. Gray in the Mini Challenge car. Might see her at Brands Hatch on Easter weekend with the Mini Challenge Club Sport. David Thomas hopefully will get his start spot on this time, be able to challenge for a higher overall position. The first Scirocco's we saw raced in the UK were in the old VW Racing Cup alongside the Golfs. That used to be a very varied series as well. It's the earlier Golfs and Scirocco's in there, even a couple of VW Caddy vans, remember those? And Joe Fulbrook as well, Smoky Joe in his diesel VW Bora. It's quite successful. Oh, somebody pulling off, that's Noah Checkley. In his 206, he's not going to start. The young gun from Birmingham. He's pulled onto the Robert Chicane loop from the shorter circuit. So it looks like we have a non-starter, unfortunately. It's a shame, he was having a huge fight with Martin Kayser in yesterday's race. In the treble 8 Peugeot. Martin Kayser's the car in the Total Peugeot World Rally Championship livery. The livery made famous on 206s by the likes of Marcus Gronholm, Harry Rovanperä, and of course the late great Richard Burns. We still greatly miss Burnsy. One of our commenters saying, crazy eclectic mix right here. You're absolutely right. That's what the Track Action Racing Club is all about. Variety, competing together. So missing a couple of cars then. Missing Lee Curry off the front row in his Clio. Missing Noah Checkley, who's pulled off on the green flag lap. Adam Croft on his own on the front row of the grid. Josh Hughes and Lee Pearce on row 2 in the Nissan and the MG. Looks like everybody else is in position. Is Noah Checkley joining in there at the back? Red lights are coming on, so we'll wait to see if he goes to the pit lane or whether he joins the back of the race. We get underway. I think Noah Checkley is going to join the race from the back, so let's see if he can come through. Oh, one car slowing up there. Bailey King's Audi TT has come to a stop as Adam Croft takes the lead. What a start by a couple of the Peugeots there. Matt Anderson going for the inside on Lee Pearce, and Martin Kayser's up to 4th. It was a poor start by Josh Hughes in the Nissan 350Z. And Adam Croft has cleared off into the lead here. The battle is for second place. Lee Pearce in the MGZR has second. Wall contact between Matt Anderson and Martin Kayser. They both go off. Off goes Martin Kayser. He's going to hit the tyre wall. Bang! Goodness me, that was almost a Jason Plato style incident there. That was scary. Matt Anderson somehow has got going again. And thankfully Martin Kayser, I thought that car was going to roll over for a moment there. That was frightening at that speed. Bailey King, sadly, he never got going in the Audi TT. I thought the marshal was about to signal for VAR there towards our cameraman. The hand goes up from Adam Croft. Yeah, safety car's going to be coming out. Goodness me. Well, I think the safety car was already being called for because of Bailey King's stranded Audi on the side of the grid. But then a collision between two of the Peugeots coming down the crane occurs. That is the last place you want to go off at the speed you're going down there. And Martin Kayser, that was a terrifying moment for him as he went spearing off to the right across the grass and into the tyre wall. Touring car fans will know that's where Jason Plato rolled the Chevrolet a few years ago. Here we see it again. They just bounce off each other. Anderson spins, round goes Kayser, and he goes straight off towards the tyre wall and wallop straight in. Amazingly, Matt Anderson saved it. Poor old Bailey King retired from yesterday's race and didn't get going in this one in his Audi TT. Now there's Anderson, he's got going again. Is that Martin Kayser I saw coming round at the back as he rejoined as well? I think that's his car I can see further back. There's Chris Vann, he won the 206 GTI Cup yesterday. It is Martin Kayser. My goodness, he's gone well. He's done well to be able to continue from there. Well, that is a surprise. I thought for sure he was out of the race, but everybody has kept going. There's Matt Anderson. Noah Checkley, who joined in after stopping on the green flag lap. And amazingly, Martin Kayser has escaped that impact with the tyre wall. He doesn't even appear to have too much damage. Safety car leads them round while Bailey King's Audi is removed from the Wheatcroft straight, so we're down to 13 cars. So the order is Adam Croft in the lead, Lee Pearce is MG's, Mervyn Beckett is in third place. That was, I think that all started because Josh Hughes got a slow getaway in the 350Z. He's fifth. Dave Thomas is up to fourth in the MR2. He's gained 6 places on that first lap. Then we've got the number 8, which is Carl Powell's Peugeot. Jake Richardson in the red Peugeot is next. Then Chris Van, Katrina Gray, and number 76, which is Simon Welch, rounding out the top 10 ahead of Anderson, Checkley and Kaiser. Hopefully the recovery not taking too long on the straight. Yes, the lights are out on top of the safety car, so it'll just be a single lap and then the pack will be unleashed in the Track Action Race Club. Certainly plenty of action and incidents in the opening lap. Well, that could have been so much worse at the Craner Curves as those 2 Peugeot 206s came together. The Wheatcroft straight is clear, and we're ready to go racing once again with Adam Croft in the Scirocco in the lead. Beckett up there in the top 3 overall, the leading 206 GTI Cup car. So what's going to happen on this restart then? 10 minutes of the race still to go. And away they go. Adam Croft clears off at the front of the field. Josh Hughes with a better getaway in the Nissan this time, and he's up to 4th on the inside of the MR2 of Dave Thomas. So that is for the lead of the Nippon Challenge group as well. Croft leads the split for German cars, and the leading French car is Mervyn Beckett. Mervyn Beckett's attacking Lee Pearce for 2nd overall. Now the 206 GTIs are usually not quite as powerful as their opposition in Track Action Race Club races. We don't very often see them on the overall podium, because that's what we could be about to see here, but not if Josh Hughes has got anything to do with it. He's all over the back of Beckett and Pearce now. MG, Peugeot and Nissan battling it out. And like something from early 2000s BTCC, doesn't it? Although Nissan had sadly gone by then. Hughes up the inside, he's surely going to put the more powerful Nissan ahead of the Peugeot. And he does. I see a spark coming from the rear diffuser on that Nissan there, coming through Coppice possibly. He's surely going to out-drag the MG as well. Yes, Josh Hughes up into 2nd. I noticed Dave Thomas has been shuffled back as well in the pack there coming through Coppice. Katrina Gray was one of those getting past him. So Croft is clearing off. There he is. Into the Melbourne Loop. 2nd for Josh Hughes in the Nissan. And the battle for 3rd between Pearce and Beckett. Then we've got Carl Powell in the number 8 Peugeot. Jake Richardson, Katrina Gray. Behind them, that's Chris Van. Matt Anderson still going. Oh, the MR2's dropped out. I wondered where Dave Thomas had gone, so he wasn't just shuffled back at Coppice. He had some sort of a problem and was slowing down. So Dave Thomas is out. That's a shame after he ran as high as 4th there. Across the line they come. Fastest lap of the race set by Adam Croft, 1:55.311. Katrina Gray going well here in the Mini Cooper. Moving up on a couple of the Peugeots. Chris Van and Jake Richardson in the middle in the red car. Katrina down the inside, takes Chris Van. Hazard lights flashing under braking there on his Peugeot, the class winner yesterday. Behind them, Matt Anderson having recovered from that off at the Craner Curves first time around. Noah Checkley just behind them. Martin Kaiser, not surprisingly, has pulled into the pits in the treble 8 car, so clearly a bit of damage from the off on the opening lap. Katrina Gray moves up to challenge Jake Richardson in the 303. Stuff in the midfield here. Adam Croft's cleared away in the lead, nearly 7 seconds ahead in the Scirocco. Matt Anderson under fire from Noah Checkley. His lights flashing as well there. The hazard lights come on under heavy braking in the 206. TDM Track Day Motorsports, the team running Chris Van's car. Here comes Mervyn Beckett, still fighting it out with Lee Pearce. He'll be on the outside of the first element of the chicane though, so the ZR should hold third place, and it does. Merv Beckett continues to lead the 206 GTI Cup in the yellow car. Green flags, I think, waving coming out of the hairpin, because I think that's where Dave Thomas's MR2 is stranded against the barrier. Gray side by side with Richardson as they come through that. Simon Welch has dropped away at the back of the field, I noticed in the 76. It was only a very late deal put together for him to race a 206 this weekend, the ex-Civic Cup man. Look at the way Katrina Gray is going there, up alongside Richardson now. Lee Pearce has been given a 10-second penalty for a false start. That's just come up on the TSL timing screen. So Lee Pearce, the MG ZR, is going to receive a 10-second penalty, false start by the MG man. He's dropped behind Merv Beckett there, and Beckett's pulling away at a fair rate of knots. Carl Powell in 5th place next in line. Then Richardson and Gray. Gray up to 6th place now ahead of Richardson. Chris Van is next in 8th place. Anderson and Checkley rounding out the top 10. There is Matt Anderson in the number 25. Led the 206 GTI Cup yesterday until he went into the gravel at McLean's. Just snapped away from him under braking. Then involved in that frightening tangle at the Crater Curves on the first lap. Still heads Noah Checkley. We've lost Martin Kayser into the pits. Dave Thomas has stopped at the exit of the Fogarty S's down the straights. Bailey King, of course, never got going, sadly. Down the outside, look at this 3-1. Oh, Katrina Gray slowing. Another car in trouble, the Mini. Oh, she was going so well. They're dropping like flies in this track action race. Track attack and track action at the same time there, sorry about that. It's Katrina Gray, the latest to unfortunately hit problems. Meanwhile, Carl Powell attacking Lee Pearce. He seems to be slowing up in the ZR. Yes, Carl Powell's gone ahead of him now. Has that ZR got a problem, I wonder? He's got another race to run yet as well in the MG Owners Club. Yep, he's pulling into the pits, I was right. Another car hits problems. So, just looking at the race order now, we've got Adam Croft leading by 8.2 seconds ahead of Josh Hughes. Josh has just done the fastest lap of the race as Matt Anderson tries to make a move on Chris Van. And I think beyond that, we've now only got 206s running. So we've got the Scirocco and the 350Z are well up the road in first and second. But for third place is the battle in the 206 GTI Cup. So not only will, I think, this be the first time we have a 206 on the overall podium in the Track Action Racing Club, but this could be a very interesting race to the flag. Merv Beckett leads them by 2 seconds ahead of Carl Powell. Then it's these two, Chris Van and Matt Anderson, recovering very well after that tangle earlier on. There's Jake Richardson. He's under fire from Noah Checkley. And Simon Welch, the other car left running further back. Adam Croft and Josh Hughes, they're probably wondering where everyone else has got to. Croft leads Hughes by 8.3 seconds. And Hughes nearly 18 seconds clear of the horde of Peugeots further back. Matt Anderson up the inside on Chris Van. Almost straight line the chicane there. Don't take any more cars out of the race. There's Merv Beckett, he's third overall. Not sure he'll realise he's third overall and on for an overall podium at the moment. Pulling away slightly as Noah Checkley down the inside there on Jake Richardson into the hairpin. Good scrap here going on for what is now 7th overall between these two. 5th in class. Checkley to the inside, the young Birmingham-based driver. Side by side with Jake Richardson. He's from Nottingham, so on his local circuit. Fastest lap of the race by Hughes in the 350Z. Croft's last lap was a 1:53. That's 3 seconds off his personal best. And Josh Hughes has half the gap to the race leader because he just did a 1:49.9. The contest for the overall win in this race may not be over yet either, but I think Josh Hughes is going to run out of laps to catch Adam Croft as Noah Checkley gets a wheel on the grass there. He's going to run over the gravel. All over the place. Well, we said the 206 was well known as a rally car, and Noah Checkley proving its rallycross abilities there. Loses out to Jake Richardson though. Is he still going? Didn't quite see there. Matt Anderson still all over the back of Chris Van. So the 206 is frantically fighting it out. Meanwhile, will the leaders get another lap out of this? We're going to wait and see as they come to the line. There's only 40 seconds left on the clock. There is Adam Croft. He's going into his final lap. Now, what's the league about? He's just responded with a fastest lap, 1:48.718. I think he spotted Josh Hughes in his mirrors, was closing him down. These two are way ahead of the Peugeot 206 battle further back. So they're going to finish first and second as long as they complete this final lap. Adam Croft in the Deutsche Marks Cup, the only Deutsche Marks Cup car left running now, with the Audi and the BMW Mini having dropped out. He's going to make it 2 outright wins here at Donington this weekend. Josh Hughes is almost certainly going to come in second, but what about the 206s? Merv Beckett is nearly 3 seconds clear of Carl Powell, so it looks like he's going to take the overall podium spot. As we said, he may not realise he's third overall. With a lot of attrition elsewhere, only 9 cars left running. Into the chicane comes our leader for the final time. Certainly an intriguing race. There are the Peugeots, and Chris Van and Matt Anderson still nose to tail. They have been for most of the race. Pick that up in a moment though, because our race leader is coming in to take his second victory of the weekend. Here comes the Formula Trailers sponsored VW Scirocco of Adam Croft. The Team Scrumpy racing car flashes his lights as he crosses the line to take the double. Well done, Adam Croft. Josh Hughes closed him down in the Nissan 350Z. Has to settle for second. 7.5 seconds eventually was the gap. And we await the Peugeot 206s. They're still fighting it out further back. You can see them on the exhibition straight in the background. It should be Merv Beckett in the yellow car who comes in. Still these two are at it. Matt Anderson spent the whole race trying to get past Chris Van. It's going to be Mervyn Beckett who takes the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup win there. He is ahead of Carl Powell. Anderson, they've collided into the very last hairpin. Bit over-eager there, in my opinion, from Matt Anderson. He just got a bit desperate there. Chris Van, hopefully he can get going again and finish the race. He's trying. No, his steering's broken, I think, unfortunately. So third goes to Merv Beckett, and he wins the 206 GTI Cup. I think that might be the first 206 overall podium. Carl Powell is fourth. Matt Anderson crosses the line in fifth. Then it's Richardson sixth. Noah Checkley is seventh, and I think Simon Welch is going to be the only other finisher because it looked as though Chris Van's steering was broken in that collision. So Simon Welch, the final finisher. I think only 8 cars. That might be the problem. That looks like a tyre from Chris Van's car. So that might be what has happened. Looks like the tyre has come off the rim. Whatever, Chris Van fails to finish. Only 8 cars go the distance in our second race for the Track Action Racing Club. There certainly was a lot of action in that one. It's Adam Croft who wins by 7.5 seconds, completing 8 laps in time of 16 minutes 9.6 seconds. Josh Hughes in second, and he's the only finisher in the Nippon Challenge. And then the rest of the finishers all in Peugeot 206s. Third place going to Merv Beckett. So we'll have to check the records to see if a 206 GTI has ever finished on the outright podium before. Carl Powell next ahead of Matt Anderson, then Richardson, Checkley and Welch, the other finishers. Chris Van sadly failing to finish after that collision with Matt Anderson on the final hairpin. We lost Lee Pearce into the pits. Katrina Gray's Mini pulled up. Martin Kayser pulled into the pits with damage from that off at the Craner curves. We lost David Thomas. He pulled up on the run down to the Melbourne hairpin, and Bailey King sadly never got going. Bit of a crazy race there for the Track Action Racing Club. 3 races still to come here at Donington today. Next up, it's going to be quite a big grid with 5 different championships on it from the Classic Touring Car Racing Club in their final race of the weekend. Chris Van has just been and collected his tyre. He's going to need a tow back into the paddock. That looks a bit contentious in my opinion going into the hairpin there. I think we can in the meantime head down to Park Fermate and have a chat to our race winner.
We will. Oh yes, we got it. We're back. I thought we had no order. Yes, Track Action Race 2 completed, and it is Adam Croft. A pair of wins this weekend. What a lovely weekend it's been for you, Adam, isn't it?
Fantastic, isn't it?
Yes. How was the race?
Awesome. Cooler weather. The car's like a little rocket ship.
So you prefer this is ideal for you,
Yeah, being turbocharged, it's just sort of. I'm getting an extra gear than I had yesterday. It seems to have got a bit more power. So not that I've needed it today. Like I say, it's a bit of a hollow win, but we're here and we're supporting the championship.
You've still got to get the car round.
Exactly. To finish first, you've got to finish, as they say. So
100%.
yeah, all good.
Congratulations.
Thank you
well
very
done.
much. Cheers.
See you soon. Thank you very much. Right, so Gary's going to catch up there with Josh Hughes. Let's grab a chat with Mervyn Beckett, shall we? Coming home in 3rd place on the podium to round out the day's racing for Track Action here, and he's just getting out of the car, crossing the 206 class as well as number of 206. Noah Checkley's just coming in as well. He'll be looking perhaps for a little bit more from himself this week. And Mervyn, congratulations. P3, come on. You happy?
Yeah, very happy.
Oh, you're so warm as well. Oh, it's getting nippy now.
Well, it was basically following that MG. I had a good battle with him.
Yeah.
And luckily it made me keep focusing to try to strike ahead. And I knew that it'd be good to get a Peugeot into the actual overall top 3.
Yeah.
We don't think we've actually had that yet, so that's brilliant. And then I just didn't stop. I kept seeing Carl I kept his gap, but he kept me going.
People love these Peugeots.
Yeah.
Why are they so good? Why are they so good as a race car?
Well, be honest, now we've got the AR1 tyres and the adjustable top mounts this year. We're able to gain extra time in lap time, so we're 2.5 seconds a lap quicker than we were last year. And be honest, for the price of them, I mean, we've got a few for sale, and of course this is the biggest grid we had from last year, so we're definitely getting better. And of course we've got TDM, which I'm part of, and Alan as well, and we got 4 cars here this weekend, and hopefully more to be sold and to hire out for the rest of the season.
I saw one as a road car. They look kind of cool.
They're great fun. They are great fun.
Thank you. Well done. Enjoy this, won't you? I'm sure you will. Let's go over and grab a quick chat with Josh Hughes here. Josh, let's have a quick chat. Congratulations, P2. You happy?
Yeah, pretty happy with that, to be fair. I was really hoping to get a better start and maybe be able to at least nip at Adam's heels a little bit, just to have a bit of a play. Because I found out that later on I was on a very similar pace. He wasn't getting further away. I wasn't dropping back. We were on quite a similar pace. So
he was saying his car is optimum in this race as well, because it's not too hot. Cooler weather sort of suits him as well.
I'll take that, and I'll say that's the only reason I lost.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Totally agree with you. Look, it must be a lot of fun taking this around Donington as well.
It is. It really is. I mean, it's a bit weird being in the middle of all the 206s, because it's a bit like that one picture that came out a few years ago with the M8 at Spa behind all the little small cars.
Yes.
It's just massive. So you're sitting there in the middle of all these little bees flying around you. But the weird thing is, it's more agile in the high speed, so it's a bit anachronistic.
I love that. And all the 206 little bees flying around you. Josh, well done. Congratulations, my friend. It's good to see you again as well, and hopefully see you next time out.
Yes.
Yep, top man. Excellent. There we go. That's it for track action here this weekend at Donington Park. They will be back out again this year a fair few more times. Right, we still have 3 more races to go, and up next it's a big one, and when I say that I mean a huge race. I think quite possibly the biggest grid. It's the Classic Touring Cars Prix 93s, the 03s, the Boss, Thunder and historic Thunders for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. I caught up with a couple of drivers a little bit earlier in assembly area, so let's hear from them now. Right, everybody, here we are back in assembly. It's time for our next race, and it is the Classic Touring Car Race Club, the Prix 93s, the 03s, the Boss, Thunder and Historic Thunder Championship. Bit of a disrupted race yesterday with the safety car, so hopefully we can get a full, clean one this time. Let's just jump through. How you doing, my friend? All right, it's good to see you. Oh, look, it's my 3 favourite people in the world. Dave, how are we? All right?
I'm good, mate. How are you?
I've missed you over winter.
Well, same to you, mate. Yeah, it's always good seeing you.
Yeah, thank you, Ian. Right, I saw this man. What's he doing? About 7:30 this morning, running.
It's a bit later than that, but I did go out for a little jog this morning. Yeah.
Oh, right. Oh, maybe I was up earlier than you.
Maybe.
I was going to join you, but I couldn't find you.
Your nose is growing.
Yeah. Guys, we're excited for this one. Let's hope we get a race.
I want a race. Yeah, I want a race. I mean, we had. We won't talk about it yesterday. It was what it was. It was no one's fault. Accidents happen in racing, but yeah, we all just want to go out there and have a race now. We've waited all day for it as well. So yeah, really long.
Ian, of course, you're looking to defend your many championships this weekend.
I am.
And keep going and get off to a flying start.
Yeah, hopefully. Ollie got a great start on me yesterday, twice. I thought he's not going to do that again. He did it again. So, but no, I just want to race. I mean, was really unlucky yesterday having a red flag and then a safety car. I don't think I've experienced that bad before.
I've not done a race like that.
Theoretically, we should have a good race today. So.
We will. I'm positive. And AJ, can I just grab you for a very quick chat? Thank you. Best of luck, guys. Appreciate it. AJ, great to see you, and great to see you actually going to be in this one.
Yeah, we'll actually have a go in this one. We weren't allowed to race yesterday because we had some problems, but they're all rectified now.
But your bad luck is actually good for us, because that means you're right at the back, so you're going to put on a bit of a show for us, right?
Yeah, we'll try. We've got to be sensible. I've not been in a car since September last year in the Mondeo, and I've not driven the Civic since Pembury last year, so just take it steady, see where we can get to and have some fun.
Okay, good luck, mate. Really appreciate it. Good to see you again as ever in the family. Right, time to go racing then. The final time this weekend for the Prix 93s, the 03s, the Boss, Thunder and Historic Thunder for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. This is going to be loud. Turn the volume up. Dave Goddard, over to you.
Thanks very much to Ian. As already explained, we have 5 championships on this next grid, all out together. Track Hub UK Prix 93 touring cars. They're almost all BMWs, save for one Vauxhall Astra. The Prix 03 touring car sponsored by Bertie Haulage, mixture of BMWs and Hondas in that one. The Blue Oval Saloon Series, sponsored by Burton Power, as the name suggests, that's everything Ford. And then we've got the PRG Trailers Classic Thunder Saloons and Ricky Can Motorsport Historic Thunder Saloons. All sorts of subclasses in there as well. Slightly reduced grid after a couple of incidents yesterday. As we already mentioned, unfortunately yesterday's race ended behind the safety car. We line up in the order they finished though, so it's BMWs to the fore. Jazz Sapra, the Classic Thunder winner, is on pole in his M3 alongside Kevin Clark in his BMW 1 Series. Second row, it's a pair of BMWs, Joe Collier's M3 and Dave Farrow's V8 engined 1 Series. That led the early lap of yesterday's race. Row 3, Mike Cutt in another BMW, and Colin Voice, the historic Thunder, winning yesterday in his Mark 1 Ford Escort. Row 4, a pair of M3s. Oliver Owen, number 91, and the reigning Prix 93 and Classic Thunder champion, Ian Bauer, with his Castrol M3. Row 5, Giuseppe Calari, the Italian in number 82, alongside 35 Mike Manning, the Blue Oval Saloon Series winner yesterday in his Texaco liveried Sierra Cosworth. Row 6, number 7 Kevin Denwood, and 330 Anton Martin, both BMWs. Martin Reynolds on row 7 in his Escort starts alongside Cam Tunio. He won the Prix 03 touring cars in his Honda Civic yesterday. The 8th row of the grid, we have Sam Daffin's rear-wheel drive Fiesta alongside Stephen Primet in Blue Oval Saloons this year, the multiple Prix 83 touring car champion. Row 9, Graham Myers and Dave Cave, both in BMWs. Dave, the reigning Prix 03 touring car champion. On row 10, a pair of Fiestas. Michael Rudge is Mark II XR2 and Michael Keneally in the newer model. The 11th row is the Fiesta of number 70 Will Hunt and 44 Melvin Hooker's beautiful Jaguar XJS in historic Thunder. The 12th row, 89 Tim Tomlin, BMW, and Todd Hawkins Fiesta ST150. Row 13, the Frenchman Guillaume Lemaire with his BMW 328i, Mark Finney in the Vauxhall Astra GTE. Row 14, Chris Brown's heavily modified Fiesta XR2 alongside Daniel Gandisha, who has repaired his BMW after a collision with Simon Hutt on the restart of yesterday's race. Daniel is there. I'm not sure if Simon Hutt's BMW Z4 space frame is. That had quite a lot of damage to its front corner after that collision yesterday. Matthew Sanders, number 73, he failed to start yesterday after picking up a little bit of damage in the Britcar endurance race. We'll wait to see if he's there. AJ Owen, we've just spoken to, failed to race yesterday, problems with his Honda Civic. He starts at the back. We are missing a few cars that were out yesterday. The 3 cars that were involved in an accident off the start line are not out. We don't have Andy Wilson's Mercedes C63 V8. We haven't got Ross Craig's Honda Civic. We don't have Kevin Willis, number 95's BMW. We also don't have Sean Morris, number 36, his BMW. I think that broke down in qualifying yesterday. And sadly, we are missing Andy Robinson with the Ford Falcon V8 supercar. That pulled up in a cloud of smoke in yesterday's race, so Andy is out of it, unfortunately. Let's take a look towards the back of the grid and see if everybody's there. There's Todd Hawkins' Fiesta, the Astra of Mark Finney behind Guillaume Lemaire, Chris Brown, Daniel Gandisha, Simon Hutt is not there. There's AJ Owen. So we're missing Simon Hutt and we're missing Matthew Sanders, so a few non-starters, but still a very sizable grid. Jazz Sapra on pole position with the number 40 BMW. It's the F80 M3 model, one of the newer cars on this grid. There's a whole collection of BMWs. Jazz seems to be racing in one series or another every weekend. Speaking of one series, there's one alongside him, Kevin Clark, the man behind Intersport Racing. I remember first seeing him race back in the 90s in Eurocar on the short ovals. Kevin Clark, very successful short oval racer, went on to race in Britcar among other things with his now a collection of BMWs. Second row is Joe Collier, number 223. His father Simon was meant to be out racing with him this weekend in Classic Thunder, but Simon is not out. Joe Collier in the M3. And alongside him we have David Farrow from EDF Motorsport in the V8 Engine 1 Series. Fast but fragile, that car. Polo Boo says that black BMW is a very mean looking car. It certainly is. It looks menacing, doesn't it? Kevin Clark's car on the outside there. Our Racer 7031 says go Jaguar. Yep, that's Melvin Hooker's gorgeous Bob Tullius Group 44 replica. Polo Boo also cheering on Will Hunt in his Fiesta. Harry T says let's go Martin Reynolds in the Mark II Escort, the classic Ford Collector from Norfolk. Real variety of cars. The cars really are the stars in Thunder Saloon racing. BMW is the most numerically dominant. Colin Voice with his famous Mark 1 Escort is there. Watch out for Mike Cutt in the red number 144 car. Been racing for many years in the Northern Saloon and Sports Car Series up at Croft. Kevin Denwood with his highly modified BMW Compact, the blue and white car. The iconic Texaco Eggenberger replica Sierra of Mike Manning, the Welshman. Made famous in the late 80s by the great Steve Soper in European touring cars. And there, right at the back, former Prix 03 champion, now in Classic Thunder, AJ Owen with his Honda Civic. Also races in the Super Touring Series with the Ford Mondeo, the Valvoline Cup. His father Craig Owen we see out occasionally in his Sierra Cosworth as well. There's Ian Bauer, the navy blue, red and green M3, the Castrol coloured car, similar to the cars that raced in the Italian Super Turismo series in the 90s. There is Bauer, just caught a glimpse of him. Won the Prix 93 and Classic Thunder titles last year. Giuseppe Calari behind him in car number 82, the Surrey-based Italian. He runs a recovery firm. Sam Daffin, the blue Fiesta, rear-wheel drive machine in the blue oval saloons. Mark Finney in the Astra. Tom and his Vecchi Astra GTE. I'm hoping for success here. I think Tom referring to the Vauxhall Vectra he owns. Mr. Briffo says go Sam Daffin. Sam in the blue Fiesta, that's the rear-wheel drive Fiesta conversion. Done that blue oval saloons for a few years now. So will be a rolling start behind the pace car. Kevin Denwood lining up alongside Anton Martin, previously a classic Ford man, now with the BMW. Cam Tunio, the green and black Honda there, on the Prix 03 split yesterday. And there is Chris Brown, that extraordinary modified XR2. He's taken the big front air dam off it for this one, the very boxy looking car, but very effective. It's Jazz Sapra on pole in the number 40, man from Coventry, alongside Kevin Clark from Droitwich in Worcestershire. The size of that grid, really looking forward to this race. Blighted by safety cars and a red flag yesterday. We didn't get many racing laps in, but hoping for much better fortune today. Good to see that Daniel Gandish has repaired his M3 at the back of the field there. Collided with Simon Hutt in yesterday's race. Here we go. Power about to be unleashed. We are about to be thunderstruck here at Donington Park. Classic and historic Thunder Saloons at the front. Revs are starting to rise. The red lights are on. The pack about to be unleashed. Red lights still on at the moment. Now they get underway. Let's rumble. And a good start by David Farrow down the outside in the V8 1 Series. But it looks like Jasvir Sapra will hold his lead into the first corner. Kevin Clark on the outside in that 1 Series Coupe. Joe Collier with a decent start as well. Let's hope they all make it round Redgate okay. Jazz Sapra holding his lead. Joe Collier with a good run on the inside there. He's going to try and take second place away. They've all got round the first corner okay. Kevin Clark holds off Joe Collier. He's going to go for the lead down the inside into the old hairpin. He takes the lead from Jasvir Sapra. Good move by the vastly experienced Kevin Clark. Further back, Mike Cutts jockeying for position with Ian Bauer, the two M3s side by side up towards Schwantz Curve. Anton Martin is behind them, then Mike Manning. It's Clark who leads from Sapra, Collier, Farrow, then Colin Voice in the Mark 1 Escort trying to break up the BMW dominance at the front of it, and Kevin Clark slowing. Well, he got that burst down the Craner curves, and then the 1 Series slows. And now he's starting to get back up to speed again. Did it fall out of gear there or something? I'm not sure what's happened there for Kevin Clark. This will be interesting to see him try and catch up with the leaders. So Sapra now leads from Collier, the bonnet flapping a bit on his M3. Colin Voice in third place in the Mark 1 Escort. Then it's Farrow. Mike Cutt is next. And then we've got Ian Bauer in the number 1. Jasvir Sapra moves across to protect his line into the Melbourne hairpin. Second place is Collier. Anton Martin with a speculative dive down the inside. There's 91 Oliver Owen coming under fire from Kevin Denwood's BMW Compact. Martin Reynolds Escort, the Mark II in behind them. Colin Voice has got ahead of the V8 1 Series. That's impressive from the Escort pilot. He's not content with that. He's going past Joe Collier around the outside. Colin Voice could take the lead here with a bit of luck from Jasvir Sapra. Doesn't quite manage to get alongside the big BMW. They start to sort themselves out, spread out just a little. Denwood attacking Martin Reynolds. Jasper Sapra has just about held his lead, but Colin Voice in the Voice Tune Escort, he certainly has tuned that Escort to perfection, up there in second. But here comes David Farrow. It's quick but pretty fragile, that V8-1 series. Up there in third ahead of Joe Collier. Father Simon Collier used to race for the Barton Boys Bangor Racing team. Used to watch them at Hensford Raceway in my youth. Then Mike Cutts, there's Ian Bauer, Anton Martin, Kevin Clark back up to speed again. Have they all made it around the first lap okay? Yes, they have. And there's Stephen Primet in his famous Mark 1 Escort. Something like 14 titles he's won with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club over the years. Colin Voice still there in second place in the historic Thunder Escort. Beautiful to look at. Brilliantly run car as well. David Farrow shadowing him. He might have a look up the inside here into the hairpin. Colin gives him room. And yes, the BMW is through into second place. Here comes Mike Cutt as well in that deceptively standard looking M3, the red machine. Then we've got Joe Collier. Voice fights back under braking for Goddard's. Doesn't quite get up the inside. Jasper Sapra continues to lead the way in the F80 M3. Kevin Clark starting to fight his way back up now. He's back to 6th position, I think. A couple of cars at the front of the field, their transponders aren't working, so we'll have to wait for the timing screen to sort itself out. Meanwhile, Anton Martin, side by side with Giuseppe Calari, that's for 9th place. Clark is back up to 6th, ahead of Ian Bauer. Now, here comes David Farrow, he's back up to 2nd ahead of Colin Voice, and trying to attack Jasvir Sapra for the lead of this race. Farrow's just done the fastest lap, 141.709. All 29 cars that took the start are still running, which is great news after the attrition of yesterday. 6 or 7 of them together for the lead. There's Mike Manning. We have lost one car, I'm told, further back. Michael Rudge in his Fiesta has pulled up, so I've unfortunately put the curse of the commentator on him. Sorry, Mike. There's Michael Keneally in the Scoops Detailing Fiesta. Newer model Mark 7, that is, the gold and white car. He's ahead of AJ Owen. Now, where's AJ got up to from the back of the field here? Trying to see further down. He's 19th at the moment. Oliver Owen has dropped back considerably in the red 91 BMW. He's down to 17th. No relation, I don't think, to AJ. It's weaving about there. That's, I think that is Oliver Owen, actually, the 91. Behind them, we've got the Group 44 Jaguar replica. Meanwhile, David Farrow has taken the lead in the V8-1 series ahead of Jazz Sapra. Mike Cutt with his headlights on, trying to cut down their advantage. Colin Voice goes down to 4th place. There's battles everywhere you look. It's hard to keep up with so many cars out there and so many different championships. Joe Collier and Kevin Clark are next. This half dozen have broken away slightly from Ian Bauer in 7th place. And Mike Manning is 8th, Calari 9th, and Anton Martin in 10th position. There's Calari. He smartly turned out Britalia Auto Recovery BMW. Martin Reynolds next in the order in the Escort. David Farrow clearing off in front. You get the feeling, don't you, that Jasvir Sapra's car is not as quick as those behind it, and he's holding them up slightly. Mike Cutt will try and get ahead of him here. Just doesn't seem to have the straight line speed, Jasvir Sapra. He's down to 3rd. Mike Cutt has got through before the Fogarty S's. Next in line, it's Colin Voice. And into the pits comes the number 97. That's Guillaume Lemaire, GTLM Motorsport BMW, the man from Strasbourg in France. Looks like he's out of the race. Mike Cutt is up into 2nd place. Kevin Clark is attacking back again as well. Further back, he's got ahead of Joe Collier's BMW. There's a yellow and red striped flag. That's a slippery surface flag, so maybe Guillaume Lemaire's BMW has dropped a bit of oil at Goddard's. Sam Daffin, the rear-wheel drive Fiesta. We'll have a look at who's leading the different championship splits. Farrow leads the Classic Thunder split. Colin Voice leading Historic Thunder. Ian Bauer leads Prix 93. Blue Oval Saloons, it's Mike Manning. And Prix 03s is Cam Tunier. Kevin Clark on the tail of Colin Voice. Those toe straps you can see there flapping away on the front bumper, they almost look like flames, don't they, on the front bumper of Kevin Clark's car. Voice loses another place because through goes Joe Collier's BMW, up into 5th position. So Colin Voice starting to drop back after a very spirited run at the start. Mike Manning's got ahead of Ian Bauer. Very different championships, so Bauer won't mind too much. Anton Martin is next in the order. He's got a black and white flag though for a warning for exceeding track limits. There's the Castrol liveried car. Shades of Emanuele Naspetti, the Italian champion in the 90s, raced a car identical to that one. And a couple of Italian Superturismo titles. A little bit of a lock-up there from Ian Bauer. David Farrow being pursued here for the lead by Mike Cutt in the red M3. Stunning looking thing, isn't it? The EDF Motorsports 1 Series. They've squeezed a 4-litre V8 into that car. David, I believe, is the son of Eddie Farrow, the boss of EDF Motorsports. Kevin Clark in his 1 Series Coupe closing up as well. Here's a scrap further back. This is Will Hunt in the turquoise-coloured Fiesta. He's got Tim Tomlin in the 89 on his tail, sliding about there. As meanwhile, Jazz Sapra under fire for 3rd place from Kevin Clark, who's trying to go around the outside at Redgate. That's not a move you see too often. How long have we got to go? 6 minutes of this race left. There go the leaders. Here's the battle for 3rd, and Clark cuts ahead at the Crater Curves. He has to stand on the brakes pretty quickly to get the car stopped for the old hairpin. Sapra goes down to 4th. 4th in Classic Thunder as well. Joe Collier trying to challenge Sapra now. Then Colin Voice, headlights ablaze on the Escort. Mike Manning is challenging with the Sierra. He's leading the Blue Oval Saloon Series. He's got past Giuseppe Clari. He's going for Colin Voice as well. A beautiful Texaco Sierra. Well, the first motor races I remember watching was in 1988 at Brands Hatch. Steve Soper in the Texaco car against Andy Rouse in the Caliber Sierra. I was only 2 years old at the time. That car holds a special memory for me. I had the Matchbox model of it as well. There's the XJS. This is Graham Myers as well with his BMW, the Jägermeister liveried car. Very famous in all manner of forms of motorsport, the orange Jägermeister colours. No drinking and driving, of course. Mark Finney's Vauxhall Astra GTE we saw being lapped there. He's running towards the tail of the field. And a couple of cars pulled into the pits. Oliver Owen is one of them. Daniel Gandisha's repaired BMW is another. Somebody else on the pits, that's one of the MGs lining up for the next race. So 25 cars still running. There's the Sierra of Mike Manning. He's raced everything from Eurocar to Rallycross over the years. Vastly experienced racer. It's past Giuseppe Joe Calari. Ian Bauer has been given a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits, unfortunately for the double champion from last year. As Will Hunt battles it out. A contrasting styles of Ford Fiesta there. Really is an extraordinary looking car of Chris Brown, isn't it, the number 12? Maybe boxed arches like that are coming back into fashion, who knows? Battling with Will Hunt in his more modern Fiesta. Graham Myers fighting it out with an even more modern Fiesta. That's of Michael Keneally. The gold and white colours used to be that of the Warsteiner Brewery in Formula 1, I remember. So David Farrow sliding the 1 Series. That was spectacular. This is a race, not a drifting competition, David Farrow. I wonder if there's a bit of fluid down there. I wonder. I hope that car's not dropping a bit of fluid. Here's Joe Collier. He's in 4th position, I think, now, the man from Swadlincote. Lead gap is 1.5 seconds. Collier has just done the fastest lap with a 1:40.562. Yes, he is in 4th place. Kevin Clark's transponder's not working. Not showing on the timing screen. He is now. Big time manually. Still Manning battling it out with Kalari. Manning leading the Blue Oval Saloons. Weiss ahead of them leads the Historic Thunder. Bauer still leads Prix 93 despite the impending penalty. And Camtunio still leading Prix 03. The favourite for the Prix 03 honours this weekend would have been Ross Craig. Sadly, he was taken out in that start line crash yesterday. Tangled with Andy Wilson's ex-Superstars Series Mercedes. Weiss stays ahead of the Sierra. Lots of other sub-classes in this race. Well, really too many to mention with 5 different championships. So I'll give you the class winners at Flagfall. It's nice to see, after all the incident yesterday, this race passing relatively incident-free. Kevin Clark has now got the fastest lap of the race, 1:39.561 in his 1 Series. He's 3 seconds behind Mike Cutts, though, who's having a very strong race in his red M3. Kalari trying again to get up alongside Mike Manning. This is the main battle on track at the moment. And an excuse to look at that beautiful Texaco Sierra. Kalari goes in very deep there around the left-hander at Goddard's. Michael Keneally's got a 5-second penalty in the Fiesta for exceeding track limits, and Joe Kalari's getting impatient here, flashing the lights at Mike Manning. It looks good for David Farrow. He's on his last lap now. Looks like the V8 1 Series is going to take the win. Jas Sapra has dropped back into 5th place. There's Mark Finney. Not many Astra GTEs around these days. Last time I saw one take a win was Simon Ward in the Prix 93 touring cars at Silverstone a few years ago. Simon now in the pickup truck racing championship. And there is Melvin Hooker in the Bob Tullius replica Jaguar XJs. Here comes David Farrow, though, in the number 34. And from Sleaford in Lincolnshire, lapping a few back markers. Only got the hairpin and Goddard's to negotiate. There's Mike Cutt in 2nd place. They lap the battling Fiestas of Chris Brown and Will Hunt. Well, it's proven fragile on a few occasions, but there's no doubting the pace of the V8 1 Series. And here comes David Farrow into the final corner. Certainly a Thunder Saloon, that is. It's going to thunder to victory. David Farrow takes the checkered flag. Mike Cutt in 2nd. Kevin Clark slides past the back parkers to take 3rd. And Joe Collier a fine 4th. BMW's 1, 2, 3, 4. And whoa! BMW of Tim Tomlin goes spinning out of the final corner. Look out, Jas Sapra. BMWs take the top 5 places. Colin Voice wins Historic Thunder. And Mike Manning wins the Blue Oval Saloon Series, holding off a rather impatient-looking Giuseppe Calari. Tim Tomlin spins home a lap down. And who's going to be next? Should be Anton Martin's BMW next, I think. No, Ian Bauer's next, and he'll get penalised a couple of places, though, because he's got that 5-second penalty. So Anton Martin and Kevin Denwood complete the top 10. Ian Bauer next in the classification. Then Martin Reynolds flashes the lights on his Escort as he crosses the line. He's 12th. And Cam Tunio takes a double win in the Prix 03 touring cars, sponsored by Bertie Haulage. Well done, Cam. Who's next home? It should be Sam Daffin, I think, in the blue Fiesta. Here's Stephen Primet. Normally see him at the sharp end of the Prix 83s, trying something new this year. Sam Daffin comes home. He's 3rd of the Blue Oval Saloon Series, wins his subclass, as does Primet. AJ Owen from the back of the grid makes it up to 16th place. Melvin Hooker is 17th. The Astra finishing a lap down. Just waiting for the last few to come in. Michael Keneally, he'll have a 5-second penalty added on. I think he's safely clear of the next car, which is the Jägermeister BMW of Graham Myers. We'll just wait and see. He's ahead of David Cave, who's had a quiet weekend, the reigning Prix 03 champion. 25 cars go the distance. So we await the provisional result then of our combined Classic Touring Car Racing Club events for the Track Hub UK Prix 93s, Bertie Haulage Prix 03s, Burton Power Blue Oval Saloons, PRG Traders Classic Thunder and Ricky Can Motorsports Historic Thunder. David Farrow in the Classic Thunder division takes the win ahead of Mike Cutts by 2.43 seconds, winner completing 9 laps in a time of 15 minutes 19.770 seconds. Fastest lap went to Joe Collier in 4th place with a 1:39.244. Good race by Joe. The class winners in Classic Thunder A was David Farrow, Classic Thunder B was Mike Cutts, Historic Thunder 1 Colin Voice, Blue Oval Saloons B Mike Manning, Prix 93 overall in Class B was Ian Bauer, Prix 03 Class C Cam Tunio, Blue Oval Saloons D Sam Daffin, Blue Oval Saloons E Stephen Primetz, Blue Oval Saloons C Michael Keneally, Prix 03 Class A David Cave, and Prix 93 Class D went to Mark Finney. Just the 4 retirements there. We lost Oliver Owen, Daniel Gandesha and Guillaume Lemaire into the pits, and Michael Rudge pulled off on the 2nd lap. So I think cars are heading into Parc Fermé, and we can hand over to Ian Waterhouse in just a moment.
Well, you can probably hear the screams down here. Look at what it means to Dave Farrow and the family and supporters here. Can I be the first to give you a hug? Can I? Sorry, he's mine! He's mine! Well, get your helmet off, mate, take a breath. Well, what a great race. That was Mike Cutt coming home there in 2nd place, and Kevin Clark in 3rd. That's more like it, come on.
That's the one, isn't it, eh?
How does that feel?
Yeah, that's good.
Well,
after yesterday, that was needed, I think.
You came right through as well, didn't you? Dropped a bit, but then came
Yeah. The thing is with this thing, I know it sounds weird, but the tyres, they don't come in as much as you want them, especially with the weight over the front axle. I know that sounds like it would help, but it actually doesn't, because it just creates push. So when they're there, they're all right, but for the first 1 or 2, they're not.
I'm so happy for you, mate. I'm really happy. I think they all want to go see you now, so go. Congratulations. There's your race winner, everyone. Right, so Mike is just having a quick, so I'll jump out of the way. Kevin Clark as well coming home in P3. Let's go over to wait for Mike. I'm not sure where Kevin's run off to, but we'll jump in for a quick chat very shortly. There's Martin Reynolds as well. We might even get a chance to say hello to him. Still got 2 more races to come. Sam Daffin's just coming in. There's AJ Owen. Spoke to him a little bit earlier as well. Started right at the back of the field. Certainly an eventful race for him. Here is, sorry Mike, you're just from one mic to another, isn't it, over there? Indeed. Well, congratulations, that was a great race.
It was a great race, but there was some serious haze of oil, I do believe, here and there. Okay. I could see that he was having some serious movement on the car in some of the braking areas. I had a go, I caught back up to him a little bit, but then I thought, I don't think I can, where I wanted to push, I couldn't push. So, and I want to go in one piece today, so I've had my fair share of mending.
You've got a nice pot to go home with.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your day.
Oh, you've got a nice warm hat. Everybody's so warm. I'm absolutely freezing cold here. Let's just very quickly, AJ, how was it? All right, are you coming through for us, putting on a little bit of a show for us out there?
Yeah, not too bad. Didn't quite get where I wanted to, but I set myself quite a high target. But
is it nice to be back behind the wheel of the Civic?
Yeah, when it works, it's lovely. No, it's good. I have
well
a
done,
good
mate.
time.
Great to see you again as well, AJ. I'll probably bump into him on the M40 a little bit later on the way home. I think we might have a little bit of time, if that's all right, because somebody over here I haven't seen all week. I'm desperate to have a quick chat with him, Mr. Colin Voice, of course. I know he has a lot of family often tune in here on BARC TV, so let's just chuck the mic in over here. How you doing? All right, you good? Mr. Voice, how are you? We're live, so
I've got to be open yourself, haven't I?
You've got a big smile on your face. You enjoy that?
Yeah, I did. I just wish I could have some new tyres.
Yeah.
I was just hanging on to the old girl. But once again, you know, I drove my heart out.
You always do.
Yeah, I do. But it's so frustrating where I turn in and the tyres are just saying no way. But there's something what I've got to address because, you know, I was in second. And I had a hairy moment, I think, down the Craner curves, and I just thought, good God, you know. And then Mike cut, you know, if I'd had some decent rubber, you could have kept the pressure on. I'm sure I could have got the one in front, basically. But it's motor racing. I've come back in one bit.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got a big smile on your face. You always do.
I've seen your happy face, so
How can I not be happy when I see you, Colin?
No, that's great.
No, you have. It's great to see you again. You look after. I'll see you. You coming out next time?
Yeah, it's my Cadwell.
Oh, I'm looking forward. I haven't been to Cadwell in years. Looking forward to that.
It's the mountain sort of makes me hang on a bit.
I was going to say you're going to be all right at the mountain with.
I've got to.
Yeah.
I've got to change all my wheels to a bigger size. Then it doesn't end there because all the geometry changes because you're going higher. Then the gearing changes but I'm glad I give the old BMW some stick, you know, the old Mark 1 Escort, you know, it makes them think, doesn't it?
It does. Go on, have a safe journey home, yeah?
Yeah.
See you soon.
To see you.
And you, mate.
See
Take
you
care.
at the football match one day.
Yeah, definitely. I'll hold you to that. Yeah, top man. Right, there we go. Big thank you to the Classic Touring Car Racing Club this weekend. They are done and dusted. Certainly this race has certainly entertained indeed, hasn't it? But we still have 2 more races to bring you. We've got the MG Owners final race of the weekend coming up. That is next. And a little bit earlier, I caught up with a couple of drivers over in the assembly area. So let's hear from them now. Right, here we go. Final race of the day for the MG Owners Club here. Let's go have a quick chat, shall we, with James Kendrick here. Mainly because I might have to interrupt a little bit, mainly because at the minute he's the only car here right now, and we've got to get ourselves off ready to do the Parc Ferme for the Classic Touring cars. But I wonder if I can just...
Sorry?
Is he in the right place? Are you in the right place, James?
Yeah, I am. I start from the back because my son did race 1 and I qualified out of session, so I end up starting at the back. There's about 5 cars all starting at the back, so I guess I'm the first of the last.
How's your day been anyway? You having a good time?
Yeah, really good time. It was so nice to see my my eldest do his very first race this morning, and he was 16th. He drove really, really well.
Nice.
And the car's all in one piece. Happy days.
It's a real family affair then.
Yeah, it is. Well, he's been supporting me for years, and he's been doing videos for the championship and so on, and it's really nice then to see him get the bug and take his first steps in racing. So
amazing.
We're planning to share the car through the season.
Okay, brilliant.
So it'll be really good.
And it's a real good family affair in sort of the MG Owners as well, isn't it?
It is. It always has been, and there's lots of friends. It's nice just to be around the paddock with people and chat to them, and have some close racing, but close and fair racing.
Excellent.
And we're here to enjoy it, and that's what we do.
Top man, thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Cheers. Good luck, enjoy it out there, won't you? Put on a show for us, won't you?
Yeah, I'm going to make it as far up as I can.
As far up as you can. Top man, indeed. More cars coming in. That means we are about to go racing for the MG Owners Club, and it is going to be a cracker. Another huge grid of cars here at Donington Park. And I'm delighted to say, to call it as ever, is the wonderful Dave Goddard. Over to you.
Thanks, Ian. Yes, the MG is now on their way out of the assembly area, this big grid of cars. Let's take you through them. Based on the second fastest time for each driver from qualifying, once again we find Jack Woodcock, number 24, on the pole. And hopefully James Cole has rectified his problems from race 1 and is alongside him in the 188. Row 2, Jake McDermott, our earlier winner, with Lee Pearce alongside. Hope Lee's there because he had problems in the track action race. Rob Addison and Scott Bugner on the 3rd row. Row 4, Matt Harvey, who disappeared on the last lap of race 1. Connor Lawson in number 100 alongside. Lee Sullivan and Reese Lawson complete the top 10. Then on row 6, Jack Maher in number 95 and 22, James Wade. Row 7, 431, Chris Lawson alongside 117, Josh Byrne. And on row 8, number 80, Archie Styons. I can tell you, Chris Lawson and Archie Stiant, they had that collision on the last lap of race 1. They were both given a 5-place grid penalty as a result of that, so they're further back than they qualified. Row 8, Archie Stiant alongside Greg Thomas in the number 70. Row 9, Adrian Olsen and the first of the Class A cars of Will Sharp. Row 10 is David Amphlett and John Copeland. The 11th row, 94, Alex Forster alongside the 11 of Chris Millard, a pair of MGBs. Row 12, Ashley Barnes in his MG Midget, number 59, 34 in his MGB Tim Rides. Row 13, Malk Best in the 26 car, and newcomer Michael Grigsby with his MGF. He's the first of the MGFs on the grid. We just heard from Simon Kendrick. Row 14, Hannah Leonard, lone Class B runner in her ZR alongside Simon Jackson. Simon Kendrick takes over from his son James, so he has to start from the back of the grid alongside Lloyd Treadle. It was Lance Treadle in the 64 car in race 1. Again, change of driver, you start from the back. On row 16, number 1 is Jim Bainham. Now 76 is not Darren Leonard. Martin Will's car has given up the ghost, unfortunately, the number 44, so Darren has very kindly donated his car to Martin for this race. So Martin gets into the 76 car, starts from the back alongside Jim Bainham. He starts from the back as Mark Rychorski raced that car in race 1. And Simon Byrne, having been excluded from qualifying as the car was underweight, he will once again start from the back with a 10-second penalty, but he came through very nicely in race 1, I have to say. So a few driver changes ahead of this one. Jack Woodcock on the pole in the blue 24 car, and James Cole is there in the 188. Let's hope for no gremlins for him. Lee Pearce is not there. His car broke down during the Track Action Race Club event. So there's a gap on row 2. Jake McDermott going for his double on the second row of the grid. Rob Addison is there. Scott Bugner is there. I don't think Matt Harvey is there. He should be directly behind Jake McDermott. Yes, the number 20 car, which dropped out of race 1 on the last lap, is not there. The 100 of Connor Lawson is. So they move away for the green flag lap. It's confirmation of the grid penalties for the 431 and the 80. They collided at Coppice on the last lap of race 1. Chris Lawson and Archie Stiant. A 5-place grid penalty for that, although Archie Stiant I don't think is there. In fact, I think that's his car I can see in the pit lane, so he's going to start from the pits by the look of things. Will Sharp, racing in memory of his father Andrew, as we saw earlier on, leads the Classic division. 2 MGFs out there. Could James Grigsby take, Michael Grigsby, sorry, take his first ever class win here? Simon Kendrick, who won the MGF Points Championship last year, takes over from his young son James. Hannah Leonard going for the Class B Championship this year, but her father Darren not out in this one. Very kindly donating his car to Martin Wills for this race. Martin's car having given some trouble. Good to have Lee Sullivan back out, a former ZR Class champion in the 68 car. The Lawsons looking very smart this year. It's the 100, that's Connor Lawson. McDermott will start as the favourite in the 77. As we heard earlier, his father Steve not racing at the moment. He's busy preparing cars for several other drivers, including Rob Addison is one of the cars I believe that the Triad team is looking after. Wonderful to see so many MGBs out there, a swarm of bees you might say at the back of the grid, along with a couple of MG midgets. And there he is, gentleman Jim Bainham. He's back once again for his 45th season of racing. You just cannot keep Jim Bainham away from MGB racing. He always says this season's going to be my last, but he keeps coming back. Just like Tim Dodwell, who we saw in his Mini yesterday, he's really one of the unsung heroes of British motorsport, is Gentleman Jim. He's been the championship coordinator for many, many years with the MG Owners Club Championship, sponsored this year by Adrian Flux Insurance. Point raised by Davey Boy, one of our commenters, after the Classic Thunder race. What's happened to Nick Vaughan and his Audi A3? No, he hasn't been out for a while. I'll do a bit of investigating before the next round, see if we can have a chat to Nick. That's Hannah Leonard, the yellow ZR. The cars that have changed drivers. The 64, that's now Lloyd Treadle. There's Martin Wills in the 76 of Darren Leonard. Right at the back, Simon Byrne. Also had his qualifying times disallowed. The car found to be underweight after the qualifying session, so he has to start at the back with a penalty. Didn't slow him down too much in race 1. Well, the first race was a cracker for the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. What are they going to produce over the next 20 minutes? The blue car of Jack Woodcock on pole, alongside the green machine of James Cole. Jake McDermott, the orange and grey car on row 2. There's a gap next to him where Lee Pearce should have been. He's a non-starter. Rob Addison, the yellow and black car on row 3, alongside the grey and green car of Scott Bugner on his return to the championship. A gap on row 4 as well. No Matt Harvey, so Connor Lawson's blue and white number 100 starts there alone. Waiting for the red lights to come on. Lee Sullivan could be one to watch, the orange number 68 car alongside the 215 of Reese Lawson, the orange and white car. Red lights are on. 20 minutes of action gets underway for the MG Owners Club Championship. Hannah Leonard struggling away at the back in the number 10. It's Jack Woodcock who gets away best. In pole position in the number 24 car, leads into the first corner. There's a couple of cars starting from the pit lane. I think Lee Pearce might be one of them, the 234. The other is the number 80 of Archie Stiant. Around Redgate they go for the first time. Martin Wills already making up places in the borrowed car of Darren Leonard. And it's Woodcock who leads, Cole in second place. Hannah Leonard has now got away at the back. It's Jake McDermott in third place. Scott Bugner with a good start up into fourth place ahead of Rob Addison as well. The leaders out of the old hairpin along the bottom of the circuit. James Cole, I think he's rectified his problems from race 1. That green machine looking a lot quicker this time. He's up on the tail of our race leader as they head up to McLean's for the first time. McDermott is third, then Bugner, Addison, and the rest of them come streaming through this huge pack of ZRs. First non-ZR is Will Sharp in the MG Midgets, ahead of, I think that's Simon Kendrick up behind him, the first of the MGFs who started from the back. 70 car, one of the Lawson prepared cars of Greg Thomas, coming under fire from, I think that's the 22 behind him, of James Wade. 95 of Jack Marr behind them, but it's Jack Woodcock who leads into the S's, for the first time. There is Marr. He's got the 76 of Martin Wills up behind him, who's already making waves through the pack. 100 of Connor Lawson running well. Lee Sullivan almost 3 wide there, and it is going to be 3 wide. Look at this big squeeze into the hairpin, and James Wade had to back off there, the black number 22 car, because Martin Wills is weaving his way through from the back of the field, chasing Greg Thomas in the white number 70 car. These MG ZRs, they do make for cracking little race cars, don't they? Over the line to complete the opening lap, it is Woodcock who leads the way. Just how many places has Wills gained from the back of the field? He's gained 19 places already, up into 11. That's a phenomenal first lap in a car he's probably quite unfamiliar with. He's gained another place there, Martin Wills. Josh Byrne loses out to Olsen in the number 3. Looking further back in the order, has Lee Pearce joined in from the pit lane? Yes, and Archie Stiant, so they have joined us. James Cole looking determined. He's got his headlights on to try and intimidate the race leader. Martin Wills, I reckon, could be the one to watch here in the closing stages. He might catch the leaders. James Wade makes a move on Greg Thomas into the old hairpin. The leaders head up towards McLean's. Woodcock under fire from Cole. It's McDermott, Bugner, Addison, Connor Lawson, Lee Sullivan. Then a gap back to Chris Lawson in the 431. Trade of MG ZRs up into the right-hander at Coppes. They bounce off the curb on the inside. It's Jack Woodcock on his return to the championship this year, holds the lead. James Cole, MG Racing in his family, as is Jake McDermott. And look at McDermott, he's never going to go down the inside of both of them, is he? He's going to take second place. He slots in front of James Cole, gets a bit of a bash up the back possibly there as he slotted into second place. I don't think James Cole was expecting that, and he wasn't expecting Scott Bugner. I wasn't expecting Scott Bugner to be that close as well in the number 25. He's going to go through into third place. So Scott Bugner getting into the mix for the lead, as is Rob Addison, the yellow car. Then it's Connor Lawson and Lee Sullivan behind them. so evenly matched, these ZRs, and also not the most aerodynamic of race cars, so you've got to slipstream each other down the straights. Still 16 minutes to go, a long way to go yet in this second race of the day for the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. 22 of James Wade coming under fire from the 95. That's Jack Marr, Josh Byrne, Greg Thomas, Adrian Olsen and Simon Kendrick from the back of the grid is up into 16th and is the leading non-ZR. There's Simon Byrne, started at the back with that 10-second penalty. He's charged his way through. Past Will Sharp. There's Archie Styons, who started from the pits as well in the number 80. He's come through the Class A cars. The 14 there is David Amphlett, who came close to the championship last year. It's Jim Bainham who took the overall crown, and there's Lee Pearce behind him. So the cars that started from the back really are firing their way through. The hill once again towards McLean's, from McLean's up to Coppice. Scott Bugner side by side with James Cole, holding third place. Cole fighting back. Two leaders starting to get away, so James Cole is going to need to shovel on the coal if he's going to catch them back up again. But here comes Rob Addison, all three wide into the Fogarty S's, doesn't usually work. They're going to have to be careful here. Cole turns in, look out Rob Addison, I thought they were going to collide there. Cole has taken the place back again from Bugner, and now here comes Lawson. He's got the toe out of the chicane as well. Connor Lawson trying to get down the inside into the hairpin. He's got ahead of Bugner, he's going for Addison. Connor Lawson, he really knows no fear, does he? That's a fantastic move up the inside. Now Sullivan's going to have a go as well. Rob Addison was the big loser there on the outside, and Scott Bugner as well, and Sullivan might have taken Bugner there. Yeah, the man who lost out there was Bugner. Oh, Jack Woodcock's hit problems. The leader pulling into the pits. What's happened to Jack Woodcock? Oh, such a shame. He was going so well, and the car has let him down. Will Sharp's MG Midget hasn't let him down, though. He leads his class. There's Martin Wills up from the back of the grid in the 76 as his progress plateaued in 10th place. It'll be 9th place now with the demise of Jack Woodcock. He's in the pit lane. So McDermott now leads ahead of Cole, Addison and Connor Lawson, who's flying along in the light blue and white car. Bugner is 5th. There's Chris Lawson and Reese Lawson, so all three of the Lawsons now in the top 10. And Jake McDermott has been able to pull away as a result of all the battling behind him. Could be heading for a double. There's still a long way to go. Over 13 minutes of this race left. James Cole in second. Rob Addison up there in third, the ex-Maestro racer. Connor Lawson, this is the best I've seen him run up there in 4th position. Only his 2nd season in the championship. Scott Bugner is next. He lost out in that schmozzle at the Fogarty S's. Lee Sullivan, I seem to remember he used to race a bright green car a few years ago. Here's gentleman Jim Bainham. He's got ahead of the 28 of John Copeland. Now, how far behind Will Sharp is he? Oh, he's back in about 5th in the class at the moment. 34 there is Tim Rides in the orange MGB GT. The lead battle goes on. Is that dust or a bit of smoke there from Scott Bugner's car in 5th place? More battling Bs. One of them is an MG Midget, in fact that's Ashley Barnes' Midget, the 59, chasing the 94 of Alex Forster, and they're on the tail of the 64. Newcomer Lloyd Treadle in his ZR. MGs of all ages battling it out. There's Bainham behind them, and John Copeland. This is brilliant stuff. This championship has certainly become a personal favourite of mine over my years of commentary. Always brilliant action, the grids have massively increased, and always a friendly atmosphere as well. To the Melbourne Loop. In the overall classification, this is only for 22nd place, would you believe? So Woodcock into the pits. We've also lost the 95 of Jack Marr. His problems returning from race 1. And the number 11 pulled in earlier as well, Chris Millard's MGB. Over the line come our battlers for 22nd place. There's our Class B leader in the background, Hannah Leonard, the yellow car, ahead of 36 Michael Grigsby, second of the MGFs. MGF's a bit thin on the ground in the championship of late, so we haven't seen Mark Baker or Stuart Plotnick for a while. There's Mount Bess, the ex-Capri man. He's very nicely turned out, MGB. Oh, big cloud of smoke, that's Scott Bugner. I thought I saw some smoke from that car earlier on, he's on fire. Scott Bugner needs to get out of there fast. Goodness me, that will probably provoke a safety car. There's a great smoke screen across the entry to the chicane. Marshall's on hand to fight the fire. I thought I saw some smoke at the end of the previous lap from Scott's car. Don't open the bonnet with a car fire. The air will just fan the flames. Well done by the Marshals. Scott Bugner's engine lets go in spectacular fashion. Looks like the fire may be out. Look at the smoke in the background. I wonder if the safety car may be scrambled because of that. Jake McDermott still leads ahead of Cole, Addison and Connor Lawson. No change up front except for the demise of Bugner. Jack Woodcock's car in the pit lane with the bonnet open, he's out of it. Another front runner gone, Scott Bugner. The fire looks to be out. Well done to our Marshals. Just dampening things down, I think. Looks like Scott Bugner is okay. Time. The leaders head up into McLean's. Dermot ahead of James Cole. James has done the fastest lap of the race, 1:53.523. He's just over a second behind. There is Scott Bugner. He's out of the car and okay. That's the main thing, just talking to the medics there. And there's Archie Stiants. Involved in a collision in race 1 that put him in the gravel at Coppice. It's making his way up from the back. He's up to 13th now. Simon Byrne is towing along behind him from the back of the field in the number 4. Here's our Battle of the Bees and the MG Midget of Ashley Barnes. John Copeland at the back of this group in the number 28, man from Chesterfield. These two moving in tandem through the field. Archie Stein, that's where he went off earlier on. You can still see the smoke from Scott Bugner's car. Thankfully, the fire put out by the Marshals, and no safety car required at the moment. The slippery surface flags out. Oh, you can see the oil from Bugner's car. Adrian Olsen's found it, and off he goes. Yeah, there's oil down from Scott's car there. The warning flags are out, but it caught Adrian Olsen out there. He's avoided the barriers, just went sliding off onto the tarmac runoff area. Meanwhile, James Cole, with just over 8 minutes of the race to go, is having a go for the lead. It's all over the back of the ZR there of Jake McDermott. Just 0.3 of a second in it as they cross the line. Yes, James Cole is in attacking mode in no uncertain terms. He's right on the bumper of Jake McDermott's car now. As they head down into the old hairpin. Where's he going to make the move? He's going to make a move, certainly. Rob Addison is still third, ahead of Connor Lawson and Lee Sullivan. It's all about these two. You can see using the headlights to intimidate him. He's going to try and go for it at McLean's. He knows he's quicker through there. Here they come. Then up towards Coppice. They need to be mindful of the oil on the track, though, down into the Fogarty S's. Last thing we want is cars spinning all over the place, picking up damage. Still smoke hanging in the air. That was a huge blow-up for Scott Bugner. Down to the chicane they come. You can see the trail of oil on the right-hand side, driver's right of the circuit. The driver's keeping off that right-hand line. Through the chicane they come, through the S's. For them to come into view now. Is the move going to come here? McDermott moves right to the inside. Cole almost up alongside him, but he's on the wrong line for the Melbourne Loop. He might try and cut in on the exit here, but all the time Rob Addison is towing up onto their tails here. Addison could make a move for the lead. 6.5 minutes just over to go for Jake McDermott to soak up the pressure. Addison's going to give it a big send down the inside. He's going for second place. James Cole's got to attack and defend at the same time, and this is going to bring Connor Lawson and Lee Sullivan into play as well. We could have 5 of them fighting for the lead shortly. This is brilliant stuff. Further back, Chris and Reese Lawson are next in the order, then Wills from the back of the grid. McDermott somehow holds his lead, and Cole's held second place. James Wade and Josh Byrne rounding out the top 10. Then Styant and Simon Byrne, 11th and 12th. And they started from the back as well. These ZRs, such potent and rapid race cars. On go the lights from Jake McDermott, because I think he might be approaching back marker traffic. He'll want to warn them, get out of my way, I'm leading this race and I've got two cars right on my tail. Here comes James Cole. He's ready to attack. So is Rob Addison. This is great stuff. Up towards the top of the circuit. Yes, that's why the leaders put these headlights on. There's an MGF coming up. It's Michael Grigsby about to be lapped. Warning lights for the oil are still on coming down into the chicane. The drivers need to keep to the left here. Poor old Michael Grigsby doesn't have a choice. He's got to stay right to get out the way of the leaders. Here comes James Cole. He has a look. No, not quite. They haven't caught the back mark yet. They're going to catch him at the hairpin, the worst possible place. Is he going to let them through before it? Yes, they move to the inside. Good driving, Michael Grigsby. Here comes Rob Addison. Oh, they could be three wide here. Look at this. Addison goes for broke down the inside. No, McDermott covers. And the other two are closing up on them as well now. Side by side for second. Addison up the inside. He's going to just about get second place, I think, on the hairpin. It's possible to tell what the best line to take through here is, because the next corner's a left-hander. Back up the inside comes James Cole. Late on the brakes. They rub slightly, I think, there. They're side by side on the exit, just over 4.5 minutes to go. Look at the way Connor Lawson's going, the blue and white number 100. He's catching the top three now. And Lee Sullivan. There's a battling pair of bees ahead of them. Addison on the inside for Redgate. He goes through into second place. Now, the last thing these two want to do is let Jake McDermott escape him. They've got to keep with the lead. What a pulsating race this is from the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. Drivers will be loving every second of this. The crowd on the banks are loving every second of this. Tim Ride's being lapped in his MGB. There's another one just ahead of them. It's Malk Best. He's a vastly experienced racer. He'll know to move aside, let the leaders through. He does so. The hill through McLean's and Coppice. Malk Best didn't know where to go to get out of Connor Lawson's way there. Here they come. Down towards the Fogarty S's once again. This is an overtaking opportunity. Dermot holds the left-hand side. That's where he needs to be. You can see the oil on the other side of the circuit. Not quite as frenetic this time through. What's going to happen into the hairpin, though, is James Cole going to get a run here like he did into Goddard's last time through. McDermott is not going to let him. He moves to cover. Addison up on the outside. He had his nose in front very briefly there. Now, if he can hold that line into Goddard, he might have a chance of taking the lead here, Rob Addison. He's alongside. He's in position. Needs to get his braking absolutely right here. He's got the line. He's late on the brakes. Rob Addison takes the lead. Brilliantly done. That's a great bit of driving from the 88 of Rob Addison. He leads Jake McDermott. James Cole's going to have a go as well, and look behind them, there's Connor Lawson. He can sense a first podium here if he can play his cards right, and Lee Sullivan as well. But McDermott will fight back. There's time for a couple more laps. This is a phenomenal race. Look out, Hannah Leonard, they're closing to lap you. Jake McDermott is absolutely all over Rob Addison here, almost tapping his rear bumper there into the Craner curves. Millimetres between them. McDermott knows one false move and James Cole will be through into second place. Here they come, through towards Schwanzker. There's Hannah Leonard. Just keep an eye on her mirrors here and move aside, and James Cole move right to the inside there. Top three have got clear of Hannah. It's good driving there by the Class B leader, lets them through. Just over 90 seconds on the clock now. The last lap this time. This is incredible. Dermot gets a tighter exit from Coppice, but he'll be on the wrong side for the entry to the Fogarty S's. Is he going to lunge back across here on Rob Addison? I think he might. I think he might. No, not quite in time there as they reach the entry to the S's. What about into the hairpin? Here they come. McDermott, he's going to give it a go, is he? Yes, he's going for it. Addison's going to have to give him room. They lunge through the hairpin, and now James Cole will try and get up alongside, but I think McDermott, is he going to get the overlap here on the run into Goddard's? No, he's not. Addison will have the inside line, he holds the lead. McDermott switches back, he's tapped the bumper, he gets tapped in turn by James Cole. And Connor Lawson is thinking, right, I'll have a piece of this. He's shaken off Lee Sullivan, and as they go into the final lap, it's now 4 line astern for the lead. Oh, this is brilliant. Drivers will be loving this. Weaving about there, Jake McDermott. Is Rob Addison going to hang on? It's going to be all on those last 2 corners here. Connor Lawson yet could win this if he plays his cards right. Down the Craner curves for the final time in this incredible race for the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship, and Jake McDermott trying to make a move into the old hairpin. They touch. Addison slides. Can he hold it? He keeps his foot in. He's just about held it there. James Cole had to back off slightly. Here comes Lawson. It's going to be 4 square into McLean. They're going to be 3 wide for the lead into McLean's. This is never going to work. On the inside, McDermott. Addison in the middle. Cole has to back out on the outside. McDermott's got the lead back again. That's incredible. Oh my goodness, they're almost on top of each other. Onto the gravel goes Connor Lawson briefly. That could have lost him a bit of momentum. That might cost him his chance. McDermott, Addison, Cole and Lawson. Coming up to lap Ashley Barnes. There's more back marker traffic ahead. That could come into play. They're coming down to the Fogarty S's for the final time. Jake McDermott leads, the reigning ZR class champion. Rob Addison trying to get the lead back again. They avoid the oil. Through the S's. James Cole ready for a slingshot here. Addison's going for the inside. He's going to have the line into the hairpin. Jake McDermott can't move across in time. Cole is there as well. Addison's surely going to take the lead. Cole up the inside as well. Addison leads. Now McDermott's going to try and stay on the left and get the line into Goddard's for the final time. 4 cars together. Any one of those 4 could win this. Addison's got the advantage. Coming down to Goddard's. I think he's done enough. McDermott lunges up the inside for second place, but he's not going to catch Rob Addison. It's going to be the number 88 of Rob Addison that comes in to win a fantastic race for the MG Owners Club Championship. McDermott second, Cole third, Lawson fourth, and Lee Sullivan takes 5th. What a drive by Martin Wills as well. We couldn't really take our eyes off that battle, but Wills from last on the grid to 6th in an unfamiliar car. Reese and Chris Lawson 7th and 8th. James Wade is 9th. Josh Byrne 10th. That is the best motor race I have called in a long time. I'm going to catch my breath at the end of that one. Well done to Archie Stein. Started from the pit lane and came up to 11th place. And Simon Byrne from the back with that penalty takes 12th. Also from the pit lane, Lee Pierce. He comes in 13th. We await our other class winners as well. Simon Kendrick will win the MGF category. That was unbelievable. Rob Addison confirmed as your winner. That was more like a motorcycle race in its final stages there. Full credit to all 4 of those drivers. Rob Addison, Jake McDermott, James Cole and Connor Lawson. You want to give them all a winner's trophy for that. Just waiting for the rest of the cars to come in. Adrian Olsen getting ahead of Greg Thomas on the final lap. Adrian had a spin at the chicane earlier on. He gets 15th. Just waiting for our classic class runners in Class A. Should be Will Sharp who comes in to win that. Here he comes. Honouring his father's memory by taking another class win. David Amflett behind him. Lloyd Treadle comes in on his debut just ahead of Alex Forster, who's 3rd in class, and Jim Bainham, reigning champion, 4th in class, ahead of John Copeland. What a phenomenal race. Full credit to all the drivers there for one of the best races I've seen in a long time. A well-deserved wave and a round of applause from our marshals and the spectators. Provisional result then as follows. Rob Addison it is who comes out on top in that phenomenal four-way battle, completing 11 laps, 21 minutes, 13.306 seconds. Jake McDermott just over half a second behind at the flag, with James Cole in third and Connor Lawson, the drive of his career, in fourth place. It was James Cole who also got the fastest lap of 1:53.523. Lee Sullivan in fifth, then a gap back to Martin Wills from the back of the grid in a borrowed car to take sixth place. Reese Lawson was seventh ahead of Chris Lawson, then James Wade and Josh Byrne completing the top 10. Archie Stynes and Lee Pearce both started from the pit lane. They came through to finish 11th and 13th. Simon Byrne started at the back with a 10-second penalty, takes 12th. Simon Kendrick wins Class F and Will Sharp wins Class A. 27 cars go the distance. Bad luck there to the four drivers who failed to finish, including Jack Woodcock, who would love to have been part of that lead battle. His car sadly let him down. Good to see Scott Bugner's okay after that big blow up at the chicane. Let's go down and get some reaction to one of the best races I've ever seen here at Donington Park.
Oh, brilliant respect here between Jake McDermott and your race winner, Rob Addison. That was absolutely breathless all throughout. The MG Owners Club put on a show, don't they? And it is Rob Addison who takes the win. Well, Rob, my word. I don't even know where to start with that, so let's go straight to the finish. Wow, drama.
The last two laps are probably the best two laps of my racing life.
Were you almost sideways almost at one point?
Yeah, God, I don't know. I've been it more times in the last two laps than I probably have in the last 30 years. But what a race. Yeah, just stunning. Yeah, stunning. I mean, it was very hard to sort of gauge who was going to get away and who not, but as soon as James started dicing with Jake, that sort of let me back in, because that kind of broke me.
There's four of you. You just wouldn't. None of you would go.
No, but Jake tagged me going through the old hairpin on the last lap, and it went completely sideways. And I had James one side, Jake the other. He then got back in front, and it was just absolutely brilliant. Yeah, loved it.
It was great respect as well, Jake coming over doing the whole thing. It's just motorsport, isn't it? Sometimes you do tap.
That's it. Yeah, no, it's it. And it was hard because obviously everyone's diving down the inside and defending, and someone behind is not expecting you to break that early. And yeah, I mean, quite a lot of pushing and shoving, but yeah, that was absolutely brilliant. Lovely.
Well done, mate. Congratulations. Cheers. Great way to end the day, hey? Good stuff indeed. Where is Jake? Let me grab. Actually, very quickly, Steve, what do we think?
Man.
It's done all right.
It deserved it. It ended up the way it should do. Yeah. He deserved that first place. He deserved his second. He deserved his third. I think brilliant race, and it all ended up where they should be, I think.
I don't think Dad's going to stay on the sidelines too long, is he?
I can't see it.
That was a pretty. You guys always put on one hell of a show, don't you? And
yeah, it's got good, especially after last year. I think we're going to have big grids all year, and I think it's going to be as close as that all year long. Yeah, we're still learning how to. We've been drive that quick with each other. If we could all drive fast, but driving fast with one another and trusting each other is another thing. So I think we're all slowly learning that as a pack at the front. So
it was lovely respect from you at the end as well. I don't know if we caught it on camera, but you doing the whole all of that.
Yeah, I mean, I clipped him at the bottom of the hairpin, and I thought, well, I'll back off a little bit going up, and we can go side by side for a minute up the hill and see what happens. And then I think it went 3 wide up the hill. And then I thought, well, I've just got to go. I just got to do it. And then he got me back. I wasn't so fast into the loop, into the chicane.
Well, then you had James all over you as well, didn't you?
Yeah, I know. I see him coming, and I thought, I've got to cool the tyres off somehow, because I knew there was going to be a fight. So I tried to cool him off a bit, and he came. And I tried to hold him off, and then try to get another one someone else to come with him join, and then I thought, all right, I can sort of push. So yeah, it turned out to look a good race. It was fun in there. I wanted it to end before it had been started, but.
Well, we're glad it did. It was a great race, Jake. Great to see you again, mate. Well done, the first and the second. James, come on. That could have been anybody. That could have been anybody's race, couldn't it?
As I said to the circuit commentator a minute ago, I've had many race wins, but that was probably the best race ever.
Really?
Honestly,
wow.
I'm laughing my ass off going down the Craners. There's him in front, then Jake, me, and I'm like, he slams it on the apex. I ram Jake. Jake rams him, and I was like,
Were you just looking for an opening? Were you kind of thinking, oh, hang on, this could let me through?
I'm thinking at one point Rob's not going to let his flipping daughter be with Jake anymore because I thought they're going to take each other out. But I was like, but no, it was clean. Well, clean as it could have been when you're racing that close. But after this morning, thanks to the old man, getting the car out. I mean, an annoying little problem, but we're out back at Alton, not doing Cadwell, so.
Mate, thanks for coming out to play. You've put on one hell of a show for us. Thanks, James. Really good to see you. You're a little bit sweaty. There you go, right. Yes. And one final race to go this week. I don't want it to end, but it has to. What a shame that is. A time for the final race, which is the Coupe Cup. It's going to be an absolute corker. Dave Goddard, over to you.
Thanks so much, Ian. I hope my voice can survive one more race. It is the OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres getting underway very shortly. We caught up with a few of the drivers in the assembly area a little early on. While my voice recovers, let's hear from them.
Well, just like that, the final race of the day and the weekend is about to get underway. It's always a very, very sad time, isn't it? But we are very happy to go and have a quick chat with Darren Ford down here. Darren, how are you? Are you okay?
Not too bad, yeah, we're going all right. Well, we are now, just about.
Oh, look, you've got the Lightning McQueen livery on the car. Does that mean we're going to go ka-chow out on the track?
Something to live up to, isn't it? I don't know. I'll take a poison challenge, that one, yeah. I've been going all right. I had a bit of a problem in the last race, dipped a couple of wheels in the gravel, and they got stuck in the brakes, so I had to pull it out of the race really. But hopefully we'll have a bit more fun.
Well, I was going to say, that's the good thing is you've got another chance now, haven't you? So you're going to put a show on for us, are you?
Of course we will. Of course we always do. We'll have some good tussles, and everyone's going to come back happy.
So it's a real pleasure to have you along. Really appreciate it.
Lovely.
Let me give you a hug. Come on. Yeah, it is really good to see you. Enjoy it, won't you? Have a great time. Thank you very much. We really appreciate that indeed. Let's just move it. We've got a car back to reverse into us, I think, as well. Let's just jump in. Let's say hello to Mark very quickly. How are we feeling? All right? It's good to see you. You all right?
Yeah, very well, thank you.
Enjoy the race earlier today?
Yeah, not too bad, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, getting grips with a new car, so.
I think I'm about to get run over it.
Yeah, be careful.
Right, so you've obviously learnt quite a lot then from the race one that you're going to bring into this one, right?
Yeah, getting there. It's all progress, so fingers crossed it should be up there a bit more.
Top man, we love these coupes. They really, really do. Great stuff. That's Mark there. Right, here we go. Time to get underway for the final race of the week. And I don't want it to end, but it's not yet. We've got another 15 minutes to go. Dave Goddard, over to you, my friend. Let's go racing.
Okay, as the cars come to the grid then, my voice is just about returned after that epic from the MGs. Time for the OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres Race 2. The grid based on the results of the first race. So it is debut winner Nathan Boyle, who is on pole in the number 77 car, and Matthew Watson following his first ever podium starts alongside him in the number 12. Row 2, Hazim Zaki, number 19, and 88 of Harvey Kersley. Row 3, 52, Stephen Slawson, a strong run from him earlier on, and Jason Jesse, despite a couple of grassy moments, excuse me, so my voice was going, starts alongside him on row 3. Fourth row, 51, Paul Laurie, and 87, Neil Hurren got a track limits penalty in race 1. He was fighting for the lead. Row 5, treble 6, Mark Eels alongside 33, Michael Evans. On row 6, we've got 337, Declan Marsden, and 43 of Sean Jones. Was on the front row for race 1, but stalled at the start, had to fight his way back into 12th place. Row 7, number 7, Kevin Middleton, and 46 of Mark Worsley. Row 8, number 1, Paul Callaway, had a spin on the opening lap of race 1, 44 Tim Prince alongside. Row 9, 38 Darren Ford, just heard from, he pulled off into the pits in the first race. Alongside number 10, Ben Wilkinson, the hard luck story of race 1, was fighting for the lead, spun at the Fogarty S's into the tyre stacks. Let's see if his car's been repaired. 65 Spencer Hirons, he's been having problems all day, missed qualifying, pulled off in the first race. 26 Roger Owens, who stopped on the first lap of race 1. Hopefully they are all there for this second race. We'll check the back of the grid ahead of this one and make sure everybody's there. Yes, Owens is there, Hirons is there, Ben Wilkinson's there, watch for him coming through. It looks like we have indeed got the full complement of 20 cars. That's excellent. Full credit to the team of mechanics from the OT Publishing Coupe Cup getting the cars back out. It is Nathan Boyle on pole with Matthew Watson alongside him. The eyes have it on the outside of the front row, the number 12 car. Hazim Zaki, the navy blue car, looking for his first victory. Harvey Kersley alongside him in the later model Gen 3 car. Someone did say earlier in our comments, I forget who it was now, apologies. The colours of the Kersley Motorsport team, very similar to the old Nissan racing colours that were prevalent in the Australian Touring Car Championship with the Skylines in the early 90s. I thought they reminded me of something. 15 minutes of racing to come then. I reckon the man to watch is that white car on the penultimate row of the grid, number 10, Ben Wilkinson, winner here last year in the pit stop race. Spun out of the lead in race 1. Can he fight his way through? Fight for a podium. Cloudy late afternoon here at Donington Park. Will we see a first-time winner here? Hazim Zaki, the Egyptian, making the switch from sim racing. Had such a strong end to the season last year. Was on the podium a couple of times. Watch for Neil Hurren as well. He's out of luck in race 1 with that penalty. It's young Nathan James Boyle, making the graduation from karting. Powder being put down, you can see there on the oil from Scott Bugner's MG. Full credit to the marshals and for fighting the fire under the bonnet. 20 Hyundai Coupes, model known as the Tiburon in North America. I know we've got a couple of viewers watching in the US and Canada today. Well, we see a new winner on the top step of the podium. Will it be a second win for Nathan Boyle? Will Sean Jones get a better start this time in the 43? It's a 15-minute race, 16th and final race of the weekend. We're back in action on BARC TV in 2 weeks' time, April the 4th and 5th from the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, TCR UK in action, and the British Truck Racing Championship. The big rigs are back. Can Brian Smith make it 11 titles in a row? Last couple of cars coming into line then. Spencer Hirons and Roger Owens looking to get a finish this time. All set then. White and black car of Boyle on pole position, the purple car of Matthew Watson alongside him, waiting for the red lights to come on. They do so. Revs are up and away we go with our final race of the weekend here at Donington Park. Good start by Boyle, decent start by Harvey Kersley getting down the outside. Neil Hurren trying to make his way down the outside line, the 87 car as well. Hazim Zaki slots in behind our leader. Matthew Watson goes to the outside, all bit of collision there in the pack. Off goes Jason Jesse. That was Paul Laurie and Harvey Kersley who had a bit of a coming together. Jesse's gone off in avoidance, surfs through the gravel and rejoins at the back of the field. Well, in the late 90s, the Hyundai Coupe was used in the Formula 2 class of the World Rally Championship, so it proved its off-road ability there. Hazim Zaki down the inside past Matthew Watson to take second place. Kersley's dropped back a bit as a result of that collision. But it is the karting graduate Nathan Boyle who leads up towards McLean's corner for the first time. Matthew Watson trying to hold second place from Hazim Zaki. And look at Neil Hurren, his outside run did work. He's up to fourth, could be third by the time they get up to Coppice. Has he got third place away? He's side by side with Hazim Zaki. No, he hasn't. Mark Eales is going well. He's up to fifth in the treble six. There was a bit of a sort out at Redgate. One or two cars able to nip through and gain some places on the inside. The big winner there was Eales, Stephen Slawson, and also Kevin Middleton is up there in the number 7. Harvey Kersley has got a bit of damage to the front end. His bonnet's flapping on the left side. He's down the outside there on Kevin Middleton. He's not going to get the car stopped. So, I thought he was going to go across the gravel there. Kersley controlled it and got ahead of Middleton round the outside into the entry to the chicane. First three have broken away slightly. Mark Eales going well again. He's up into fourth now, ahead of Neil Hurren. He could be on for his best ever results. Hurren down to fifth, then Kersley, Stephen Slawson. Behind them it is Middleton and the number 1 of Paul Calloway running well. Haven't seen Ben Wilkinson yet towards the back of the field. Has not yet, I don't think, made any progress through. Pick him up if we can. Take a look a little bit further back. Yes, there he is, behind Michael Evans, number 10 car. Find out as they cross the line which position he's in. So Calloway and Middleton picking up plenty of places, as have Eales and Hurren. But it is Boyle who leads the way in the 77. Wilkinson's up to 12th from the back of the grid, so he's gained 6 places. Everybody around the first lap okay, despite a few off-road moments. Jason Jesse lost 13 places. He's in 19th as Boyle leads Watson and Zaki. Eales going great guns in 4th place in the yellow car. Then it's Neil Hurren. Then a gap back to 6th, side by side. Stephen Slawson and Harvey Kersley, who's taking a few risks there around the outside. Holds 6th position. 8th is Kevin Middleton in the yellow number 7. He's previously raced a Subaru and a Mazda MX-5 with the old Nippon Challenge series with the Track Action Racing Club. Behind him is the number 1 of Paul Calloway with his headlights on. The hill they come towards the right-hander at Coppice, and Matthew Watson, I don't think he's ever led a Hyundai Coupe race before. He wants to take the lead. Best ever result by far earlier on with a 2nd place. He was absolutely overjoyed as he crossed the line. Try and take the lead possibly here into the Fogarty S's, but he knows that Hazim Zaki is there on his tail in the 19 car. And Mark Eales, who is absolutely flying, the man from Milton Keynes in treble 6. Could he get on the podium here? Down to the Melbourne hairpin. Hazim Zaki, big lock up there on the outside. He'll overshoot. This is Eales' opportunity in the treble 6 to try and take 3rd. No, he's not close enough. Neil Hurren behind him in the 87. Then it's Harvey Kersley, the 88, son of Alex Kersley, the boss of Kersley Motorsports. Seen them out in the junior saloons as well. New fastest lap of the race by Mark Eales that time through. 2:0, no, beaten by Harvey Kersley. In fact, 2 minutes, .821 for Harvey that time through. Down they come towards Redgate corner once again. There's Paul Lorry, the 51, trying to make a move on his old MR2 rival, Paul Calloway. That's for 9th position, and Ben Wilkinson is behind them. He's gained another place past Michael Evans in the number 33. Light beginning to fade slightly here at Donington Park. Still your leader is Nathan Boyle in the 77. There's Ben Wilkinson, he's made up another place past Paul Lorry in the 51. Needs to push on if he's going to threaten for a podium here at the track where he won last season. Or we've got somebody off. That's Spencer Hirons in the 65 has had a spin. Looks like he's ripped the rear bumper off, and there's damage to Jason Jesse's car as well. He certainly ripped the rear bumper off. So they've tangled going into the old hairpin by the look of things. They were battling at the back of the field after Jason Jesse went off earlier on. Who does that belong to? Spencer Hirons, methinks. He can Don't think he'll be stopping next time around to pick that up, though. Mark Eales now being reeled in by Hurren and Kersley. This is the battle for 4th place. Closing slightly on the battle for the lead, I think, as well. Yeah, there's less than a second in it between 3rd and 4th. Kersley at the inside is going to try and take Neil Hurren, but he'll be on the wrong side for Goddard's, the left-hander. Hurren holds the place. Kersley will try and cut back in. Here come the leaders. Just under 9 minutes to go. Behind this group, we've got Stephen Slawson, Kevin Middleton, then Paul Lorry staying ahead of Michael Evans. So Callaway's dropped back. Wilkinson's dropping down the order. Well, have we lost Ben Wilkinson? There's Spencer Hirons off again. I think he's pulled up on the Roberts chicane section, the short circuit loop, but I think we've lost Ben Wilkinson. Let's have a look down the time tree. No, he came over the line 17th, so he's had a moment somewhere. Yeah, lost about 8 seconds on that last lap, so he must have had a spin somewhere. And he's almost back to square one. Past the bumper of Spencer Hirons' car in the gravel. He's out of the race, he's pulled up at the Roberts chicane. Neil Hurren still fighting it out with Harvey Kersley for 5th position. Boyle led by half a second over the line. Boyle's just on the fastest lap, 2 minutes, .357, 77 car. Watson still second, then Zaki in the dark blue. Eales in 4th, and up the inside, Harvey Kersley takes 5th position from Neil Hurren. Good move there at Coppice. Now going after the yellow and silver car. That's of Mark Eales. Neil Hurren will not give up without a fight, though. Through the Fogarty S's. Just past half distance in this final race of the day, the OT Publishing Coupe Cup, and a lock-up from the race leader as he tries to defend from Matthew Watson. Watson will try and cut back to the inside. Could he get alongside on the run to Goddard's? There's a look on the outside. Is he going to try a lunge here? I don't think he's close enough. No, he's not, but Boyle locks up again. He's under real pressure here from Matthew Watson, who goes out wide. He's trying to get the line for the run down to Redgate, but he went too wide there onto the curb and briefly onto the grass. Trying a little bit too hard to take the lead there, or set himself up for a move for the lead, I think. Zaki on his own in 3rd. He's dropped back slightly now. Then the Eales, Kersley and Hurren battle. Next is Slawson, Middleton, then Paul Lorry, Michael Evans. There's Paul Callaway. There's some damage to the front of his car, so he's had some contact. Then Darren Ford in the 38s, 46 Mark Worsley, and 43, which is Sean Jones in his son Adam's car from last season that took several wins. 337 is next, that's Declan Marsden. Side by side, Mark Worsley and Sean Jones down the Craner curves. Jones cuts across, very strong to the inside there, he's all over the place. But he's held the place. Is lap 5. And up the inside at McLean's, Harvey Kersley goes through past the 666 of Mark Eales, and Eales could lose out here because he's still on the outside line. Neil Hurren dives through. Eales has lost 2 places. He's down to 6th. Could be another place lost here because here comes Stephen Slawson. They haven't noticed him. He dodges across to the inside to try and take Eales and Hurren in one move almost there. Terrific scrap for 4th place. Still your leader is Boyle ahead of Watson, soaking up the pressure from the number 12. Hazim Zaki is now almost on his own in 3rd place. And then this 4-way fight for 4th. Still a third of the race to go. The gap back next to Kevin Middleton in 8th, and then the battle for 9th. I think Michael Evans has got ahead of Paul Lorry into 9th place. It's Mark Eales losing ground here. Stephen Slawson, the number 52, from Market Raisin near Cadwell Park in Lincolnshire. Swings his way through Goddard's. There are the leaders. Another fastest lap, this time for Watson. They've both gone under the 2-minute mark, the two leaders. 1:59.753 for Watson, 1:59.852 for Boyle. Half a second in it as they cross the line. Hurren back around the outside of Harvey Kersley, and he's up into 4th place. Round the outside at Redgate, you don't very often see overtakes made that way. Neil Hurren looking to make up for the disappointments of race 1. Down the cranes. Mark Eales down to 6th position after his strong early run. Involved a little bit of luck as everybody got caught up at Redgate. He was able to nip through on the inside. There's Sean Jones in the 43, being pursued by Lightning McQueen, aka Darren Ford. Behind him, the 46 of Mark Worsley. That's 11th, 12th and 13th. Harvey Kersley goes wide, coming out of McLean's. Desperate for a first podium in the Coupe Cup. His chances looking fairly remote at the moment, it has to be said. He's stuck behind the 4th place man, Neil Hurren. They're not catching the 19 of Hazim Zaki. 3 seconds down on the Egyptian at the moment. Here are the leaders. We haven't forgotten about Nathan Boyle and Matthew Watson. Boyle, if anything, has increased his lead very slightly. Matthew Watson, the pink car with the orange, white and green, almost camouflage livery. Still giving chase. 3 minutes to go. See what their lap times are as they cross the line. I think we get 2 more laps out of this. Harvey Kersley lunges in again, attacking Neil Hurren. New fastest lap for Boyle, 1:59.154 for the leader. He's pulled away by about half a second on that last lap. Watson did a personal best, 1:59.726, so more than half a second the difference. As Mark Eales calmed down after his strong start to this race, and there is our leader, averaging over 75 miles per hour around Donington Park. These are virtually standard road cars, only the modifications necessary for safety, and we've lost Tim Prince, unfortunately. The number 44 has pulled up. That's at the Robert chicane next to Spencer Hirons, who retired there a few laps ago. Meanwhile, look who's coming back into the picture. Ben Wilkinson, the number 10. He's battled his way past Darren Ford as Neil Hurren continues his fight with Harvey Kersley. Back up the inside at Coppice. Kersley doesn't give way. Thought he was going to go wide onto the gravel there. Stephen Slawson is thinking, I've got ahead of Mark Eales. I'll have some of this as well. Door handling there between Kersley and Hurren. There's a bit of needle creeping into this. Slawson flashing the lights. He wants to get involved as well. Hurren's forced to go over the curb on the inside. He runs out wide, Kersley onto the gravel. Slawson says, thank you very much. I got the inside of both of you. You could see that coming as they came into the chicane, couldn't you? And the big loser there was Harvey Kersley. Neither driver was going to give way there. And Stephen Slawson makes his way into 4th place. He could be on for his best ever finish. Hurren is 5th. Mark Eales back in this as well. Hurren will attack back again. He's fired up now. He sends it down the inside of Stephen Slawson, but he's outbraked himself slightly. Back comes Neil Hurren. Back comes Stephen Slawson, I should say. I'm losing track of this. It's been a long day. Boyle still leads. His lead is up to 1.9 seconds now. He's just on a 1:59.065. We're on the last lap now, so it looks as though Nathan Boyle is heading for a double win on his debut in the OT Publishing Coupe Cup, ahead of Matthew Watson and Hazim Zaki in 3rd place. All the action is in the pack behind them. Stephen Slawson, what a superb drive up into 4th place. Mark Eales coming under fire from a fired up Harvey Kersley. He'll be angry with himself for that last lap. Yeah, he's trying too hard now. He's gone out onto the gravel there at the exit of the old hairpin. He's pushing himself too hard, I think. He's still side by side with Mark Eales though. There's a series, of course, the Coupe Cup. There's no points on these races. Oh, somebody off. That's Sean Jones. He's spun coming out of the old hairpin. Looks like he's hit the barrier backwards. Another rear bumper hanging off. Series coordinator John Winter will be after a few spare bumpers after this meeting. So Boyle, Watson and Zaki, the top three look fairly set, but for fourth place, Neil Hurren's not finished yet. His bumper's flapping as well, look. Makes it down the inside, bash! Stephen Slawson hits the back of him. Careful, Stephen, this is not stock car racing. This is the Coupe Cup, and it's going to be a double win for Nathan Boyle on his debut. A perfect score for Nathan Boyle in the Venture Security Management sponsored Kersley Motorsport Run car. Out of the final corner, Nathan takes the double. Brilliant stuff. Matthew Watson, what a weekend. 2 second places, and Hazim Zaki on the podium in third. Battles all the way down the order. Who's going to... Oh, Neil Hurren's run wide into the final corner. Who's going to be fourth? It's Stephen Slawson. Hurren is fifth, and a photo finish for sixth goes to Kersley by 0.05 of a second. Kevin Middleton is next, then Paul Lorry. Ben Wilkinson makes it up to 10th. Then Evans, Ford, Worsley. I think next was Roger Owens, just ahead of Declan Marsden. Paul Callaway's slightly bent car. Next home should be Jason Jesse, I think, in the 37. Depends whether Sean Jones got going again after his incident down at the Old Heavy. There's Jesse, the green car, and there, dragging his rear bumper, both dragging their rear bumpers, Jesse and Sean Jones. "18 cars go the distance." We lost Tim Prince and Spencer Hirons. Wait for the provisional results of that one. It was Nathan James Boyle, number 77. A perfect debut in the Coupe Cup with 2 race victories, 8 laps completed. Winning time 16 minutes 5.634 seconds. He also got the fastest lap, 1:59.065. Second for number 12, Matthew Watson. What a weekend for him. Hazim Zaki on the podium once again. All the action there was for fourth place, which goes to Stephen Slawson. He's had a fantastic weekend. Neil Hurren in fifth, ahead of Harvey Kersley. He'll be frustrated with himself there. Mark Eales ran as high as fourth, ends up 7th. Photo finish between Kersley and Eales on the line there. Kevin Middleton, Paul Lorry and Ben Wilkinson in the number 10 completes the top 10. Then Evans, Ford, Worsley and Owens. Behind them Declan Marsden, Paul Callaway, Jason Jesse and Sean Jones, the final finisher. We lost Prince and Hirons. That wraps up the race action this weekend. We will hand down to Parc Fermé in just a few moments' time as the cars arrive, and then sign off ahead of resuming our action in 2 weeks' time at Brands Hatch with trucks and TCR. I can't wait for Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit in 2 weeks' time. Traditional Easter weekend, the opener for the British Truck Racing Championship. Capacity 20 truck grid is guaranteed. Will Ryan Smith start his quest to make it 11 titles in a row. I think Stuart Oliver might have something to say about that. That'll be joined in Division 2 as well. TCR UK Championship as well, and much more, including the return of the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. I can't wait to see them back after their year out. Just waiting for the cars to enter Parc Fermé. Well done to the Coupe Cup, some excellent racing this weekend. Full credit to John Winter and his team, as always. Although he might need some rear bumpers after this weekend, I think. Let's hand down to Ian in Parc Fermé in just a second.
Well, there we go. That is it. The first weekend of the new season for the BARC draws to a close, and it's Nathan James Boyle who earlier in the day took his first ever race win in his first ever race, and now he's got his second ever race win in just his second ever race. Quite remarkable. I don't think he can quite believe it in there. We'll let him get out the car in a second, but look, he's just taken a moment to himself, so I'm not just going to dive in just yet. We'll let him get out and we'll have a word with him. I think a little bit in disbelief. What a young driver this guy is. He is a serious talent. Straight over to congratulate him. Good class act there from Matthew Watson. And just Nathan, get your helmet off a second. Nice of Matthew to come over as well. In fact, it's the exact same podium that we hit earlier as well. Hazim Zaki coming home in 3rd place. And Nathan, you looked for a moment there. You just took a moment to yourself, almost like you can't quite believe what you've achieved today.
Yeah, mostly it's because I'm overheating, to be honest.
Oh, really? Okay.
I just wanted to take a minute to sit
nice
down.
sitting down, freezing.
But yeah, that was brilliant.
That is quite remarkable. You got your first ever pole position, your first ever qualifying session, and now 2 race wins, and you've only ever done 2 races. It's sensational.
Yeah, I mean, it feels good. You know, over the past couple of years in karting, it's not really gone my way, but it's nice to kind of come here and, you know, have a good bit of competition, but still do well.
You've got the bug, right?
Huh?
You've got the bug.
Yeah.
Top man, well done. Go celebrate. Congratulations. Oh, he's over there. Right, let's go have a quick chat with Hazim Zaki here, who's rightly so posing once again at another P3. Well done.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you, man. Honestly, I missed Donington over winter. Glad we're back.
Yeah. Is this one of your favourite places then? Here.
Oh, I think Brands Hatch is my favourite. Just the Indy circuit.
Indy,
not
GP.
Yeah, a lot of overtakes with these cars. But no, man, Donington GP. Honestly, I think the first race was a bit more exciting than this one. We had a gearbox issue with the car, lost 4th gear, that sort of stuff. But I'm happy that we're here.
Yeah.
Looking forward to the next one.
Well done, mate. You're going over a couple of pots. That's how you do it. Yeah. Well done, mate. Great to see you as well. Good stuff indeed. Let's move over and grab Matthew Watson. He's just got to go through his photo. Look, we'll let him have his photo. Go on. Are you sure? Thank you very much, Ben. Very kind.
I've avoided you for 4 years.
I know.
In one day.
I'm a look, what a day for you.
Honestly, best day of racing I've ever had. It's phenomenal, really is phenomenal. I'll just reiterate sort of what I said to the other sort of commentator, that it's a great place to be to race. Obviously with everything that John does in the BARC, it's just a great place to race basically, and if you're thinking about it, come and do it basally.
Brilliant words.
Yeah, it's
Brilliant
great.
words. Look, I'm going to let you go celebrate. Well done.
Thank you, man.
Don't leave it another 4 years, yeah?
No, exactly.
All right. Well, thank you to all of you. That is it for tuning in. We really do appreciate it. What a weekend. Yes, motorsport is back. BARC in the Park draws to a close. I just want to say a massive thank you to our crew, bringing you all of the live pictures as well. They've spent the entire weekend up towers, out in the elements, braving it all for you. So a massive thank you. And of course, to Anton, who's been walking around with me throughout the course of the weekend. Massive thank you to Leah and Amy yesterday as well. And a huge thank you, of course, to Elliot, our producer. Thank you to the TV crew. Massive thank you, of course, to all the volunteers, and as ever, the Orange Army. And we know we do always say it, but we really couldn't go racing without you, so thank you. Massive thank you, of course, to the one, the only Dave Goddard. And right now, I'm going to hand back to him for him to have the final word. Thanks for watching, everybody. I'll see you 2 weeks' time at Brands Hatch.
Well, thank you very much indeed to Ian Waterhouse, our man on the ground down in the paddock and the assembly area this weekend. That does wrap up a fantastic weekend of racing here at Donington Park. Interrupted a bit by safety cars and red flags yesterday, but today has more than made up for that. Some superb racing. Unquestionably the MG Owners Club, the highlight for me, but everyone has put on a brilliant show this weekend. Thank you very much indeed to all the marshals, as ever. We cannot go racing without the Orange family, also the recovery crews, the medical staff, the race control staff, the timekeepers, everybody else here at Donington Park for making this event possible, and everyone from the BARC, the British Automobile Racing Club, for a wonderful weekend of racing. Thank you to the drivers for their entertainment, and to the teams and mechanics keeping the cars going in the paddock. Most of all, thank you to you, the viewers, and of course to our camera crews, Elliot, our director, and everybody else behind the scenes bringing you this production this weekend. Well, I hope you've enjoyed the action as much as I did there. We'll be back with you in 2 weeks' time for Brands Hatch, April the 4th and 5th, the British Truck Racing Championship and the TCR UK Touring Car Championship, joined by the pickup trucks, yes, they're back, the Civic Cup, Mini Challenge Club Sport, and the Audi Cup for the first time as well. That's all coming up from down in Kent in 2 weeks' time. Well, we'll see you then. But until next time, this is commentator Dave Goddard signing off here at Donington Park on BARC TV. From all of us here, thank you very much indeed. We'll see you in 2 weeks. Goodbye for now.